The Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series is one of, if not the best Star Wars video game series out there. And on this channel, I have had an absolute blast going through and doing these retrospectives on each and every one of the games. In fact, Dark Forces 1 was the first long-form retrospective I ever did for the channel. And it's because of the fun I had while making that video that made me want to keep making YouTube videos in general. Now, over the course of a couple years, I have now officially finished the series in its entirety. So as a final send-off to the series, I figured why not go ahead and throw all my retrospectives into one long-ass video. That way you can have it playing in the background while you do whatever the hell it is that y'all do out there. Now, before we get too far into this, for those of you who have actually played through all the games, go ahead and comment below and let me know what order you would actually rank them all in. And at the end of the video, I'll tell you mine. Also, there will be chapters in the description in case you only care about a couple of the games and not the others. That way you can kind of just skip ahead to whatever one you might like. I should also point out that in my intro for the Dark Forces 1 video, I mentioned the different ways you can actually play through the game, which are pretty much all outdated now that the remaster has been released. If you are looking to play Dark Forces 1, it is a great way to do so. The remaster keeps everything pretty much from the original, and just as importantly, is very accessible, being able to be purchased on the Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, and of course PC. So if you are interested, go and check it out because it is a lot of fun. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to all those who have watched any of my videos in the past. This series has taken me a long time to make, and I really do hope the improvements in my scripting and editing will show as each retrospective plays. So thank you for all the kind comments over this time period, as I have learned so much about making videos on YouTube. It has truly been just so much fun to learn. Now, without further ado, the entire Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series.
Kyle Katarn.
Kyle Katarn?
Kyle Katarn.
Kyle Katarn, at your service.
Kyle Katarn, one of the OG Star Wars Legends heroes and one of my favorite Star Wars characters of all time. When I was a kid, I spent I don't know how many hours playing as Kyle in the game Jedi Outcast for the original Xbox. Unfortunately for me, I was kind of a stupid kid and never really thought about the fact that this game is called Jedi Knight 2. Jedi Outcast, meaning this is of course a sequel. For some reason, it never occurred to me to check out the first game in the series. Now, in my defense, they did do a terrible job naming these games. You have the first one I played, Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, so you would assume the prior game would be Jedi Knight 1 or something like that, right? Well, not really. The prior game is called Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight. I know it's a little confusing, but just stick with me here. Dark Forces 2 is a sequel to, as you expect, Dark Forces. So just so we're all on the same page here, it goes Dark Forces 2, Jedi Knight, then Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, and eventually Jedi Knight 3, Jedi Academy, which we'll get to one day. I say all this to explain why up till now I've actually never played the original Dark Forces or even knew Kyle Katarn was the main protagonist. I mean, look at this guy. He looks nothing like the later iterations. I mean, just look at that jawline. So I actually never played this game back in the day, and that was just a huge loss for me because holy crap, this game is amazing. Young me would have gone nuts over this. And I want to throw this out here at the beginning of the video. When you look at some of the pictures for the game, you probably would think, oh, it's just another Doom clone. I mean, I definitely thought that when I first looked up the game. And to a certain respect, it kinda is. However, to say this game was ahead of its time would really be kind of an understatement. Huge, complex level designs, interesting puzzles, and a pretty good and engaging story. It might sound kind of weird, but in a lot of ways, Dark Forces actually reminds me more of Half-Life than Doom, even if it came out 3 years earlier. Dark Forces is one of those early examples of first-person shooter games trying to create a more engaging storyline with objectives that allow each level to play out differently enough that they all feel just very unique. While games like Doom rely on more of a maze-like design for level complexity, which I do love by the way, Dark Forces creates a more believable environment that really just nails that Star Wars feel at the time. Now, of course, there are a few issues with the game being from the mid-90s, like no mouse control aiming, and the graphics can of course be a little rough on modern screens. Even so, I'll still be sticking to the original game for the full experience for this review. However, If you are looking to play it for yourself and just can't stand not having mouse aim or just can't stand low-res graphics, fortunately there are a ton of mods out there. One of the most popular ones, and the one I really like, is the Dark XL mod, which adds updated visuals and even mouse control aiming, which feels so much better, especially when playing on new hardware. Unfortunately, this mod was never finished, so some aspects of the game are a bit buggy, like weapon pickups and some of the puzzles, but if you're patient, it's still a lot of fun. You also have the Force engine, which should be out sometime in the near future, promising both a more stable experience and a more accurate presentation to the original. And on the opposite side of that spectrum, you have a team working to create a full remake in the Unreal 4 engine, which just looks beautiful. You even have the one I can't wait for, which is the VR mod that's being worked on currently. And oh man, when that comes out, I'll lose my mind. But that's still in early development. I just wanted to mention all these projects so you can at least see that there's still a large and dedicated community around Dark Forces, and for good reason. But enough about mods, let's jump right into the game so you can see for yourself why Dark Forces is still one of the best Star Wars games out there. So like any good Star Wars property, the game starts off with an opening crawl laying out the current state of the universe. We learn that this is currently before A New Hope and the rebels have learned of the Death Star and what it is capable of. And do they assemble a crack team of interesting and diverse characters? Fuck no. They hire one man, Kyle Katarn. And this isn't calm, witty Jedi Kyle. No, this is gruff, jacked, take no shits Kyle.
Jabba, what have you done with Jan? If any harm comes to her, I'll personally shove my blaster down your slimy throat.
God, I love classic Star Wars. A merc for hire, armed with your trusty blaster pistol, your first mission is to actually steal the Death Star plans. Well, I hope you enjoyed using his iconic pistol, because from here on out there's really very little reason to ever use it again. It uses the same ammo as the E11, so this really becomes the workhorse for most of the game. Even after you begin to find new weapons, I still consistently fall back to the E11 for most encounters, since every stormtrooper and officer drops ammo for it. Fortunately, blasting troopers with it feels just as satisfying as it should be, especially when their little sprites start writhing around in pain from being shot. That sounded a little dark there. One problem you'll probably realize pretty quickly is that shooting upwards can be kinda weird with no mouse aim. I mean, I guess that is the benefit of having the high ground. The default controls have you looking up and down by using page up and page down, which is just really weird. However, it does do that kind of doomed thing where if you back far enough up, it will kind of automatically start shooting upwards, so it kind of works out. A couple things you should note real quick is the screen layout. Very simple and straightforward. On the right, you have your ammo and battery life for usable items like the flashlight and night vision. And on the left, you have your shield, health, and lives. Yes, lives are a thing here. You have 3 lives to make it count on each level, unless you find more by exploring. Also, a neat little addition is that blaster fire will actually only affect your shields until they're down. Now, melee damage will ignore your shields completely and directly affect your health, and I really like this. I really enjoy when older games try creative ideas like this. The first mission really just kind of eases us into the game pretty well, with both inside and outside portions, finding officers who have the key card to move forward, flipping switches, and eventually locating our objective before having to escape with it. And can we just take a moment actually just to appreciate the way these rooms look? They all give off that just classic, good old Star Wars vibe. Now after we get the Death Star plans, we gotta make it up to the roof to escape back to the Rebel Alliance. Now I know a few people might find it kind of strange that the first mission is something as big as stealing the plans for the Death Star, but it does do a good job at making you instantly connect with Kyle, knowing they played such a pivotal role in things that took place in the original movies. The main plot of the game takes place after episode 4, so establishing him in the universe as kind of a badass mercenary that already has some street cred works well to give a reason as to why the rebels are turning to him for this new unknown threat that you get to unravel. And now that we're finished with what is essentially the prologue, we get one of the few actual cutscenes in the game.
Kyle delivers the plans to the Rebel Alliance. Soon afterwards, the Death Star is destroyed. But even as the Alliance celebrates this victory, another sinister plot is set in motion that will become an even greater concern for the Rebellion.
Hey, wait a second. Is that the narrator from Rogue Squadron?
Escort valuable Rebel supplies through dangerous Imperial territory over the humid lands of Barkesh.
It actually is, though I could have apparently said any Star Wars game, because it turns out Danny Delk, who actually the voice of the narrator from Rogue Squadron as well as the narrator for Dark Forces, has actually played parts in almost every classic Star Wars title. And most importantly, the voice in Chessmaster 7000.
Bishop takes f6.
Ah, you gotta love that passion. You also have Scott Lawrence as Darth Vader, who just does an amazing job.
The Emperor has approved your test demonstration, General Monk.
Thank you, Lord Vader. What I unveil today will mark a new era for the Empire. We will be able to decimate the rebels just as we did the Jedi Knights. At last, the Emperor's war will be filled only with the glory and beauty of decisive victory.
A noble cause, General. I hope the demonstration lives up to your claims. Proceed.
If it sounds familiar, it's because he's actually voiced Vader in many Star Wars games, and even as recently as Jedi Fallen Order. So the main big threat in the game is the Dark Troopers, and honestly, they're kind of a bunch of pushovers gameplay-wise. That doesn't stop them from fucking up some random planet, though. So cutting back over to the Rebel Alliance, we get a chance to see some familiar faces actually, including ones like Mom Mothma.
Thank you, Commander, for responding at such short notice. The Empire has been keeping us on the run since the destruction of the Death Star. 5 days ago, the Empire attacked one of our secret bases in the city of Talay.
This is Tech Base to anybody out there.
We also get a chance to see something that Dark Forces does quite a bit of in its cutscenes, which is taking footage from the original trilogy and just pretending it's something else. Like you have here Admiral Akbar, clearly from episode 6, but instead they're just acting as if it's a different character altogether over on the planet that was just destroyed. And this isn't the first time they do it either. They do this actually in about every cutscene in the game, where they'll play some kind of old footage from the original trilogy, but intermingle it into the cutscene in such a way it's as if it's not really from that movie. I'm not sure if it's really creative or if it's lazy, but it is kind of humorous to see time to time.
Very perceptive, Commander. I know you understand that all we discuss here is classified. This Imperial officer, Crix Medine, wishes to defect to the Alliance. He has supplied us with information on the development of a new Imperial weapon. Those sounds you heard, we believe, come from that weapon. A new type of stormtrooper, the Dark Trooper.
We also find out that Crix Medine, a character you might remember from episode 6, is the one actually feeding us the information. From Imperial Officer to General of the Rebels, the OG Imperial Defector. Suck it, Finn.
Hire you to find out if there is a threat, and if there is, to shut it down. That is, if you are still on our side.
This could be interesting. All right, I'm in. But I think I'll need some help on this one. I want Jan Ors as my mission officer.
Certainly. Then I will let Jan brief you further on your mission objectives. Thank you, Commander, and may the Force be with you.
Ah, Jan Ors, Kyle's sort of love interest, or in this game a wall of text that tells us each mission briefing and helps identify certain objectives. She operates mainly as the pilot and supporting character throughout the game. But let's go investigate that planet to see what those Dark Troopers really did. Oh god, they really did fuck this place up. So while the first mission was a bit more of a linear level, the next few missions really start opening things up just a little bit more. And this is where the larger map sizes can kind of begin to drive some people a little crazy. If you're used to these older style shooters, running around these areas will probably be not that big of a deal, to be honest. But if you're used to more linear shooters of today, you might start banging your head into a wall with some of these level layouts. Just try to think of it as a little bit more of a big maze and just put a little extra thought into where you're going and where you've been instead of just running around on autopilot, and you should be fine on most levels. So the second mission actually starts with us investigating the ruins of Tally after the massacre by the Dark Troopers. And they did a really good job of making this place look like a straight up massacre. For one, dead bodies are littered everywhere. I mean, they really make all these dead civilians look as fucked up as Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru. And the bombed out buildings and dark corridors of the first half of the level are just a really good touch. Another way Dark Forces really just shines is the fact that all the levels allow you to interact with them in a lot of different ways. So even after you turn on the power, yeah, you see all the lights turn on. Yes, you can actually go ahead and go further into the level. But one of the things you're also able to do is actually go back earlier in the level and open up secret doors where you can find more ammo, supplies, and even extra lives. And little things like this really do reward the player for actually exploring and actually looking around in every level, because there are a lot of secrets in these levels that you can find. I have not even come close to finding them all. But there's a lot of secrets that you can find, from getting better weapons at an earlier moment, or again finding extra lives to make it easier to get through a very difficult area. The game just overall does a great job at rewarding you for actually looking around and actually interacting with the level as much as possible. After restarting the power back to the station, all the lights start coming on and we can start making our way over to the main headquarters and even pick up a blaster power-up and just go ham on some stormtroopers. These blaster power-ups are more of a temporary boost to your fire rate, hidden in areas where developers want you to just kind of have some fun. After committing a massacre of our own, we actually discovered the remains of a prototype weapon for the Dark Troopers that was actually left behind during the attack. And this is the main objective for the level, and actually most levels will actually end similar to this, where after you find the main objective, you actually need to backtrack through the level to then rendezvous back with the ship, and usually of course fight through some light reinforcements. Fortunately, like all good manufacturers, Moff Rebus put his symbol MR on all the weapons that he creates, allowing us to actually track him down. Unfortunately, he is hidden in some underground sewers. And I'm just gonna say it, this is probably the worst mission in the whole game. It is just 3/4 of the mission is just hopping around in sewers, flipping switches while being ambushed by an endless wave of droids and, worst of all, Dianagas, or the sewer monsters from episode 4, which is a neat idea, just this level is full of them. And since melee damage goes right through your shields and they can pop up almost anywhere, they become just a major nuisance. The whole idea of the level is just to find different switches to flood the areas of the sewers just to get across. And helpful tip here, just be careful not to run out of batteries for your flashlight, alright? Or you're gonna be stuck in near complete darkness. Also, don't worry so much about all the sewer monsters, just run past them any chance you'll get, or they'll just keep spawning in, causing you just to waste your ammo. After finally flipping all the right switches and swimming through all this garbage, we can move on to the platforming portion of the level, because don't you just love platforming? And you know what I just love more than platforming? Having Reese throw thermal detonators at you while you do it. Just awesome. But after some light platforming and destroying some more droids, you find Moff Rebus and oh my god, look at him. He's wearing a wife beater with a porn stash. I'm pretty sure I've seen this dude out at the local trailer park. Funny thing about his character design is that actually George Lucas had a rule of having almost no glasses, buttons, or zippers for characters' clothing, with the idea being that Star Wars should have its own style, far separate from anything that we might be familiar with here. Part of what makes it so timeless actually, so I have no idea how this handsome devil made it through quality control. Either way, we learn through interrogation that the weapons testing takes place on Fest and the Outer Rim, making it, logically, our next destination. And I hope you don't have a fear of heights, cause something you should know about Fest. Yeah, it's more platforming, this time on the side of a cliff. It really is not that bad, to be honest. I only actually fell when I wasn't really paying much attention, and it does allow for some neat engagements. After looking around the entrance for the base for about 20 minutes or so, you know, we might figure out that we should probably be looking somewhere else. Well, this seems actually promising. Damn it. Well, an extra life at least. Apparently the Empire has finally decided to do something about their terrible security, because there's really no way of getting in through the front door at all. Which means you really need to start looking around to try to find a different entrance to the facility. Ah, Vince, my old friend. I know what's needed from here. Okay, I just need to get this out of my system. Fuck these turrets. I mean, fuck these low-level polygons. They are just awful. They are difficult to kill and rip through your shields. They are all over this base. Don't be an idiot like me and try to kill them. Just any chance you have that you're able to, just run past them, alright? Run past them any chance you get, because it's not worth it. It's not worth it in the least. Hey look, a new gun. So this is the repeater, probably my other go-to gun in the game. Not that our guns are inherently bad, it's just that the repeater, E11, and thermal detonator are pretty much enough to get you through most of the game. It's really just a faster firing E11 that uses power cells for ammo instead, which drop from most droids and later enemies, so you usually have plenty of ammo for it. Ah, passcodes. So Dark Forces could have just used a simple key card for all their locked rooms. However, in some areas you actually need to enter a passcode to get through. Now you pretty much find these passcodes the same way you would find the keys, but the method does add a bit more world building elements to the level, which is pretty enjoyable actually, and sometimes finding passcodes for locks will get you into even secret rooms. Just overall, a really underappreciated system in my opinion. So this is where Dark Forces really starts to shine for its time and really started to hook me in, to be honest. These set pieces, like the ones in this room, are pretty crazy. Having to spin and lower the bridge and flip switches to access the material you're looking for is just a really neat concept for the time, and it's not the last time these sort of large set pieces are actually used. After lining everything up, we get the metal sample called Frick, and we get out of there. Well, if I knew how to, I guess. Okay, so I know I said most levels aren't that bad, but for some reason I was running around this place like an idiot for 10 extra minutes with a map out and everything. Yes, you have a map, and I'm still too stupid to get out of here. I only got out by accident, finding my way, literally walking into what I thought was a dead end. Either way, we make it out of the base, make sure we don't trip on our way back out to the ship, and finally we are out of here. So after analyzing the Frick metal we found on Fest, I still can't get over the fact it's called Frick. Either way, it is determined that what it's being used for is apparently to armor up the Dark Troopers, and since we don't have all the information as to how to stop them yet, the reasonable decision is to try to sabotage the mining operation gathering the metal. I really feel like this is where the game starts taking the training wheels off, you know, just tons of enemies everywhere that really just make sure that you're using more tactics than just running around with the E11. Maybe that means throwing a thermal detonator over a ledge to take out a group of stormtroopers, or maybe it means exploring to try to find more ammo for your repeater, or maybe it's even finding one of those blaster packs so you can get a higher rate of fire to take down the larger amount of stormtroopers that are there than what you normally have been facing. We even get a chance to find a new gun, which is pretty much a poor man's version of a Wookiee bowcaster. I mean, it doesn't really do any real damage as far as I can tell, and uses the same ammo as the plasma repeater, so I don't see why we would ever use it, but I mean, I guess it's neat. The mining area is pretty cool, I guess, you know, and just drills digging all into the ground, and eventually we even get to descend into the mine shaft itself with some not frustrating at all platforming. Damn it! Finally! Wait, I made the jump for this? How do I get back up? After some interesting jumps, we get to make our way down to the core of the mining operation, ready to blow it up. When...
Kyle again, charge set, ready to clear.
So this is the Phase 1 Dark Trooper, a melee-only enemy that comes equipped with a blaster-resistant shield that will actually deflect the shots back at you. They're really not that bad so long as you keep moving and use grenades. Just don't get cornered by them because they'll just start spamming their melee and take you out pretty quickly.
Jed, you better get me out of here. I think I just finished off a Dark Trooper. I'll find out if there are any more around.
Okay, Kyle. Sounds good to me.
Okay, why does she sound like I'm inconveniencing her telling her this? It's like I told her I'm picking up groceries or this is some common occurrence or something. I just killed a Dark Trooper for God's sake.
Okay, Kyle. Sounds good to me.
After fighting our way through some more guards, we escape just in time to see the fireworks, and holy shit! So yeah, I don't think we destroyed just the facility. Apparently the rebels have no rules at all against nukes. Jeez, maybe we are the bad guys. Oh, nope, they're definitely the bad guys. Really giving off some Schindler's List vibes here.
Kyle Katarn.
Katarn will not be as easy to deal with. He is very resourceful. More resourceful, it seems, than even your Dark Troopers.
I understand the threat, Lord Vader. Katarn was once an impressive Imperial officer, but he was weak and gave up on the struggle for our new order. I wouldn't put much faith in his abilities.
Well, that's a mistake.
Katarn will never come near this ship. My new hire will see to that.
Oh my god, it's Boba Fett! So after us nuking a planet, the Empire found out our boy Crix was the actual spy and has locked him in a detention center. The only problem is, now that he's captured, I don't really know who's supposed to lead the rebels in episode 6 anymore. Oh god. Alright, we've got to rescue him. You know, this is actually a really interesting level overall. It allows for a large amount of exploration that's completely optional for you to do, but is still very rewarding if you decide to do it. We start off on the cliffside on the outside of the facility and have to actually find a ship to get us across. Yes, this is a ship in 1995, just use your imagination. The prison really begins to get interesting after we fought our way over to the elevator itself, and mostly it's because there's actually 3 levels we get to go through. However, you only need to go to the 3rd to follow the main route. The other 2 levels are completely optional and are filled with things like hidden weapons like the mortar gun, which I actually really enjoy. Plus it has stuff like destroyable walls to supplies and even some good nostalgia trips. Hey, I know this place. Oh, and blaster fire will also bank off the walls, which is neat at first, but can get pretty irritating pretty quick, especially with the accuracy of most stormtroopers. Most of these bonus areas rely heavily on finding passcodes to get through the doors, to get extra supplies, and even open prison cells. Why would you lock up your own security droids? You eventually get to a very strange puzzle, if you can call it that. The security key is protected by these laser fences. Now, can you tell if they're off or on? Neither could I. It turns out these blinking lights on the side, which you can just kind of barely see, when it's solid, it's off, giving you a very small window for getting through. There's also an extra elevator here that you really don't need to get in at all unless you just want to go explore more of the prison. Why would you put a mine in the prison cell? After backtracking to the surface with the key card we found earlier, we can gain access to maintenance, but wait, it's blocked. Not gonna lie, this is one of those puzzles I completely understand having to look up. Most of the puzzles in the game are actually very well done to a point where, you know, it's not too difficult to figure out on your own, and when you do, it's pretty rewarding, but this one in particular, it definitely took me a lot longer than I'll like to admit, and just maybe, I did look up how to get through it. The idea is that you have to go all the way back down to the second elevator and send it up 1. Go back to the surface and send the first elevator down 1. And what do you know it, you basically just assembled a staircase through the maintenance shaft. Really neat idea for a puzzle. I just don't know why anyone would naturally think of this as the solution, but maybe I'm just dumb. Hey look, more sewers. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm not that great at these kind of games, so after this death making me restart the level, I lowered the difficulty to medium for the rest of the playthrough. Well, almost, but I'll explain that later. So after running through all of that again and making it back to the sewers, oh my god, I'm being squished. We finally make it to the main prison block and rescue Crix. Or nearly blow his head off. Now that we have rescued Crix, we are actually able to get some exposition and info on the man behind the Dark Trooper project, Rom Mach. And it's actually quite good. It turns out he's a highly decorated soldier from the Clone Wars era and actually opposed the creation of the Death Star. So, pretty much the opposite of modern Star Wars with, planet killer after planet killer, which feels kind of refreshing to be honest. He is instead obsessed with personal combat, preferring not to use any tech that separates the soldier from the killing, which is kind of interesting since the Dark Troopers are, well, robots. I mean, I guess in many ways we're all hypocrites, right? I mean, hell, we just nuked 2 planets. Speaking of Dark Troopers, we also find out that Dark Troopers have 3 phases, and the one that we faced in the mines was simply Phase 1. The rest of the metal is apparently being processed at a robotics facility at an unknown location, but fortunately, our boy Crix knows a ship headed that way. So all we have to do is sneak aboard the ship and plant a tracker that will lead us there. Okay, so sneak really isn't an option in this game. You would really think though after a platoon of dead stormtroopers and dock workers, they would actually maybe realize, you know what, maybe something's up. But why concern yourself with plot holes like that when you can instead look at how awesome this ship is? It's just like the Tantive 4, which I'm not sure if that actually makes much sense with it being the Empire, but who cares? You get to kill stormtroopers while they're taking a piss, and isn't that the important part of the level? Okay, so this level is actually kind of quick, right? And all you really do is go aboard, kill a bunch of dock workers, hop on the ship, slaughter everyone bow to stern. I'm not even sure if there's anyone left to even pilot this ship at this point, but hey, the trackers are placed and we're on our way to the robotics facility. Oh god, ice. Why'd it have to be ice? I mean, fortunately, there are some ice cleats pretty early on in the level, which frankly just kind of makes me wonder why there was any reason for them to actually put in a sliding feature in the first place, because to be honest, it's kind of hard to miss them. Now I got a quick question for you. What was your favorite level in the original Half-Life game? If you said residue processing, then you're going to have a blast on this level. Fortunately, in this case, it's actually not so bad. Oh, come on, I'm getting crushed again. To be honest, as irritating as some people find this level to be, I'm mostly kind of impressed with how intricate the level is as a whole for a game made in 1995. I mean, the full system of moving conveyor belts zigzagging all throughout the large facility in this fashion is actually pretty impressive for its time. Kill some guys here, and after we make our way through the conveyor belts, we get to jump through this window and activate the vents. Make sure to activate the vents. Then back through some maintenance shafts where we need to make a leap of faith. Holy crap, I actually somehow took no damage from that. Normally that fall kills you, or at the very least nearly kills you. Which is actually kind of why the creators put a revive at the bottom to bring you right back to life. I guess I just had a little bit more faith this time. Now, if you didn't flip that switch up there like I told you to do, this entire area will be filled with poisonous gas, making you actually have to equip the gas mask down here to survive. Which, to be perfectly honest, is not really that big of a deal, but it's just nice not to have to worry about it. 1 charge. 2 charge.
All charges set. Good job. Let's blow this ice cube.
3 charge, and we are set. Holy shit! Yep, this is the Phase 2 Dark Trooper, heavily armored, equipped with jetpack, assault cannon, and rockets. They're quick moving, and to be honest, overall, they're really not that bad. As long as you keep moving just as quickly, you can kind of just circle around them with your repeater or E11, and you'll pretty much be able to avoid most of their assault cannon shots and even their missiles. Just try not to get cornered by them. And speaking of getting cornered, No, get away. Ah, damn it. Something about getting chased by Phase 1 Dark Troopers through a tight maze is actually kind of creepy. Especially with their walking sound effects. There's like 3 of these bastards in here, so yeah, fuck them. But hey, look, safety, we can actually finally get out of here. Well, there goes my extra life I had. Did we really have to nuke a planet again? Just really starting to feel like overkill over here. So after committing our, what is it now, 2nd war crime? Jan's found out that most of the shipments are going actually to the moon of Nar Shaddaa, or Nar Shaddaa, however you want to say it, and figures we can probably nab the Imperial routes from their outposts that they actually have set up here. She gives me the great hint of trying not to stir up the local bounty hunters. Alright, we'll see how that goes, I guess. Hey, what's up, Pigface? Okay, for 1995, they actually did a really good job at portraying the sprawling metropolis. Sure, it looks simple, but it does get the point across actually quite well, and I do appreciate that. You know what I don't appreciate, though? The enemies. You wanna know who the worst enemy in this game is? It's not the Dark Troopers. Hell, it's not even the Gamorreans, and it's not even those damn sewer monsters. It's fucking Bosk. This ugly Trandoshan motherfucker is the bane of my existence. Alright, just think if Doom Demons were running around with BFGs. They might call it a concussion rifle, but that shit is anything but. It doesn't matter where you're at, it will hit you and cause massive damage. Alright, I've died more times to these damn boss clones than any other enemy in the whole game, and it's not even close. It makes you just want to go back to play Republic Commando just so I can stab them to death again and again and again. God, I hate these guys. But you gotta get used to them because they're here pretty much till the end of the game. Best thing to do is just stun lock them the best you can with the E11 and just try to take them out first. Don't let them get the jump on you. Just try to take them out as quick as possible. The majority of this level is pretty straightforward till you get to what I think is supposed to be a city block. It's kind of hard to say with old graphics, but I'll put it this way. If I didn't have a map, I probably would still be lost there today. I mean, maybe it was because it was just a really late night when I was playing, or maybe it's just because I'm stupid, but I could not find my way through this place at all. Lord knows how long it took me to actually find the damn exit. Of course, in the end, we get to the Imperial office and get our hands on those nav routes. And that's pretty much it for Nar Shaddaa. Overall, it's actually a pretty quick level, which is pretty good because I'm actually kind of ready to get back to killing mostly stormtroopers. Wait, what's this? Hey look, more fan service. Remember when I mentioned how they use clips from the original trilogy? Well, here's another case of it. Using Jabba from episode 6, just projected with a bit of filtering, makes it appear, of course, like he's actually talking to Kyle instead of just reciting the same lines we've heard a dozen times over in episode 6. But it works out again, quite well, surprisingly so, actually.
Jabba, what have you done with Jan? If any harm comes to her, I'll personally shove my blaster down your slimy throat.
Again, Kyle is just a fucking man. I mean, is it really that surprising that Jabba has actually been working with the Empire this whole time to help smuggle supplies over for him? I mean, I guess it's kind of fan servicey, but it works. It works.
I wish you were here too, Jabba. There's nothing like roast Kel Dragon.
Gotcha, Nicho.
Okay, this is what I love about this version of Kyle. Just no fucks given, alright? About to be killed and still threatening Jabba and talking about how he's gonna fuck up his pet dragon. And why not? He's Kyle fucking Katarn. No guns, no problem. He'll rip and tear his way through 5 dragons on hard mode. Okay, wrong game, but still. You see, I'm not actually joking. On medium, there's only 2 dragons there. On hard mode, they drop 5 freaking dragons on you. I don't know what they were thinking. I mean, I got through it, but still. Overall, Jabba's ship is a pretty unique level, right? I mean, it's a short level, sure, because it's almost like a continuation of Nar Shaddaa, so them both being short levels back to back kind of works well together. But it's kind of strange, because if you looked at it purely on the merits of level design, it kind of blows. Mostly because of the ridiculous amount of mines everywhere, many of which you cannot avoid on your first playthrough. Fuck it, I'm switching back to medium. But story-wise, it's kinda neat getting captured and having to escape your own execution and finding your gear before slaughtering everyone aboard the ship to find Jan. Again, the mines suck and Trandoshans are everywhere, but it's a nice setting to have. Seeing massive murals of Jabba on the wall and even going through this bar/party area is just really cool. I don't get why he just lets his dragon wander through the hallways. I mean, I doubt that thing is housebroken. But after all this alien killing, I just can't wait to finish this level and see Jan's beautiful face again.
Oh my god! What's wrong with your face?
You know, you would think after nuking 2 planets, breaking a spy out of prison, and punching a fucking dragon to death, the Empire would maybe, I don't know, tighten up their security. Then again, an old man in a walking carpet ran around the Death Star raising very few alarms, so I guess the Empire is pretty lax. Either way, we're off to the capital of the Empire to decode these nav routes we stole. Funny thing, even though Coruscant was actually named in 1991 in the book Heir to the Empire, it still wasn't really, I guess, widely known, so the game just actually calls it Imperial City. Seems kinda for a name, but hey, whatever. I mean, if they can do it in the Halo show, I guess they can do it back in 1995. To be honest, this whole plan seems just a little strange to me. We've already shown that we have no problem with nuking planets, so I don't really see why we can't just send Kyle behind enemy lines and just leave a few nukes around a city for the Empire to panic over like an episode of 24. I guess not all problems can be solved with nukes though. Overall, I actually really like this level, starting off on the landing pads, immediately going up against Phase 1 Dark Troopers and tons of Stormtroopers. You get a chance to sneak across some rooftops, try not to alert the guards, you know, with like an actual kind of sneaking section. And look at that Imperial Fortress! I mean, that is an evil looking building. I wonder if the inside's gonna look as evil as the outside does. Oh yeah, it looks evil. There's something about the tan mixed with the black. It almost gives it like a nice culty feel to it all, especially with all the Emperor decor everywhere. Fuck yo statues. One of the best parts of the level is actually that you actually get your hand on the Dark Trooper Assault Cannon, and damn, this thing is good. With the standard cannon doing massive damage and having an alt fire of missiles, it really is your go-to for the heavier duty enemies like the Dark Troopers. Okay. I know a lot of people don't like this puzzle, and I just don't understand it, right? It's really a good puzzle overall. It's not too hard, but challenging enough to feel like you've actually accomplished something, you know, finishing it. All it really is just 3 circles with locking doors that you can only open 1 door section at a time. If the middle door is open, the outer and center door are closed. And if the outer door is open, then the other 2 are closed. So, get the point. So looking at the layout on the wall, you should be able to easily get through it. Again, hard enough to make you think, but not hard enough just to piss you off. Alright, so let's just scan this data pad to actually pick up the recording.
Kyle, something strange is going down over here. Get back here. I mean it.
And it looks like Jan's in trouble again. I wonder what it could be this time. Oh my god, it's Boba Fett! He's actually really easy. Just keep shooting and moving and he goes down pretty quickly. Don't worry, he's just sleeping. He still needs to come back for episode 6, you know. So we are finally closing up to the end here, and these next 2 missions leading up to the final one are actually some of the shortest ones in the game. So we're actually going to just combine them here together into one, because similar to how Nar Shaddaa and Jabba's Palace kind of worked, they kind of feel more like just a continuation of each other. So with the information we've gathered, as well as now having the nav routes from the Imperial City, we understand that the Arc Hammer space station is the one that's apparently building the Dark Troopers. However, it only takes shipments from one particular Star Destroyer, and that is the Executor, aka Darth Vader's personal flagship. Apparently for security reasons, the Arc Hammer space station actually jumps at different points in the galaxy, with the only ship knowing its location being the Executor. Fortunately for us, with the cargo routes that we decrypted, we understand that the Star Destroyer will be taking on supplies from a fueling station soon. So all we gotta do is sneak aboard the Star Destroyer, then hop onto a cargo ship, and then get over to the Arc Hammer. The fueling station is pretty straightforward at first, to be honest. All you really need to do is fight your way over to the control room so you can open the cargo doors and sneak aboard a Star Destroyer. Mostly just fighting through simple corridors. Hey look, a bar! And aliens and Imperials hanging out together, just chilling? How progressive. What the hell is this room for? This is one of those cases where it's actually a really nice set piece, but I really don't understand its purpose at all. And I only kind of think I did the puzzle right. And why are there so many Trandoshans here? I mean, really, fuck these people. A big open room against enemies you can't dodge is not a recipe for a good time. Alright, so we flipped the switch, now we can run back through and sneak aboard. I always love Kyle's interpretation of the word sneak. I guess we can go ahead and rest up until we get to the Arc Station. Well damn, that was quick. Now all we gotta do is fight our way over to the cargo ship, because let's face it, Kyle is not really the silent type, and get over to the Arc Hammer. The Executor level is definitely the quickest level in the entire game, but it does have a couple really cool moments. Holy crap, it's a TIE fighter! I like to imagine people seeing that in 1995 about shitting their pants. I mean, it's still pretty cool to see. I mean, with the technology they had at the time, having this TIE fighter just fly into the hangar and head out, I mean, it's actually pretty awesome. I almost think the level was made in the first place just so they had an excuse to show this off. Because besides the mini boss fight with like 3 Phase 2 Dark Troopers, there's really not much else to this level. Well, maybe moving the cargo ship around is kind of cool for the time. Oh, hey, you're still watching. So here's the thing. This video is taking me a lot longer to make than I originally thought. So if you watched all the way up to this point and have actually enjoyed it, hey, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. I really hope to be doing more of these. And of course, if you have any ideas on games I should look at, hey, leave them in the comments below. Either way, back to the game. Well, we're finally here. The last mission of the game. Now, if you were thinking, how are we supposed to stop this space station and Dark Trooper project? Have you learned nothing from this game? Yes, all problems can be solved with nukes. Who would have known? So the plan is to set 3 charges throughout this ship and commandeer a shuttle to escape. But this is the Arc Hammer, the Dark Trooper facility, one of the most important military bases for the Empire at the time, so you sure as hell know it's not going to be easy. You have platforming, you have turrets, you have Dark Troopers, Phase 1 and Phase 2, and even these things. So we start off pretty simple, boarding the Ark through the cargo vessel we stole. Okay, I don't know if that music change was supposed to happen like that, but that is just some awesome timing. And really, the music here is actually just a great compilation of a bunch of unique and classic Star Wars tracks. Now, I have no idea what these weird polygon robot arms are supposed to be, but on my first run through the level, which I failed at, they killed me more times than I like to admit. So the second time, I just hid back and shot them with some explosives. It seemed to work, but if anyone knows how you're supposed to deal with these guys, just please leave in the comments below. Oh my god, he used the elevator. He's learning. Stupid idiot can't get through the door. Who's so tough now? Oh my god, they're too tough, they're too tough, they're too tough. So one of the things that actually make this level a little bit frustrating is that you have a lot of these moments where you have these jumps with chasms underneath you, and it's not that if you miss, you'll die exactly. Instead, you just fall into a pit filled with dark troopers. Now, that pretty much is a death sentence, or at the very least, extremely low health, but you can get out, but just don't expect to have a lot of health afterwards. Yo, that dude was just waiting there like a fucking boss. Alright, so after all that, we get to the first bomb placement guarded by turrets, and you know I fucking hate these guys, so I'm just gonna... yeah, just use some missiles on them. Just fuck them. Fuck them. I hate these turrets. I hate these turrets. Oh god, another crushing puzzle. Okay, I think I know what I need to do. Oh, I knew what I needed to do, I just forgot I suck. Oh god, it was just a secret room? Well fuck, I need this extra life for sure now. Gonna waste that one away. Ah, wait, I gotta get back through the same... oh, son of a bitch. Damn it! So while the first charge point was guarded mostly by standard troops, the second one is mostly a bunch of platforming and pits filled with dark troopers. But after clearing it all, we actually get to place the second charge. Well, I guess that's one way to progress through the level. I hope you liked the conveyor belts earlier, because we got more of them now. Nope, 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 nope. Sliding the wrong way, sliding the wrong way. And hey, we even got ourselves another puzzle. This one's not really that hard at all. You just line up the lights. And is actually, yeah, it's one of the easier puzzles in the game, but does help pad the level out and give you just time to breathe, which is really needed after all those dark troopers you've already fought. After all that, the last charge can finally be planted, and if you haven't noticed, the last level really is kind of a compilation of all the things we've learned through this game put together into one level, and is a great idea for a final challenge and make sure you actually understand all the concepts of the game to be able to properly make it through. And speaking of final challenges, it's time to get out of here. Well, that's a dark trooper over there. Ah, shit, a second one. Man, you scared the piss out of me. Of course, lucky number 3. Oh, that wasn't so bad. Let's go ahead and head out to the exit.
It's been a long time since I've challenged a man to battle. I'm glad my opponent is so worthy.
Oh no, it's Rom. This is Rom Mach in the Phase 3 Dark Trooper armor equipped with the latest tech. Assault cannons, homing cluster missiles, jetpack, and he's dead. Kind of a whimper to go out on for a final boss fight, to be perfectly honest. For some reason, the only upgrade he actually has is homing missiles, and in return, he actually got weaker armor. Like, no joke, he actually has less hit points than the Phase 2 Dark Troopers. I don't know really what they were thinking having this be the final boss, but you know what? I have 0 lives left, so either way, I'm happy. I'm happy to finally beat him. So let's get out of here. And by the way, I love how they just have this one poor pilot guarding the ship. Like, I've just massacred so many people. And you really expect to be able to stop me. Like, just surrender. Just surrender. Yay! More nukes.
This is an unfortunate setback. The Force is strong with Catan.
Foreshadowing. And of course, we get the medal from episode 4. I don't know what exactly it means, but that puts us, of course, on the same level as Luke. Well, there you have it. Dark Forces 1. I cannot believe it took me so long to actually give this game a try. I mean, yeah, if older games aren't really your thing, I get it. If you can't really get over the, controls and old graphics, but someone who grew up in this kind of era of games, I actually find it quite charming in a way. It's also just nice to see what Star Wars used to be. Since Disney bought Star Wars, I would have to admit being one of the many people who have, I think, fallen out of love with the franchise, but going back and seeing and experiencing classic Star Wars really helped remind me why I fell in love with this universe in the first place. There's just something magical about these classic Star Wars stories, and after playing through Dark Forces, I think I have an idea of which game I'll be planning on starting next. So I gotta be honest, it's a little cringy to go back and look at some of your old videos. You know, a lot has actually changed in the 2 years since I released that first one. However, one thing that hasn't changed is my opinions on the game, because I've had the chance to go through that game twice now with the original version, and once with the remaster, and again, like I said before, that remaster is a lot of fun. And going back through the game, my opinions really haven't changed that much. It's still a fantastic game through and through. Now, when I first played through Dark Forces, I already had an idea of what to expect with it being more of a Doom-era shooter. However, what I wasn't expecting is what happened around a year later when I finally booted up Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight. Dark Forces 2. I told you I'd get around to playing it eventually. I mean, it hasn't been that long since my Dark Forces 1 video, right? Oh. Okay, so it's been just a little while since I made that Dark Forces 1 video, but I promise I am not to blame for that, okay? I have tried multiple times to do a video on this game, but let's just say Dark Forces 2 doesn't exactly like to play nicely with modern hardware. Finally! Alright, let's get this game going. Son of a bitch! Call me stupid or lazy if you like, but I gotta be honest, messing around with this game's settings to get to properly run on modern hardware is just so irritating that every single time I actually tried to start this game, I would just end up getting more and more annoyed until I'd end up just deciding to record something else instead. But hey, here I am, and I have finally sat down and gone through the entirety of Dark Forces 2, and I am so happy I did because wow, I am shocked at how ahead of its time this game is. Now, just for some basic context, Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight was released back in 1997 and is the sequel to the acclaimed Dark Forces 1 that released back in 1995, and is also the prequel to the more well-known Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Now, Jedi Outcast was my first game of the series that I actually played because, for a long time, I never actually knew the Dark Forces games were prequels to Jedi Outcast because Outcast actually dropped the Dark Forces part of the name to make sure you knew this one was all about the Jedis. But getting back to the Dark Forces games, Dark Forces 1 came out kind of towards the end of the Doom clone era, allowing it to take all those lessons from those style of games to create something that was truly ahead of its time. The levels were creative and felt like real places and not like just random mazes that most Doom era games had, and it even had a pretty decent story with each level serving an important purpose outside just kill everything and escape. And this might not really seem like that big of a deal now, but remember, until Half-Life actually came on the scene, stories in a first-person shooter was kind of just a novelty and not really expected. Now, fast forward to 1997 and we have Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, and we are now at the beginning of being able to create more complicated, true 3D environments, allowing games to have actually far more intricate designs and to stack rooms on top of one another in more interesting ways, something that was really difficult to do for many game engines or flat out couldn't be done at all in games like Doom, which actually doesn't allow two sectors to coexist on the same XY space whatsoever. Dark Forces 2 uses a new game engine called the Sith engine that is admittedly far more powerful than the Jedi engine from Dark Forces 1. And with this stronger game engine, they were able to pretty much be unrestricted when it came to just the crazy level designs they were able to create. Unfortunately, someone really should have at least put some restrictions on them because my god, some of these levels about gave me a damn aneurysm at times. Oh, come on, man, where the fuck do I go? I mean, some of these levels are straight up amazing for the time with just some insane features to them, while others are some of the most strangely designed and obtuse levels I have ever seen in a first-person shooter. I mean, one level will have you scratching your head thinking what acid-tripping fuck would ever create such a mess, while the next level will make you think this had to have been Game of the Year, which, admittedly, after playing it, it probably deserves because for a game made in 1997, my god, is it just so ahead of its time in so many ways. LucasArts already showed they could create a solid first-person shooter story when they made Dark Forces 1, but they really took it to the next level for Dark Forces 2. You see, most of the games that I played that came out around this time period were games like Quake, Doom, and Descent. All amazing games, but the story was pretty much non-existent in any of them. I mean, Quake 2 came out after Dark Forces 2, and though its gameplay is probably more fun, the story is just archaic compared to what Dark Forces 2 was able to pull off. I mean, not only does it have a good story with just awesome characters, but they even have a morality system that runs through your playthrough that changes the ending of the game. Something that's just crazy to think of for a game this old. Dark Forces 2 was also the first in the series that actually had lightsaber combat, as well as a wide assortment of force powers. And even with it all happening on a much older game engine, they feel far better implemented than Star Wars games that came out years later. Now, unfortunately, with the good does come some bad. Not only is it a royal pain in the ass to get running on new hardware, we also have to be honest here. This game is ugly. I don't normally like to hate on older games' graphics. I always find that to be kind of a cheap shot considering it is an older game, but come on, man. I mean, just look at this dude. He's a badly textured mess. And the same goes for a lot of the environments too. Sure, Dark Forces 1 looks pretty dated now, but its pixel art still has a very charming feel to it that really matched that old school Star Wars feel so well, while this just looks like the exact opposite of charming. Now, I will admit, after playing through all 21 levels, and yes, you heard me right, this game has 21 levels, so this is going to be a pretty long video, but after going through the whole game, I did start to warm up to the graphics just a little bit. But to be honest, that's probably just a Stockholm Syndrome talking. Now, before we jump into the game itself, I should probably point out the elephant in the room, and that is the cutscenes. This is actually one of my favorite parts of this game, but is also a very dated one. You see, in the late 90s, a lot of games were experimenting with live-action cutscenes due to just how ugly faces were in most 3D games at the time. Some of the most iconic uses of this came from games like the Command & Conquer series that actually continue to use live-action cutscenes all the way up to their last game, Kane's Wrath, in 2008. And yes, Kane's Wrath was the last Command & Conquer game. Do not at me. I do not give a fuck what you have to say. Anyway, most games that use live-action cutscenes try to be a little campy because back then no one really had access to A-list actors to fill the role, so trying to be too serious was just a recipe for disaster. Now, Dark Forces 2 is definitely campy at times, especially with its main villain Jarek. But unlike many of the failed live-action games of the 90s, it feels like this one actually has some soul to it. Like, the actors are just really happy to be there and are genuinely just enjoying making the game. It's also surprising to see the actual quality of the scenes at times when all of it was only filmed in 6 days. I mean, it doesn't hurt that they also have access to the John Williams soundtrack because let's be real, John Williams makes everything better. Unfortunately, he is also copyrighted, so I'll be using other Star Wars game music where I can to try and get around that. It'll be a losing battle due to all the cutscenes, but hey, fingers crossed. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and start this game up and see, is Dark Forces 2 still worth playing after all these years? So Dark Forces 2 takes place after the events of Episode 6, with the Rebellion just starting to gain a foothold. However, after the death of Palpatine, other Imperials and Dark Jedi have actually started on their own quest to take up the mantle of Emperor and rule the galaxy themselves. Of these new Dark Forces, a Dark Jedi named Jarek has seized control of a large force of Imperials, and along with his Dark apprentices, he seeks something called the Valley of the Jedi. So pretty much just your standard MacGuffin that might possibly grant him unlimited power. So yeah, the Valley of the Jedi actually has a lot of cool lore explained mostly outside the game, with it actually being the trapped souls of Jedi from long ago. Pretty metal if you ask me, but all you really need to know is that if Jarek finds it, well, things get bad. damn, that's a big Star Destroyer. It's like the opening scene of Spaceballs.
I hesitate. Strike me down.
Okay, pause real quick, because on my first playthrough, I kinda blanked out for a second and thought this dude was Kyle's dad for a minute. Then after that, I thought this dude who died in the beginning was Kyle's dad because of Jarek saying, "This dead man, Morgan Katarn, has the secrets to the Valley of the Jedi." But he's not talking about this dead man because Morgan Katarn has actually been dead for years now. And none of this is ever actually explained in-game. Now, there is a book called Dark Forces Rebel Agent that actually covers pretty much all of this and is a really cool story of the Empire actually framing Morgan Katarn's death on rebels while Kyle was still serving with the Empire, until of course he finds out the truth from Jan and actually defects. But again, if you're not really a lore nerd, some of these plot points are kind of just all over the place. I mean, I guess so long as you know Kyle's dad is dead and his work he left behind will lead to the Valley of the Jedi, you're pretty much good to go, but still kinda confusing if you're coming into the game blind. Oh, and by the way, this dude's name is Q Ron. He was good friends with your dad before he got beheaded, I guess. He also narrates the game for you and speaks to Kyle through the Force. Either way, Jarek uses the Force to read Ron's mind and find out that Morgan Katarn actually knew of the Valley of the Jedi's location. And my god, do I just love Jarek's over-the-top acting. It's just fucking great.
Morgan Katarn!
This dead man holds the valley's location. Very intriguing. I have no further use for you, old man.
Whoa, go back and pause that footage again. I promise we will not keep doing this for every cutscene, but this right here is the first shown depiction of a purple lightsaber in Star Wars. Now, the first one created in lore was Jaina Solo's lightsaber in the book series The Young Jedi Knights, but this weird looking freaky as hell dude actually has the credit for the first live action purple lightsabers. So, sorry Samuel L. Jackson. So that's the intro. A little confusing, but it does a good job at setting up the villains as well as the MacGuffin that Kyle needs to find before Jarek. And speaking of Kyle, he's over on a bar on Nar Shaddaa, watching old videos of him and his father, waiting to meet a droid contact who actually might give him some clues as to who exactly killed him.
After she died, your welfare and upbringing was the only thing I truly cared about.
Touching. When someone desires information, they come to me.
Don't waste my time, 88. Tell me who killed my father.
Patience. He is a dark Jedi.
Jedi?
Dark Jedi. He is known as Jarek, and he has great plans for the rebirth of the Empire.
I'm not interested in petty political struggles.
Well, you should be. Without going into too much detail, Jarek has been quite generous in his offerings. Unfortunately, you don't factor into them. But I am not without a heart. Familiar, yes? I found it in your dead father's home.
You know, I actually really enjoy AT-88. I always have a thing for droids that are evil with just a little personality.
It must be important. Tell me what it is, and these gentlemen won't have to indulge their darker side.
The dark side? I've been there. Do your worst.
Well, I suppose that concludes our business.
I'm not interested in leaving. I have some business to conclude with your friend, 88.
So Dark Forces 2 levels are kinda strange in that a lot of times 2 or 3 levels are really just one level split into different parts. So instead of breaking down each short level, I'll instead just combine them at times in order to keep the flow a little nicer. We start right where that cutscene left off, with that Grand possibly making the smartest decision of his short life and just running away. Not that it really helped him that much. Now, right off the bat, you can see the Sith engine is a massive step forward compared to the old Jedi engine, and the gameplay is now somewhat close to that of a modern game. We actually have free aim instead of auto aim, even though auto aim is still an option. The world looks a lot more open, and everyone in it is actually in 3D. Now, if only all the characters didn't look so damn ugly. So unlike Dark Forces 1, Dark Forces 2 wastes no time into throwing you into the thick of things. I mean, you're getting jumped at all angles here. Like, the level designers were so impressed with their abilities to actually create different spaces. They just threw enemies in there to make you have to look at it more. Whoops. So yeah, Dark Forces 2 also includes a few non-hostile NPCs this time. However, I would not go all murder hobo on them if I was you, because the game actually keeps track of the civilians you kill, using a hidden morality system, and assigns you a light or dark side score for each mission. But to be honest, after these first 2 levels, I might change to a dark side playthrough anyway, because my god, are these some of the worst intro levels to almost any shooter I have ever played. I mean, Nar Shaddaa is just never fun, right? I mean, it was the worst level in Dark Forces 1. Well, possibly the worst, but even in games that I actually really like Knights of the Old Republic, I still hate going to this place. And this version of it just sucks. The environments are just weird and convoluted for no damn reason, making the combat here just terrible. It all feels so slow and clunky, with enemies just appearing out of nowhere at times. I mean, the whole first portion can be summed up with these plain corridors just mowing down Grands. Everything is just so bland looking, and even the secret locations are just pitiful and boring. The rest of the game is such high quality that starting here is just such a terrible first impression. I mean, running around this cargo bay and shooting these ugly bastards is just not nearly as fun as stealing the Death Star plans in the first mission of Dark Forces 1. For a game that is known for some intriguing and interesting level designs, this first level is just such a turnoff. I mean, I would put it on par with Paragus for one of the worst intros to good games. Fortunately, the first half of Nar Shaddaa goes by pretty quickly, and we catch up to AT-88 as he tries to flee from our alien massacre.
Leaving so soon?
Fuck yeah, Kyle, blow his head off. Okay, that shuttle has guns all over it. Come on, AT-88, think for a minute. Nice looking TIE bomber, though.
Oh, whenever I need to find you, you're always in some kind of trouble.
Ah, Jan Ors. Kyle's kinda sorta girlfriend. It's complicated. In the first Dark Forces game, she was mostly just the advisor who gave you mission briefs between levels. However, in this game, she actually serves a bit more of an important role to the story, and her actress does a very good job with Kyle's to give off a really just fun performance.
Somehow I don't see content or an old man. So much for the relaxing chat.
Jan, meet me at the top. I've got to get that disc.
So AT-88's arm fell off the ledge, and it has Morgan Katarn's data disk. And here's where Nar Shaddaa somehow gets both better and way worse at the same time somehow. Starting off with just getting the disk. It has fallen far below to a place you think you wouldn't be able to survive falling to. I mean, that's a pretty big drop. But after spending a couple minutes topside trying to figure out an actual pathway down there, what do you know? It turns out you literally were supposed to just jump down there. Kind of a strange level design choice, but once you're actually down there, you encounter possibly the worst enemy in the entire game. More Grands, but this time with thermal detonators. Now, Grands with thermal detonators were already irritating enough in Dark Forces 1, but now you'll be facing these jackasses in small areas with no room to maneuver whatsoever. And to add to the bullshit, they even have the Martyrdom perk activated, so sometimes they'll actually drop live grenades when they die. Kinda ridiculous.
Look out!
Well, thank you for the heads up. Oh god, we got Gamorreans again. Now is probably a good time to mention the damage system in Dark Forces 2. It's still pretty much the same as it was in Dark Forces 1, with blasters taking out your shields first and melee going right through your shields and directly draining your health. And I'm glad they decided to keep this system because it worked out really well in the first game and it still works out really well here. Ah shit, I'm out of ammo again. I swear this really isn't much of a problem later on in the game, but for the first few levels here, ammo is just always a constant concern. You can alleviate it just a little bit by exploring more and finding a couple secret stashes, but to be honest, I was having to throw hands quite a bit until I actually got the lightsaber. I'm pretty sure for the first few levels, I died due to running out of ammo more than anything else. I should probably also point out, this playthrough is on medium, and believe me, medium is hard enough for me in this game. Not only does increasing the difficulty affect the enemy's damage and health, but it also changes the amount of enemies you'll be facing. Now to be honest, I had a hard enough time with this game on normal, so I don't know what the hell those of you who've actually beaten this game on hard are doing. Now one of the good things about this second part of Nar Shaddaa is getting to play around with some of the more fun and dynamic puzzles and platforming the game has. Here, pretty much everything is based around the cargo bay design, so there are a lot of containers moving all around, and I especially really like the part where you're jumping back and forth from containers as you try to climb your way up the loading bay. Some of the other ones are more simple, like jumping from some moving machinery or running around through conveyor belts, but if Dark Forces 2 does one thing right, is it makes some really interesting set pieces just to puzzle your way through. Though sometimes they can go just a little too far with it. Oh come on, what the hell? For fuck's sake, is this grenade chucking bastard the final boss here or something? Finally, no more Nar Shaddaa. So apparently at some point in that mission we got pretty wounded. More than likely because of all those damn thermal detonators. But while being knocked out, Cal actually has a force vision of Kuran.
Your path is at a moment of change. Jarek, the man who murdered your father, is a great evil. He searches for the location of a sacred place, the Valley of the Jedi. A force of thousands of Jedi is trapped here. If Jarek captures this power, he will be a creature such as the universe has never seen. A supernova of stars in a fleeting.
I love Cal's face during this explanation, like, trapped souls of thousands of Jedi? How interesting. Please, go on, Mr. Force Guy, who up till now I've never actually met. I mean, really think about it. Cal's putting an awful lot of faith in a vision from some random guy. He might as well have just said, yo, trust me bro, I used to know your old man.
The disc you have in your possession will lead you to the ways of the Jedi. Remember, it will be your path to the ways of the Force.
Well, your blessed ship is going to be in the repair bay for the next few days.
How's it look?
Nothing that a crate full of money which you don't have wouldn't solve.
Like always, I owe you. Can you take care of her for me?
You're not going after Jarek, are you?
No. I'm going back to my father's home in Sulan. Can you meet me there when you're finished with the crow?
Of course. Is everything okay?
I don't know. I'll find out when I get there.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I love those old 90s transition effects. Oh my god, this cutscene is still going. I mean, I love the cheesy story, but damn.
That was the last of them.
Now what do we do?
8088 will decipher them at Baron's head.
Fuck!
What the fuck is up with that dude? Just shambling around here like a jockey from Left 4 Dead. You know, a fun part about these early games is actually seeing just how much the lore has actually changed over the years. For example, through most of this level, you're actually fighting sand people. And for those of you who actually took the time to talk to the wise Tusken Elder and Knights of the Old Republic, you might be wondering how the hell are Tuskens on a different planet traveling and serving with a dark Jedi? And why are they using bowcasters like Wookiees? Well, in Star Wars Legends, these are Grave Tuskens, a swoop-bite gang of mercenaries recruited by the Dark Jedi Maul. And no, not Maul with an L, but Maul with a W. This dude from the beginning, actually. Also, if you ever want to see what sand people look like, well, then here you go. Still pretty damn ugly, if you ask me. There's obviously more to their story, but this isn't a lore video, so instead of researching them, why don't we go back to just killing them instead? So the level starts off with us needing to find a way to get inside the house while being jumped by waves of Tuskens.
This looks interesting.
That is really satisfying for some reason. Okay, what the hell is with all these pyramids in here? Fighting inside the house can be a little bit irritating at times due to how powerful that damn bowcaster can be. Lucky for me, a lot of older games like this one actually have usable inventory items that can actually help you out. Now, for all you youngsters out there, most 90s shooters actually had inventory systems for items like night vision, flares, or in this case back-to-tanks that can be used to instantly get back 30 points of health. Now, I unfortunately didn't realize this until I was a few more missions in, making the first 1/3 of the game or so a lot more difficult than it needed to be. So as you progress further into Kyle's dad's house, you find this dude was one crazy architect. I mean, he has a fucking waterfall in his house, for God's sake. I mean, that's awesome, but at the same time, absolutely ridiculous. Now, Dark Forces 2 will sometimes try to switch things up and have you find objects like wrenches instead of car keys to give you kind of the illusion of variety to the, at this time, aging concept of key hunting. However, to be honest, this is still kind of just such a step back from the Dark Forces 1 system they created. You see, Dark Forces 1 really took things to the next level by having you find Imperial codes that you manually had to enter to open up certain areas, which, though it might kind of seem kind of simple now, for that era of gaming it was crazy advanced. But Dark Forces 2 kind of just goes back to the hunting down what are effectively keys with different names, which is slightly disappointing but still kind of just par for the course for a mid-90s game, so I have a hard time giving it too much grief over it. Ugh, Malocs. These bug-like guys are just all over these next few areas. Luckily they are kinda weak, but they can sometimes get the jump on you if you're not careful. Ugh, son of a bitch, there's a lot of these guys.
This has got to be bad for my health.
So after jumping across what looks like electrified lava, we finally make it over to our dad's room.
My father's workshop. Ouija has got to be in here.
Hey, it's Dad.
This message is intended for my son, Kyle Katarn. Kyle, I have left two very important items for you. The first is a map to the Valley of the Jedi, and is embedded in the stone ceiling above this room.
Well, that's convenient.
The last is a lightsaber that once belonged to a friend and great Jedi, Ron. Use it well. Use it for good.
Okay, I know someone's gonna say it. How can Kyle just know how to use the lightsaber and the Force? And, I mean, you're kinda right. I mean, don't get me wrong, if a human racing pods is a sign of the Force, then I imagine me punching to death a Kel Dragon with my bare hands is also a sign. I mean, Darth Vader did imply at the end of Dark Forces 1 that you were Force sensitive, so, there you go.
The Force is strong with Katarn.
Foreshadowing. Back then, times were a little simpler, and the rule of fun always ended up winning out. And the lightsaber is actually really fun. I mean, melee weapons back then could be a little finicky at times, but here the lightsaber is surprisingly good. One slash should be able to kill most enemies, and so long as you're looking right at them, the lightsaber should automatically block most blaster fire. Now, you still definitely can be taken out if you accidentally show your sides or your back to the enemy, and given how these level designs are, especially here, that can actually happen pretty easily, making the lightsaber not just an automatic god mode. In fact, there were many areas of the game where I still went back and just used blasters because of just how effective they were, which is a really good thing because it makes the lightsaber your main go-to weapon without just rendering everything else useless. Either way, we are still stuck in good old Dad's house. Now, I would kind of think with a lightsaber we would be able to just cut our way through the main door, but I guess instead, Kyle would rather go through the irrigation system and try to sneak on out.
The irrigation channels are my way out of here.
It is actually a pretty cool feature to cut your way through the bars with the lightsaber, and is something that you'll actually have to do in future levels, not just to get through it, but to also be able to find most of the secret areas. Now, I gotta be honest, I find this whole irrigation section to just be kind of strange. It's really just kind of a lot of sprinting down waterways trying not to get shot from all sides. Eventually we get to this long platforming section of jumping from bar to bar while Maleks swarm you, and then what do you know, we're right back into the irrigation system. It just kind of seems like one of those levels that feels like every portion of it was made independently from one another and kind of just thrown together last minute. I will admit, the part where you have to actually increase the water levels and outswim the giant jellyfish was kinda neat, and definitely really hit at my megalahydrolassophobia, or fear of large sea creatures. Like, really, I'm actually a certified scuba diver, but things like this just really fuck with me for some reason. Fortunately, after that whole ordeal, we're back on solid ground blasting our way through Tuscans. Ah, fuck, another one. So after fighting our way through the irrigation systems, we finally unlock our first stars. Stars are pretty much what's used to upgrade and choose your force powers. You're able to unlock them by finishing certain missions, or you can unlock extras by finding every secret on any given level, which I most certainly did not do in this playthrough. The force powers are split up into 3 sections. Light side powers like healing, persuade, blinding, absorb, and protection. Neutral powers like jump, speed, sight, and pull. And dark side powers like throw, grip, lightning, destruction, and deadly sight. This is also where you can actually see your current alignment based on how you've been playing the game. If you kill innocents or kill using dark side powers, it brings you further down to the dark side. And because of this, I didn't actually really mess too much with the dark side powers, wanting to have a more light side playthrough, but to be honest, the light and neutral powers are more than strong enough. Especially after I eventually discovered I could use force pull to just disarm enemies, then just beat them to death while they're running around helplessly. That actually sounded kind of dark saying it like that.
Baron's Head. The Empire sure knows how to ruin a perfectly good city.
My guess is your Pal 88 is in that large house. The Imperials are guarding it like a fortress.
Well, I think a visit's in order. Don't you?
So our goal is to try to find a way to sneak inside the city and then eventually break into the tower that... Okay, so as I was saying, we need to get into the city and break into the tower that 88 is hiding in. You know, one thing that's kind of funny here is that even though by today's standards the city levels are rather small, originally level 5 and 6 here were meant to be actually the same level, but due to the immense size and portions of the levels, they actually had to be split, causing a pretty abrupt transition between the two levels. Now overall, the first part of the town is actually a pretty interesting set piece for the time. I mean, yeah, it's a little strange with how it's set up architecturally speaking, but running through a mercenary-controlled town with the citizens just asking for your help is pretty fun, especially when you can look around and see all the little shops they have set up and everything. Whoops. Should have stayed out of the way. Now, I would be remiss if I did not mention this level also has one of the best LucasArts Easter eggs in it as well. With some careful timing, you can actually enter this house and find Max from the Sam & Max games just chilling on his own with his Briar pistol ready by his side. And for those of you who don't know, Sam & Max was a comic series back from the 80s that LucasArts eventually made into a game around 1993 or so. And while LucasArts had Sam & Max Easter eggs in nearly all of their games, including Dark Forces 1, this particular Easter egg, seeing Max run around slaughtering mercenaries, has got to be the best.
Happening. Hey.
Oh, look at this. Nice little karaoke bar. That's pretty neat. Alright, let's get going. Alright, move please. Please move.
What's happening?
Oh, come on, damn it, move! For fuck's sake, if only he listened.
Is that a probe droid I hear?
As fun as the first part of the city is, the start of level 6 is really just not nearly as fun. You start by first going through the destroyed parts of the city, very reminiscent of the second level in Dark Forces 1. And the design is actually really cool, seeing probe droids just float around through the rubble to attack you. I mean, it's really neat. However, the level really does make very little sense. Earlier I mentioned how some levels can sometimes feel like two people created them separately and just kind of Frankensteined them together. And these levels are probably the worst offenders of this. I mean, the level itself is fine, but the flow between the bustling city to just the immediate destruction of one seems to just come out of nowhere. And what the hell are with all the mines everywhere? I mean, literally, it's just, they're everywhere. There was one mine in particular I spent like 10 minutes trying to get past, since you can only actually set them off with other explosives, and I was pretty much all out of thermal detonators clearing out all the other mines. I mean, I literally lost count of how many deaths I had trying to clear this one in particular. Fucking finally! Now to actually get through this level. Motherfucker! Alright, an early repeater rifle. Really, not much has changed about it since Dark Forces 1, with it still firing quickly, staggering most enemies, and taking up the same cell ammo that the bowcaster and concussion rifle take. You know, watching this back, I'm pretty sure I didn't actually have to destroy all these docked probe droids, but what the hell. This is at least where we finally get to meet our first stormtroopers, and I actually really do like how they're introduced here.
Is this a drill or something? I have no idea. Did someone tell you that? No, we just haven't had any drills in a while.
Stormtroopers.
Set blasters on full. Drop your
I mean, 6 levels in, it's about time we get to kill some of these guys. So I really hope there are more of them around here. Oh. Well, that is a big tower. So remember when I said that level 5 and 6 were supposed to be one big level, but they had to split it up due to its size? Well, this arena right here is like 90% of that problem. I mean, it is huge. You have so many Imperial troopers, AT-STs walking about, even TIE bombers flying around. I mean, this is seriously impressive for a game from 1997. I will say though, make sure you have force speed, because I'll be honest, I cannot imagine running around here without it. Hey, they're like the servitors from Darktide. So after running around slaughtering stormtroopers for what felt like forever, I did eventually find my way in. However, here's something that I really don't fully understand about this game at times. Dark Forces 2 gives you the choice of buying force powers between missions, which is nice. You know, you can choose or not choose whatever you like, but here's the catch. Some levels really seem like they actually require force speed or force jump to get past them. So if you mistakenly put your points somewhere else or chose to save them for other powers, you're pretty much just kind of screwed. I mean, take this bridge here. You have to flip these 2 switches and run around to it before the timer goes off and the bridge starts sliding back in. Now, it is possible to get up here without force powers, however, I couldn't figure out a way to do it, so there was just no way in hell I was going to pull that off. Plus, if you go and look at any walkthrough of the game, all you find is videos of people just saying use force speed, so if you don't have it, again, it just kind of feels like you're screwed. Fortunately, I do like force speed and force jump, so I got through it no problem, but just know if you forego these powers, you're going to be in for a much more frustrating playthrough. So here's the first part of the game that actually really stumped me. So you got 2 gates you can open in a locked room with no clear way in. And I legit spent like 20 minutes jumping around this thing trying to figure out how to even get in there. And eventually I thought I actually had found it out after I accidentally uncovered a vent that just frustratingly brought me back to the spot I was before. Wait a second, I've been here already. God damn it! So after some meditation and just really thinking about it, I finally realized what I needed to do was actually hop in the gate as it rose up to actually get into the ceiling. So after one stupid failed attempt later, I was finally in. Hey Jarek, if you don't mind, we really need you to kind of ham this scene up a bit.
Excellent, 8088. The Valley of the Jedi will soon be mine. Your payment is waiting for you at one of my cargo ships. Meet it at the refueling station outside of Baron's Head.
I should have aimed for your head when I had the chance.
A lost opportunity.
I want the map, 88.
All yours, Kyle.
Oh damn, look at this badass. Yeah, never mind.
In all my years, I've only known dark Jedi, never one from the light side. Somehow I expected more.
You know, I kind of feel like his acting is just a little bit too try-hard, you know, kind of like he's actually hoping that he's going to score some major role after this or something. Like, everyone else kind of seems like they're having fun with it all and just kind of loose, but his just feels like he's taking things just a little bit too seriously for a game like this.
Young, a young and willing Dark Jedi, the newest addition to the cause. Brash and eager, he is ready to prove himself to his master at any cost. These elements make him a dangerous and unpredictable foe.
So at the beginning of each boss fight, Q-Ron will actually narrate a little something about the person you're about to fight, usually telling you something about their past, as well as maybe a tidbit about how they normally fight and what maybe they're weak against as well. It's kind of a good way to actually explain the history of these characters without it being too intrusive, so I'll be honest, I actually really like it. Either way, this is our first real boss fight against the weakest of the Dark Jedi, Yun. Now, the lightsaber combat in this game is actually pretty competent, actually way more so than I was coming in expecting. You will automatically block most strikes while facing your opponent, unless you just swing for the fences and are deflected yourself, causing most of the fights to be more about outmaneuvering and out-timing your opponent. Learning how to better utilize your force powers will end up helping you get the upper hand in many of these fights, with of course it becoming more and more effective as you unlock better force powers. However, at the same time, the Dark Jedi you'll be fighting will also have new force powers, making sure you're kind of always kept on your toes. Now for Yun, his main powers are blinding and persuasion, which persuasion in this game actually just makes you invisible. Funny thing is that all of Yun's powers are actually light side powers, not dark side powers, which is kind of strange for a Dark Jedi to have. Now, the negative thing about this fight, for me at least, was that I was stupid and didn't invest anything into Force Sight, so I have no way of seeing him when he actually goes invisible. But despite that, he's still pretty easy to defeat. Quick, kill him while he's down, Kyle, kill him, kill him!
Kill me! Isn't that what you do to Dark Jedi?
Damn straight. Oh, never mind. I guess we're being nice today. Got it. I mean, we can't have Jedi Kyle just going around killing defenseless people, I guess. I mean, I get it, it's Star Wars and Jedis are supposed to be forces for good, so killing him would seem a little off, but what about the hundreds of troopers I literally just killed? Or the multiple nukes I set off in the first game? Oh well, either way, now we still actually need to escape this palace. And to do so, we're going to actually head up over to the roof, which is being bombed by TIEs for some reason. I mean, it's really cool, but just why? I have to say, this palace seems a lot taller than it was earlier. Now, kind of like I mentioned before, this is another spot that if you don't have force jump, you might just kind of feel like you're, well, screwed. Almost every walkthrough out there I found basically just says force jump on up to continue forward, and that is exactly what I did. However, if you were dumb and didn't get force jump like I told you to, then there is a hidden path off to the side here that will let you climb up. But just get force jump, it makes everything just so much easier throughout this game. So after jumping up on top of the building and accidentally falling to what I thought was going to be my death, only to bounce off into the vent I was apparently supposed to go into, I ended up running into what I think might be the most embarrassing moment I had throughout this entire playthrough. You see, eventually you fight your way over to these elevators, and after I climbed out, I looked over and saw the other elevators moving and thought, oh, I must just need to ride it down. Except if you rewind real quick, there's literally a vent right next to me I'm supposed to proceed through. Instead, I ended up spending like 10 minutes just jumping onto the other elevator, seeing it led to nowhere, then noticing a door with a panel on it with a ledge and thinking that, oh, I just need to actually jump over there and land on that ledge, open the door, and I'm good to go. So I proceeded to kill myself over and over and over again, thinking, man, I must just really suck at platforming. This went on for longer than I care to admit. Eventually, I did actually just break down and look on YouTube for help, only to find out, yeah, I'm kinda just an idiot. You gotta be fucking kidding me, it really was just right here all along. So, I kinda just ended up turning off the game for the night after that one. Fortunately, the next day I was back making progress once more. And I also eventually did find some elevators I was supposed to jump across, and let's just say I had plenty of experience at it at this point. Besides my own stupidity, the level is actually still pretty neat with some interesting platforming, and it's also the first level that actually introduces you to the rocket troopers. So the rockets in Dark Forces aren't like most rocket launchers. In fact, they actually act more like the torque bows from Gears of War. And I really do miss that game. The missiles actually embed themselves into whatever they hit, including yourself, making them definitely a weapon to be feared. After making our way around the edges of the palace and nearly falling to our death when AT-88's ship actually flies away, Jan comes in with the Moldy Crow to pick us up so we can follow him.
I'm here for my well-deserved payment.
Man, my dude has lost an arm and still hasn't been paid. Now AT-88 has gone onto a cargo ship and once more we have to try and sneak in to find him, which has pretty much made this become a running theme here. Just sneak in and try to find 88 over and over and over again. You know, as fun as the story might actually be overall, this is starting to get just a little repetitive of just basically doing the same general task, just in a different area every time. But either way, we decide to hop onto the refueling station to try to sneak aboard the cargo ship, and the refueling station level is actually a pretty neat level, though it does have those bullshit concussion rifle wielding Trandoshans all over again. I swear, they weren't fun to fight in Dark Forces 1, and even though they are a little better here due to there being just less of them, I gotta be honest, I still hate these bastards. The problem with them is still pretty much the same as it was in Dark Forces 1, where you basically have a hit scan, explosive, area effect style weapon, which is just impossible pretty much to dodge at times. But hey, we also get to see some Ugnaughts here. These ugly little bastards kind of do nothing but just hop into way of blaster fire and for some reason really enjoy sitting on explosive barrels.
You don't belong.
Fortunately for me, despite them being technically innocent, the game actually puts them in the same level as droids, so you're pretty much free to massacre them without receiving any dark side points whatsoever. This one's for 3PO. For the most part, the fueling station level is really less about combat and instead focuses a lot more about the puzzles. The first real one you'll face is actually having to transfer fuel out of a giant fuel container and then having to search through and locate a key in order to get inside and then go through it. The leveling out of the fuel portion is easy enough and the key really shouldn't take too long to find. But you also gotta remember, I'm an idiot. So after entering the fuel chamber, I couldn't understand why the hell this door wouldn't just open. I mean, I did everything it asked for. I moved the fuel while dodging these god-awful concussion rifles. I found the hidden key and nothing. I tried swimming in the fuel to see if there was a hidden area underneath. I tried jumping up the chamber, only to find out this is all I had to do. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Yes, it turned out all I had to do was shut the first door before going to open the second. That's literally it. And I know someone's gonna say, but barbecue, how could you have missed something so simple? But hear me out here. At no point in the game is it ever required to close the door behind you before opening the next. So I don't know why you would ever think this would be the natural solution here. It is pretty cool how the fuel actually blows up when you shoot it though. That is a neat touch. Alright, down the elevator. Kill this jackass. Oh yeah, let's check for any secrets, you're right. Okay, nothing. Alright, let's get out of here. Come on. Oh god. I hear it coming down. No, 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 damn it! Well, that's fucking great. So we drain some more fuel, hop in another fuel line, say what's up to Ugnaught number 37, and now sludge our way through more explosive fuel. Not going to lie, there is something kind of cool about wading through the fuel lines knowing that any stray blaster shot could actually set off just a full chain reaction. And you know, this is something that Dark Forces 2 really does excel at. It might be all over the place level-wise at times, but as far as the game goes, it really does go above and beyond in trying to give you new and interesting set pieces that, in most cases, end up one-upping what came before. Their designs might not always make the most sense, but I really have to admire the sheer ambition they had when creating most of these levels. Hey, it looks like I got a little Ugnaught buddy to ride the elevator with. Man, dude, you are so ugly. Yo, man, what are you doing? Dude, be careful, you might slide out. Dude, just get away from there, you're gonna... Oh. So as we reach the top, the ship actually starts trying to take off without us. However, we decide to leap aboard, this time not allowing AT-88 to escape again. It is a pretty cool way to end the level with us jumping onto the ship at the very last moment, and makes good use of the movable geometry they've created for this game. Now after actually boarding the ship, we have to actually try to make our way through and find AT-88. And even though the cargo ship doesn't really offer much new gameplay wise, I did start really enjoying it, all thanks to finding out apparently force pull can be used to disarm stormtroopers. More defenseless victims to kill. Okay, so you don't actually get dark side points for killing defenseless enemies, but it really feels like you probably should. Most of the level is pretty straightforward, just finding keys, killing stormtroopers, and riding a lot of elevators, all to locate AT-88 shuttle. And for the most part, like I said before, this is probably one of your more standard levels of the game, with only a few original set pieces in it. But hey, we found this shuttle and we can finally at last deal with this prick.
Where is that busted head?
I finally get my chance to repay you.
Lovely, yes. Our master is on his way to the Valley of the Jedi as we speak, a fortune you will not be so lucky to experience.
Oh, come on. I've been tracking this dude for half the goddamn game, and I don't even get to kill him myself.
It is a mystery why one would call Gork and Pig twins. Even though one is a miniature version of the other, they look nothing alike. They also don't battle alike. Pig is the energy and Gork the counter. They are the clashing balance of opposites, one the voice, the other the body. This combination is deadly.
Okay, this is Gork and Pick, probably the two Dark Jedis I personally just despise the most. Apparently, they were both mutated by some Sith experiment and now share a Force bond because of it. Gork was originally a normal Gamorrean, and Pick, whose full name is Pickaroon C. Boodle, say that 10 times really fast, was a Kowokian monkey lizard. Or I guess just the freaky monkey thing that was in Jabba's palace. Really, Gork isn't too bad, besides his ability to just force choke the damn life out of you. But overall, he's kinda slow and easy to dodge and get around to take out. It's Pick who is the real problem here. I am not exaggerating when I say Pick was the hardest boss in the entire game for me. I mean, all he really does is just go invisible, and unlike my fight with Yun, I actually do have Force Vision now, so that portion isn't that big of a deal. But he's just so damn quick, and his hitbox is so low, you can barely fucking hit the dude. It's like trying to fight Gon in Tekken. It's just unfair. I tried turning on auto aim to see if that would help with hitting him, but apparently that doesn't actually work with lightsabers. Literally my only saving grace in this entire fight was Pick's AI is just so fucking stupid at times, like not being able to use the lift properly, or better yet, getting stuck on the level geometry. Is it the honorable way to beat him? No. But you know what? After spending that long and being killed by him that many times, I really don't give a damn. Plus, I did just spend the entire last level killing defenseless stormtroopers with my bare hands, so I kinda think I probably threw out my honor long ago. So after the fight, we need to make our way back to the top of the cargo ship to evac. And you might think, of course, we can just go back the way we came, but no, this is Dark Forces 2, and the level designers just had some cool ideas they really had just to throw in for us. Ideas like confusing dark cargo rooms with floors that will just kill you, or confusing elevator rooms which require multiple key cards, or my personal favorite, a weird generator room with red visuals implying of course it will hurt you if you walk into it, making you waste your time to try and find ways to turn it off, only to find out of course that all you really need to do is just walk through it because it doesn't actually harm you at all. I mean, just why? Why do I have to ride so many elevators? Why do I have to activate each of these platforms manually? Why is this level needed in the first place? It's not that long or anything, it just feels pointless.
I think that should do it, Ouija.
So after scanning 8T88's memory logs, we now have the location for the Valley of the Jedi. Unfortunately, so does Jarek and his band of misfits.
The valley is being prepared for you, my lord.
Very good, Saris.
Ugh, for fuck's sake, dude, just stop with the weird.
I can see Jarek's men. They've already gotten their hooks into this place. I've got to get to the top of that tower.
You're just gonna get into more trouble.
That's when you bail me out.
Now, as Kyle said, we have to get to the top of that fortified tower because this game just loves itself some verticality. At least for the most part, the beginning of this level does it correctly in the way this early canyon segment's actually all laid out. It kind of reminds me of the beginning of the hidden base level in Dark Forces 1 without the pain of a simple fall instantly killing you. In this case, you actually have multiple paths you can take, from sticking to the default one, using force jump to just get to the higher levels, or by just swimming upstream down below. It's a pretty good short segment that kind of gives you the illusion that you're really deciding how you're really going to go about this, even though of course there are a couple switches that you have to go to in order to proceed. After taking out a couple small outposts in the canyon, we actually get a pretty cool shot of an AT-ST patrolling on a bridge that we obviously are going to have to eventually cross. And oh god, the water has weird shark things in it. Ugh. God, I hate water monsters. Alright, let's take on that AT-ST. Force speed, bitch! Ah, shit, why are there mines here? Okay, let's try that again. Okay, take out the mines first this time. And done. AT-STs are pretty weak once you get the rocket launcher. Man, that is a lot of firepower behind that shield. But hey, want to see something funny? Force pull actually works even through shields, so all you gotta do is get them to get a little close and no gun for you, no gun for you, no gun for you, no gun for all of you. I'll come back and kill all of y'all later. Now, in typical Dark Forces fashion, it did take me a while to actually find the proper route to go through. But eventually I did find the hidden grate that was under the elevator that actually takes you right under the shields. Now, one weird thing about this little area here is that this is actually one of the few portions of the game that actually has an infinite spawner for stormtroopers. So you're kind of just stuck having to either run right through it or using force pull to just disarm all the stormtroopers, effectively taking them out of the fight without causing any more to spawn. But after making our way through those stormtroopers, we find an elevator that will actually get us to the top of the tower, and more importantly, to Jarek's shuttle.
Finally, I get to wipe your putrid taste from the Force.
Okay, am I the only one who thinks his voice just does not match his body at all?
To the one called Maul, a bitter individual that loathes all and holds loyalty to few. A strong and formidable foe. For every cord of muscle there is hatred. It is this hate that keeps his aging body strong.
Okay, so let me just get this straight for a minute. This is an alien Sith named Maul, similar to, of course, Darth Maul from Episode 1. He was cut in half like Darth Maul, and is only alive thanks to his hatred being so strong it keeps him that way, like Darth Maul. I mean, what the fuck? Did Lucas and the Clone Wars writers just steal this character's traits and just graft them onto Maul? Because that's kind of a lot of coincidences to have. Now, fortunately, his backstory is where his comparisons to Maul ends, because he's not really that strong. Really, once you get used to how he moves and attacks, he's not that bad whatsoever, at least nowhere near as bad as Picaroon C. Boodle, that's for sure. The interesting thing here, though, is that this is the only fight in the game that's actually split up into separate portions, where after inflicting enough damage, he kind of just floats away to the next stage of the fight. However, despite this gimmick, again, he is really easy. In fact, the only time I actually died was when I accidentally ran off the edge once.
Weaponless. Kill me!
You can't, can you? You're weak like your father. I remember it. Jarek. He gave him a sweet, slow death. A death worthy of a coward!
Damn, dude has no chill.
I had the honor of taking his head and thrusting it on a spike for all to see.
Okay, that dude needed to die, right? Like, I know he's unarmed and, well, unlegged, but there should be no conflict here whatsoever. I mean, that dude was clearly a monster. I mean, I know I lost this fight, but let me tell you how I took your father's head and shoved it on a spike and showed it to everyone. I mean, what the fuck is with this dude?
Excellent, Catan.
You've started your journey to the dark side. But that is not enough.
Looks like I can't bail you out of trouble this time.
Strike her down and realize your true destiny as a Dark Jedi, your true power.
Why? I mean, come on, she's the best looking girl here and she's done me no wrong whatsoever. Why on earth would I want to kill her? One thing I will say is that I actually really like the fact that this decision right here isn't yours to make. And what I mean by that is that if you've been killing civilians or using a ton of dark side powers in your gameplay, you will actually split off here, killing Jan and taking the dark side path regardless if you want to or not. Now, from my playthrough, I did none of this, so, well, we'll go forward with the light side canon ending for right now, and I'll talk about the other one afterwards. But so many games let you be pretty much a complete jackass throughout the entire thing, and then when the moment comes, you can kind of go, no, I'm going to be the Boy Scout after all. So I kind of actually enjoy the fact that it's depending on how you've played up to this point that decides which way you go. Also, once it's set that you've gone the light side route, you'll no longer be able to purchase any dark side powers going forward. And yes, I know my force power distribution here really kind of sucks, so no need to let me know in the comments below, please. It was my first playthrough. I didn't fully understand how effective all the powers are until the very end, so I kind of made the game a little bit harder on myself. Either way, after not killing Jan, Jarek launches a force bomb at us like something out of Dragon Ball, blasting us back into his shuttle as it falls, queuing up possibly the most technically impressive level of the entire game. This right here absolutely shocked me. I mean, I was already pretty impressed with some of the things that the Sith game engine was capable of, but running through a falling shuttle as you find your captured ship while racing the timer is crazy impressive for the time this game came out. I mean, this is just a really unique perspective, having just everything blowing up around you, stormtroopers being squashed by falling crates, and it even has multiple pathways that you can take to actually make it to your ship. It's just shocking that this would be in a game this old. They actually even have secret routes you can take where you can do things like activating the shuttle's engine so it will actually delay the fall even more, giving you more time to just look around. I mean, this whole level is just nuts.
Such a bad fall. But you'll be glad to know I found your lightsaber.
Oh dear God, it's you.
Want it? Very distinctive.
Oh.
For fuck's sake, what's wrong with you?
Not so distinctive now, is it?
Enough of this.
Alright, Kmart, Sharon Stone, what the hell are you up to?
Jarek, that this Jedi will soon join the dead.
Oops.
Why? He is a Jedi. He deserves a battle.
Yoon, I love you, but acting really isn't for you.
Out of all the Dark Jedi I have met, Saris is the one I can say I fear. Powerful, strong in both the physical and mental arenas of the Force, she is a master, a perfectionist, quiet and reserved.
And ugly.
This
Ugh.
makes her a very dangerous foe.
So Ron tells us Saris is the one he truly fears, which is kind of funny to me considering that she was one of the few Dark Jedis I didn't really have any problems with. Now, she does have a dark side power called Deadly Sight, which once activated hurts you so long as you're within her vision. However, once you understand how this power works, she really isn't that bad. Just pick up Yun's lightsaber and pace out your slashes and she goes down easily enough. Jesus Christ, dude, please stop being such a freak. So the next 3 levels are about reclimbing this damn tower again and actually descending into the Valley of the Jedi inside. And even though at this point in the game I was kind of just ready to kill Jarek already, I mean, just look how long this video's been going on for, right? It's a pretty long game. But despite this, Dark Forces 2 wasn't quite done impressing me with some of its level designs. I mean, the first part did kind of feel like more of the same because it's really just reclimbing the same tower I was already up. I mean, hell, I didn't even bother beating to death defenseless stormtroopers, instead just choosing to run my way through. I will say, however, the grav lift section was kind of interesting, but fuck that vent jumping. I mean, damn, it is just so finicky and just rarely seems to work as intended. Overall, level 17 is just kind of forgettable since you're pretty much just redoing what you've already done again and again and again at this point. However, level 18 actually plays a lot more to Dark Force's strength, using verticality in a more fun and interesting way as you descend through the Imperial base to locate the excavation site and the entrance to the Valley of the Jedi. And I'm actually just kind of realizing this as I'm looking through the footage here. Jarek has only just recently found a location of the Valley of the Jedi, so how the hell is this large of an operation already down here? Oh well, the descent down is definitely more maze-like compared to some of the other levels and required me to really just run around through the same areas a few times until I actually got my bearings straight. One of the interesting things about the level, however, is you go down each level by actually escorting down a large crate, causing the locked doors to open for you to actually jump through, creating some really interesting platforming moments as well. Eventually, we do reach the bottom of the base and find the whole excavation site itself, which is just filled to the brim with rocket troopers. Man, these guys do not play around. The inside of the valley is pretty simplistic, but actually matches the theming of the level quite well. And hey, what's this? Okay, now this is a pretty cool callback to the first Dark Forces game, but of course this time instead of having to punch them to death like the Doomslayer himself, I actually have a more elegant weapon to slaughter them with. I do have to say this, the Crate Dragon room looks pretty metal compared to most Star Wars things. I mean, it literally has arms and severed heads everywhere. Of course, we gotta have a final puzzle. The idea is just to open up the pathway while having the weights at the right level so you can still run across them later. It's nothing really that crazy, but does give kind of a good break before the level's, I guess you could say, mini-boss. A final ATST, which at this point of the game is just not a big deal at all. On a quick side note, at the end of each level, they actually give you like a little Jedi rank, starting of course at Apprentice, Padawan, then goes up to, of course, Jedi, Jedi Knight, Jedi Master, and at this point in the game, it gives you the rank of Jedi Lord, which is something I have never seen in any other Star Wars game. Funny thing, however, they did actually eventually canonize the idea of Jedi Lords, with it becoming apparently a title used by ancient Jedis who used to rule over entire planets. So, yeah, kind of a nice little tidbit there.
This is gonna cost you a crate load of money you don't have.
As long as I'm around to pay you, I don't care.
My sentiments exactly.
Mine too!
I can't abide this creature named Bok. He is one of the few that actually uses two lightsabers in battle. He is a crude individual that lacks both tact and teeth. Only a dark Jedi can he be.
So finally we get to fight the mad Twi'lek himself, and my god, does he literally fight like a madman. Just constantly hopping around non-stop like Yoda from episode 2 while just laughing maniacally at you. On top of that, he also has the force power of destruction, which pretty much allows him to just Kamehameha you whenever you get too far away from him. I mean, that power is strong and will take you down so quickly, so it's best to try to stay as close as you can to him. Good part is, there's actually a pathway off to the side that has health as well as force buffs. Plus, the tight hallways keeps him pretty closed in so he can never use force destruction in the first place. Now I'm not gonna lie, Bok really tested my patience here, and it's mostly my fault because it was at this point I actually kind of realized I did a terrible job at selecting my force powers. Instead picking things like jump, pull, and healing instead of anything that would actually help me in direct combat with a Dark Jedi. Meaning I had to pretty much just slowly whittle him down with my basic saber skills instead. Again, totally my fault, but definitely made these final two fights a little tougher than they probably should have been. However, after 15 minutes of trying, I finally ended this maniac's life. Just die already, you freak.
His heavy brow overshadows the empty recesses that normally embrace eyes. Jarek has the uncanny power to absorb and overshadow one's connection to the Force. Like a dark cloud. A deep, empowering grasp of your will is what you need.
You cannot defeat me.
We are finally here. The final duel with Jarek, and, well, he definitely makes it a tough one. Not only does he have force destruction like Bach did, but he can also use lightning, which can just be crazy powerful. At least unlike some of these other duels, he's actually of normal height and doesn't just jump around the entire time, so hitting him isn't too bad so long as you can actually avoid his powers. Unfortunately, as you cut down his health, he'll just end up running into this central structure to heal while pulling these Jedi statues towards him. And if they make it to the center before you stop them, he will have become all-powerful and it's pretty much just game over. Because of this, you'll actually have to activate the switches behind both statues, stopping them and disabling his healing. Then just float on up and start attacking him all over again. With all the force powers Jarek has at his disposal, as well as his ability to just heal during the fight, he makes for a really good final boss in the game. I mean, he's not as strong as the one and only Picaroon C. Boodle. I mean, that dude was clearly the true Dark Lord of the Sith. Now, I will say, it can be kind of easy to get caught up in a loop. I actually thought that after he healed a certain number of times, it wouldn't matter and he would eventually die, but this can pretty much go on indefinitely if you actually allow him to get to the central tower after he starts running away. Meaning, the only way you can really beat him is to kind of cheese it a bit, to be honest. Different people seem to have different strategies when it comes to this, some people lining up the Gravlift with mines to hurt him as he goes up, and there's also apparently a very strong force power called Protect that actually makes you temporarily immune to damage, so you can just kinda hack him down pretty easily. Though my dumbass can never figure out how to actually unlock it, and because of this, I actually chose to use Force Persuade to make myself invisible. That way he couldn't actually block any of my strikes. But no matter what strategy you choose, it all comes down to the same thing. When he runs away to heal, you have to cut him down before he makes it to that central tower.
I am defenseless. Strike me down, and the power of the dark side will be yours.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten. I was the one who murdered your father.
Why do all of you want me to kill you so badly? I mean, it's like you have a death fetish or something. Oh yeah, because I can't kill a defenseless man, except for all those times I killed those defenseless people. Is it just me, or is throwing a sword at your enemy's feet and saying, "Get up so I can beat you again," still kinda evil? Or at least morally gray? So after all of that, Kyle shows off his true talents by carving a beautiful sculpture of his father and Jedi Master Ron, honoring them both. And, well, that's it. That is the canon, or now Legends, ending for Dark Forces 2. However, I did say there was a dark side path, so why don't we go ahead and talk about that for a minute. All in all, the dark side path is very similar, almost to the point where it kinda just seems to have been an afterthought. However, there are a couple of interesting parts to it still. If you remember, the light and dark paths branch off at the decision on whether or not to kill Jan. Again, I'm not exactly sure why Dark Kyle would really want to kill Jan either, but oh well.
Why do I need you, Jarek, when I can take all the power of the Valley myself?
A pity. Then you will die.
Besides her blood-curdling stock audio scream, everything pretty much happens the same, where Jarek knocks you into the falling ship, except this time when you fly off in your Moldy Crow, you actually don't crash and instead just jump straight into a rematch with Yun. And when I say straight into the rematch, I literally mean just straight into the rematch. No cutscene, no explanations, just nothing. Just, hey look, here's Yun, now kill him. Afterwards, the rest of the game kind of just plays out exactly the same, except for the final cutscene where you take up the mantle of Dark Lord and head back to your new throne room, and damn is it just so over the top. Oh yeah, and now Saris is your main girl, not Jan. Quite the downgrade if I'm being honest, but oh well.
Our spies bring word of a small rebel uprising on Danuta.
I have no time for petty uprisings. Extinguish them painfully.
Yes, Emperor.
I want you to remember, son, when you're at the Academy, how very proud I am of you.
So yeah, the dark side path is an option, though one that was clearly added last minute based on just the lack of detail in it. And from the people I've talked to who played through this game back in the day, it seems like very few of them actually ever took the dark side path anyway, so it doesn't really matter. However, it still is a pretty cool feature to see in an FPS game this old. Dark Forces 2 is an interesting game to say the least. I mean, I don't even know if it's really fair to compare it to Dark Forces 1 given just how different the games are. At first, with how much I despised the first two levels, I would have said it's a massive downgrade of a game, but as it goes on, it really does come into its own. The lightsaber combat feels amazing for the time, and the fact that using guns is just as practical in most situations is pretty impressive. I mean, that's a hard balance to really reach. And the story, my god, the story was great and had me excited to see what would happen next. And I don't normally care for the whole live action cutscenes, but these were just so much fun to watch. Hell, I definitely enjoyed watching this Star Wars story more than anything Disney's been putting out. I know, kind of a low bar, but this really does feel like it was made by people who just genuinely love the Star Wars universe, and it shows. I really can't believe I put off playing this game for as long as I did, because despite its poor start, Dark Forces 2 is just such a fun game overall, and it might possibly now be in my top 10 favorite Star Wars games. I'll have to go back and probably replay a few of them to see how they stack up to be sure. So similar to Dark Forces 1, I've had the chance to replay through Dark Forces 2 a couple times since making the video. And while Dark Forces 1 stayed pretty much kind of the same on repeat playthroughs, Dark Forces 2 probably got even better as time went on. I mean, it really is one of the all-time great Star Wars games out there. Also, I'd like to point out that a subscriber by the name of Diddy Malone 2265 actually left a comment that would completely fix the whole dark side ending in a perfect way, and I just had to bring it up. To sum it up pretty quickly, it made no sense in killing Jan than fighting Yun on the dark side path, since an evil Kyle really wouldn't have any desire to kill her at this point anyway. However, if Jarek threw Yun in front of you to kill, it would actually work out great. It would work as punishment for Yun's weakness and perceived cowardice when fighting you earlier in the game, and would then make sense as to why he would be the next boss fight instead of Saris if taking the dark path. Plus, it would still make sense for why he would sacrifice himself for you on the light path, considering that you have now spared him twice. So, if you're out there watching, thank you, Diddy Malone, for the comment. Now, before we jump right into the next game of the series, Jedi Outcast, let's first take some time to look at the Dark Forces 2 expansion, Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith. So, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I originally was not planning on doing a Mysteries of the Sith video. My original plan was, after finishing my Dark Forces 2 video, to just move straight on over to Jedi Outcast, and at first that's exactly what I did. until about halfway through the first level when I remembered that the whole Mysteries of the Sith expansion even existed, and that it actually does have some major impact on the overall Dark Forces / Jedi Knight storyline, so kind of figured I guess I'm obligated to at least give the game a try. Now, like I mentioned, Mysteries of the Sith is an expansion for Dark Forces 2, though calling it just a mere expansion might be just a little disingenuous. You see, in the late 90s and early 2000s, expansions were quite popular for major games, and considering that the whole hellhole that is live service gaming hadn't come about yet, expansions were a great way to revitalize a game and add new content. Now, in the late 90s, expansions typically fell into one of two camps. You had some that went above and beyond to provide a unique storyline, weapons, levels, and new characters as well. A great example of these top-tier expansions would be something like the absolute GOAT Half-Life Opposing Force, as you see here. On the other side, you had some expansions that were clearly just a way to dump out cut level designs and maybe some half-baked ideas, such as the Return to Null Poly expansion for the original Unreal that pretty much feels more like a glorified mod in my opinion. With that said, Mysteries of the Sith sits definitely more towards the former rather than the latter. It has a fairly long campaign, in fact, probably longer than the original Dark Forces 1, and it's clear that some aspects of the story were actually very well thought out, and some of the new ideas implemented here are just amazing to see running in this game engine. However, with that said, this game does have some major issues that can pretty much ruin the experience for some people, such as having no straight storyline whatsoever, some aggravating level designs, and the infamous difficulty spike you have towards the end of the game. Not that I had any problem with that, of course. Ah, come on. No, damn it, come, son of a bitch. Oh, god damn it, mother. Don't get me wrong, it definitely has some great moments as we'll get into here, but man, I gotta be honest with you. If I wasn't making this video, there's a decent chance I might not have finished this game, which is a real shame because there are some things in here that absolutely amazed me to see done. I'm talking things that I never imagined that this game engine could actually handle. And there are some aspects of the story that, to be honest, I never thought we would ever get a chance to see outside of maybe the books. However, the just overall experience is just, well, kind of complicated, I guess. But hey, why don't we just go ahead and start the game up, and that way you can see, well, all the good and all the bad for yourself. So, like with Dark Forces 2, Mysteries of the Sith is filled with that classic John Williams soundtrack, which means I can't actually use any of it. However, like with the Dark Forces 2 video, I'll just try to use some other Star Wars video game music where I'm able. Now, one thing you might notice about the intro crawl here is that it's actually pretty vague with very little info outside the fact that Mara Jade is an ex-servant of the Emperor and was brought to the light side by Luke Skywalker and is now learning how to be a Jedi under the legendary Kyle Katarn. Now, we'll talk more about Mara Jade as the game goes on, but this is pretty much it for the intro. No stakes set, no objectives to aim for, just, hey, here's where everyone is. And the reason why the intro here is just so vague is because Mysteries of the Sith doesn't actually have a full story. Instead, it's more of just 4 sections with little self-contained stories in them just kind of smashed together. Ah yes, the cutscenes. First off, as you can tell, no more awesome live action scenes, which is a real bummer. I really was enjoying them a lot in Dark Forces 2. However, even low-res cutscenes like these can really bring you into the story when paired with just some awesome voice actors.
You're becoming very adept at using the Force to anticipate my actions. Someday that insight may save your life.
What's going on?
Captain Katarn, report to ops immediately! Captain Katarn, report to ops immediately!
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not really too good either. I mean, the voice acting in this game can really be hit or miss, and at times just sound flat out awful. And strange enough, it isn't because all these voice actors are bad voice actors. I mean, Kyle here does sound just kind of off, but he's played by the talented Reno Romano, the voice of Louise from Resident Evil 4, the narrator of Curious George, and even the voice of Darth Revan himself.
Yes? What? Sure. What?
Now, to be honest, it could be just because I got really used to Jason Court's version of Kyle, but Romano's version here just sounds sort of bland to me. I don't know. Now, I will say, the voice actress they got here for Mara Jade, Heidi Shannon, does actually a really good job, and as the game goes on, her voice acting seems like it just keeps getting better and better and better. Now, when it comes to all the side characters in the game, whew, that's when the voice acting gets really bad. I mean, even the stormtroopers just really don't sound right.
There's no way you survived that fall. Base, this is TK-8252. We have eliminated the intruder. Repeat, we have eliminated the intruder. Out.
Can you kinda see what I mean? I also gotta point out real quick, why does Kyle look like a 50-something-year-old man here? Just look at all that gray hair. I mean, he must have got his hands on some Just for Men or something for the future games.
Excellent, Mara. You're becoming very adept at using the Force to anticipate my actions. Someday that insight may save your life.
What's going on?
Captain Guitarn, report to ops immediately. Captain Guitarn, report to ops immediately.
Commander, what's the situation?
We detected 2 asteroids approaching our atmosphere and thought they'd break up on contact. We became alarmed when they took up a geosynchronous orbit and began bombarding our shields. They appear to be some sort of new Imperial weapons, disguised as asteroids to take us by surprise.
It looks like they were successful.
It's not something you typically see in an asteroid.
Sir, our long-range outpost on Delta 3 has picked up an Imperial strike force entering hyperspace. Using their last known course and speed, we estimate they will arrive within 3 hours.
We can't get our evacuation shuttles off the ground with those asteroids pinning us down. And once the primary force arrives, we're done for.
Sensors detect Imperial ground troops landing just outside our shields.
Send squads 2 and 5 to Blue Sector. Tell all troops to prepare for ground assault.
We still have a chance. I'm gonna see if I can borrow a shuttle from our visitors.
Did he just say borrow a shuttle?
I'm going with you. You're gonna...
No, Mara, I need you to stay here to coordinate the base defenses. I'll signal you when it's clear to begin the evacuation.
Better make it fast. We have less than 3 hours. And Katarn.
Yes?
Good luck.
Thanks. I have a feeling I'm gonna need it.
So, like I said before, the game doesn't really have a full storyline of its own and is instead split into 4 separate mini storylines. And for this first one, you again play as Kyle Katarn, with the goal of fighting off the Imperial forces that are assaulting the rebel base we're at. Our objective in this first level is to find and hijack an Imperial shuttle so that we're able to sneak aboard the Empire's asteroid base to take it out. Now, in some expansions, they still try to kind of tutorialize the first level a lot to reintroduce you to the game. However, that is just not the case here at all. Mysteries of the Sith instead drops you right back into the action with enemies that didn't show up until towards the end of Dark Forces 2. The first level alone has you going up against all kinds of stormtroopers, from rocket troopers to the new scout troopers that can even take an extra lightsaber hit. And get this, it even has you facing multiple AT-STs. I mean, they really had no chill at all when it came to just throwing you right back into the thick of it, and to be honest, I kinda like it. Now, it's definitely clear here that the first level serves more as a way to just show off some of the advances they've made in the game engine and level design itself. The enemy's AI is way more aggressive and really seems to land just a lot more shots on you than before. They're actually so aggressive now that even if you force pull their weapons away like I did a lot of in Dark Forces 2, they just kind of say fuck it and try to throw hands with you, which is a pretty ballsy move to do against a Jedi. Throughout the first level, they have walls blowing open for stormtroopers to just flood in through, and they even have friendly AIs there trying to fight them back. I mean, they kind of suck and do nothing at all, but it really does a lot to just add to the atmosphere quite a bit. One of my favorite things here is actually at the beginning of the level, where you can actually just drop an A-wing on some stormtroopers for fun. Again, you don't actually have to do this, but little things like this that are kind of optional are always just fun to see in a game. Now, a really smart thing they did here is they actually start you off with some basic force powers like jump, pull, and speed, which might not seem too important at first glance. However, because they gave the player free reign to pick all their powers in Dark Forces 2, it actually limited the level designs they could create because they had to make it feasible to get through the level with all kinds of playstyles and choices, including just not picking any force powers at all. While here, they're able to actually incorporate your force powers into the level design itself, which creates some really cool moments later on in the game. Now, the first level here is just a pretty quick run through of the base, stopping a couple waves of enemies, restarting a generator, and eventually finding a shell to sneak out on. It's very combat heavy overall, and if it's been a while since you've played Dark Forces 2 and your skills might have gotten just a little bit rusty, there's a good chance you might pick up a death or two, either because of all the rocket troopers or because of a dumb misstep while fighting the ATSTs. Alright, come on, come on. There we go. Well, damn it. In the intro for this video, I mentioned that one of the issues a lot of people have with the game is its aggravating level designs. And I will admit, the base does kind of feel like a maze here at times. I mean, I was definitely walking down some of the same corridors more times than I like to admit. Though, to be honest, this level really isn't too bad at all, especially when you start comparing it to some of the absolute insanity found in some of the later levels. Overall, I would say this is actually a pretty good first level to start on. It shows off some of the advancements in the game engine while still providing a good challenge and treating you like the veteran player you are. Come on, just jump up, get in there. Come on, let's get in there. Just there, oh, come on, there we go. After fighting our way through a few ATSTs, or just by running past them, we find the Imperial shuttle we need to make it to the asteroid.
There he is, stop him!
This is Kyle. I've captured the Imperial shuttle. I'm preparing to lift off for the asteroids. I'll contact you when I have them neutralized.
Understood. Better make it fast. Their primary force will be here in no time.
So off we go to the Imperial asteroid base, and this is where things start to get just a little irritating at times. Not so bad that you'll just want to quit the game or anything, that comes much later, but it does start to kind of show some of the game's strange choices when it comes to level designs. Starting off, it's actually a pretty cool idea. You know, you can actually see the base you need to break into while you're going across the cliff edge, and it is just stacked with stormtroopers and deadly turrets that can just chew you up. Now, technically, you can just jump right down and fight them all head on, though to be honest, I probably wouldn't recommend it, but it is doable. Now, the way you're supposed to go actually takes you through the asteroid itself, fighting probe droids until you make it to this small outpost here. It's pretty clear you need to find your way into this bunker, but it is such a stupid way that I wound up spending 10 plus minutes jumping on every ledge, looking in every nook and cranny, until eventually I realized that the windows of this bunker were not actually windows. They're wide open and you can actually just shoot right through them and blast a control panel. Needless to say, I kinda felt like an idiot after that. And it wouldn't be the last time in this game I would feel like one either. Okay, real quick, I was just rewatching some of this footage while editing this video up, and it is clear this Imperial officer tried shooting me through this window only for his blaster shots to be stopped by, well, something. So it's no wonder I didn't think this window was open and just assumed it was some blaster-proof glass like that's found all throughout the rest of the game. So, you know what, I really don't feel as bad about taking so long to figure this out anymore. Either way, back to the video. Regardless of all that, inside you will find a new addition to the game, the E11 Electroscope. With a quick tap, you can zoom in and take out enemies from afar, and man is it powerful. I'm talking just one-shotting stormtroopers, and it is just so fun to use. Oh my god, this is just unfair. This is so unfair to them. Oh my god. Once you make your way back over to the ridge, you can just go to town picking off stormtroopers and turrets alike with this thing. I mean, it really isn't even fair. And speaking about not being fair, why don't we go ahead and talk about how you're supposed to get into the base? Now, I know I can be slow at times with some of these old games thanks to just how most new games today just kind of coddle us players like a bunch of newborns, but man, this is just stupid. No joke, over 10 minutes of trying to figure this crap out, looking for alternative passageways or power couplings to destroy, just anything to get in there. I mean, I tried force jumping, I tried taking out all the cameras, I just could not find anything that actually worked. And eventually I just had it and just broke down and looked it up. Turns out you have to step really far back so a door that you can barely see opens and then use your scope to shoot through the door at the control panel. I mean, does this really seem like a rational way to design this? I'm just saying, I would love to see the playtesters as they went through this level for the first time because this is just ridiculous. I am almost willing to bet my house that they didn't use any outside game testers at all because this is just the start of the bullshit. Then again, I rent, so I guess that would be a pretty safe bet to make. Either way, there are multiple moments like this in the game that without a walkthrough, I just do not know how you're supposed to ever figure out on your own. But hey, we continue through the base doing some light platforming and even stumbling across a few TIE fighters and TIE interceptors on a landing pad with their pilots just kinda hanging out, which is pretty neat. Another new feature in the game, but one that is barely used, is how you can actually use these turret emplacements. And it's a really cool idea that did get used a good amount in later games, but is pretty much not used at all here outside of maybe just blowing up a couple parked TIEs, I guess. Eventually we can take a shuttle to move into the lower levels of the asteroid where somehow Kyle, I guess, just kind of gets fucked over by some rocket troopers.
Blast him! There's no way he survived that fall. Base, this is TK-8252. We have eliminated the intruder. Repeat, we have eliminated the intruder. Out.
Gravity is a harsh mistress.
So starting off on top of this pipe, you get a pretty clear shot with your sniper rifle. And again, I can't help but just say how much I absolutely love this addition to the game. Oh my god, it's like they're just sitting ducks at this point. This is just, again, this is just so unfair. Unfortunately, we are locked in here until we find a way to get through this door, and here is where we are kind of back to some of those irritating level designs. After fighting through some stormtroopers and these new assassin droids, which are kinda weak to be honest, we make our way to a room with a couple switches in it, none of them for the door we actually need to go through. Now there is a neat secret area hidden in here where a gonk droid wandering around will open this hatch when he gets close enough to it, giving you access to actually the concussion rifle, which is pretty cool and a good incentive to not just blast every droid you see going forward. But the problem here is that turns out the way you need to go is through a vent that's just kind of tucked away here in the dark. And it's kind of at this point I realized that this was probably going to be a constant issue of whenever all hope seems lost, just look for a vent. And while this one's at an okay place to find, later levels just becomes a game of Where's Waldo Vent Edition. Either way, after climbing through the vent and disabling the defense systems and maxing out the laser cannon's power, we can make our way into the firing room and re-aim the cannon at the second asteroid base. But not before taking some shots at our own forces just to kinda see what will happen.
Heavy damage to target.
I'm hitting my own guys. I've got to be more careful.
Well, that was kind of anticlimactic.
That takes care of one of them. Now to set the self-destruct and get out of here.
So now that we've taken out the second asteroid base, we need to make our way over to the reactor room to trigger the self-destruct on this one. And this level is really short, but also pretty neat. You start by climbing down into the reactor room and then swimming below it to slice the power couplings to trigger the self-destruct system. And two things here. One, swimming has been greatly improved on and feels a lot better than it did before. And two, be careful with that quick save. You see, I didn't know there was an actual countdown timer going on, and so kind of took my time and wound up quick saving after wasting quite a bit of it, causing me to have to just book it out of there with almost no time to spare. Oh god, hurry up. Hurry up. Come on. Come on, faster, 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 faster.
Danger. Core overload in 30.
Faster, come on, man. There we go. Now it's just, nope, wrong force power. Shit, jump, jump. Where's jump? Where's force jump? Where's force jump? Okay, there we go. Oh, thank God. Hurry, hurry. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Mission accomplished. It's clear to give the evacuation codes.
Way to go, Kyle. I'll meet you at the hangar.
But why take separate ships?
Because I've discovered some references to a hidden temple on the remote planet of Droman Kaz. Something I don't think the Empire wanted anyone to see.
Are you gonna investigate?
I feel as if I have to.
I suppose you have to do it alone.
Mara, I need you to stay here. The New Republic needs you to—
But my training! Yeah, I understand. Look, you know where to find me.
You've learned all you can from me. May the Force be with you, Mara.
Man, he just ditches her on a hunch.
Try to stay out of trouble, Kyle.
Mara, the New Republic is still in desperate need of supplies, and we aren't always able to locate them through honest channels. Kappa the Hutt has agreed to sell us these items in exchange for a certain degree of, how shall I say, amnesty?
Hey, if you want to do business with the slug, it's none of my concern. But why me?
Mon Mothma asked for you personally. She felt that because of your prior smuggling affiliations that he might trust you more than any of our other envoys. Also, with Kyle gone, we need your help more than ever.
Oh, come on. The Hutts don't trust anyone.
Tell your master that Mara Jade wishes to discuss a deal on behalf of the New Republic.
Why did she say that so seductively?
Tell your master.
Mara Jade, Oya King Sonyat Bagla, Bena Kon Jedi Soba, Itka Skywalker Tonkuta, Brinka Jabba, Nekapa no Bata.
That was different. I'm not.
Bijusku, Mara Jade.
I guess I'm gonna have to find a way to let myself in.
So with the first chapter of this game down, we are finally playing as Mara Jade, just as the cover art promised. Now for all you more casual Star Wars fans, you're probably thinking to yourself, who the hell is Mara Jade? And where has she been my whole life? Sorry. Anyway, I'll sum it up quickly for you. In the original canon, Mara was a servant of the Emperor until the Emperor's death, with her last orders being to kill Luke Skywalker. And after searching the galaxy and becoming broke doing so, she becomes an elite smuggler to actually make some credits. She does eventually run into Luke, and of course hijinks ensue with a crazy whirlwind of an adventure including killing Luke's clone. Yes, this is real. She does eventually turn to the light side thanks to Luke, and eventually goes off to Kyle to be trained as a Jedi, which makes sense when you remember they're actually both Imperial defectors. Oh, and by the way, she does wind up actually marrying Luke and having a little Force baby named Ben Skywalker, while also playing a huge part in the Yuuzhan Vong War. Overall, Mara Jade is sort of a controversial character due to the main man himself, George Lucas, kind of disliking her, mostly disliking her marriage to Luke. However, I kind of think a lot of the whole George Lucas hates Mara narrative is probably just more embellished, kind of like most things are online.
I am not the creator of Mara Jade, and I want you to get out of this office right now.
I'm sorry, Zed.
No way.
You brought
no
it
way.
You brought it on yourself.
I don't want you here.
Zed, I got your voucher.
Out!
More than likely, he probably just thought some aspects of the character and storyline didn't make much sense to his vision of the universe, and that's perfectly fine. But overall, the fandom has a lot of love for the character, and if you'd like to know more about her story, I'd really highly recommend checking out the Timothy Zahn books. I mean, I was always more of an X-Wing book series guy myself, but the Zahn books are considered peak Star Wars by a sizable portion of the fans, despite a few detractors. Anyway, back to the game. We have been tasked with negotiating with Kapal the Hutt to obtain resources for the rebels, and for obvious reasons, Kapal the Hutt doesn't really want to talk to us, due to fearing the Jedi after what happened to Jabba. Makes sense. So to help Kapal change his mind on the whole violence of the Jedi, we of course make the logical decision to just slaughter everyone under his employment. It truly is the Jedi way. However, before we can do that, we first need to find our way inside, and this is a pretty easy puzzle to get around. All you have to do is damage this generator outside, and they'll actually come out to try to repair it. Okay, that Ugnaught was not violent. I just kinda swung on instinct on that one. Promise, it won't happen again. Well, damn it. Is it just me, or is it a little fucked up we're just kind of going into their living quarters and killing them where they sleep? I mean, I guess it's a good thing there's no light side or dark side paths in this game. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, now that we're actually playing as Mara for the rest of the game, that unlike Dark Forces 2, there are no light side or dark side paths, just a straight, sorta story, which means you can actually upgrade to dark side powers completely guilt-free in this one. And by the way, the whole force power upgrade system has actually been completely reworked to allow you to pick a select number of powers from each column instead, which actually does a good job at helping you kind of define your playstyle. They've also introduced a couple of new powers like Saber Throw and Chain Lightning, so pretty fun to just kind of mess around and experiment with all of them.
I don't think it liked the way I looked.
And that is your one clue as to how to get in. You see, in the maze of the living quarters, there is a section with a Tusken outfit on the ground that you can actually equip in order to get through. A really good use of the inventory system, and actually something that Dark Forces 2 never really utilized much of. Of course, after you gain entry, the guards still attack you. Well, except for sometimes they won't. I really don't get how the sneaking system is supposed to work in this game, I'll be honest. Oh look, a prisoner. Don't worry, buddy, I got you. Oops, wrong button. Okay, there you go. You're free! You're free! Oh, you son of a bitch! Man, what's wrong with you? Just come out trying to throw hands with the woman who saved you. So after slaughtering almost all the guards, killing people in their homes, and hanging out at a bar full of Ugnaughts trying to just resist that urge to massacre all of them, we finally make our way over to the top of Kapal's throne room, where we place some charges to make one hell of an entrance.
That timer's ticking.
Tell your men to back off. Back off!
Look, I came here to make a simple deal, but no, you wanted to do things the hard way. I'm not here to work for you. You're in no position to negotiate. What do you propose?
Tuna pitapa so Jedi. Ipanadakara domulira. Chipasa no opitana. Chiskana mon matma capo. Dino topa.
Fine, where is it?
No trixtia. Goana modipa. Motopa topa. Spastilia powa Jedi no banta. Kiva wawumpa, undipa kul kijarulya.
Oh, why do I feel like I'm gonna regret this?
So as part of the deal to provide the rebels with their supplies, we must first obtain some kind of surveillance equipment from the Hutt's gang rival Takara, which first takes us to the Katrasi Spaceport. Katrasi Spaceport. Katrasi Spaceport. That's a weird thing to say. So first off, I have to say, I really dig Mara Jade's starship. It really just gives off that late 90s sci-fi vibe I enjoy. But back to the level, and oh, what a level it is. This right here is one of the strangest ideas for a level, and I don't know how they actually got it working in this game engine. It's kind of like a mini city with gangs and stormtroopers just walking around doing their own thing, and as long as you play it cool, they won't actually notice you. And there's something I kind of love about seeing a game engine just retooled to do things it was never initially meant to do. So long as you don't directly attack the stormtroopers, they'll kind of just let you go about your business doing whatever you like. And the funny thing is that this means you can actually start to kind of mess with them a bit by doing things like pulling their blasters out of their hands using the Force, because that's not directly attacking them. The gangs, however, seem to let you pass sometimes but attack on sight other times, so I really don't know what that's all about. Also, there's kind of a strange bug where if you quick save and then alert the guards and then try to reload your quick save, the guards will still be alerted, so once your cover's blown, that seems to just be it for you. I tried to look it up and see if this is a common occurrence, but really couldn't find anything online about it, but I tested it on every sneaking portion of the game and kind of got the same results. So if any of y'all know what that's all about, please let me know in the comments below and explain to me why I'm just stupid and did something wrong. So the spaceport is a pretty interesting place to explore with a lot of hidden rooms. You can even be an ass and rob the local stores if you like.
Hey, who's gonna pay for this?
Yeah, put him on Kapaz's bill.
Again, it's a good thing there's no dark side points in this game. I also have to point out probably the best Easter egg in the game, which is sneaking into the beautiful All Droids Ballet.
It's some kind of ballet.
Who knew gonk droids could be so light on their feet? Now, the objective here is to find Takara's lieutenant, Abron Mar, who is hiding out at a local bar here, and just beat him up for information. First thing, however, is we need to find his ship and ground it to make sure he can't escape. However, once you find Mar's ship, be careful because it will put all the stormtroopers on full alert. Oh my god, that is a lot of you. Well, this is one hell of a crime scene now. No witnesses. So after grounding his ship, we head to the local cantina and he takes one look at us and just books it on out of there. Unfortunately, following him leads us right into a trap where Grans rain thermal detonators down on you, but once you make your way out, Mar continues to flee, locking you in a garage. And what's a Jedi supposed to do to get out? Nah, get that crap out of here. We're doing this shit the old-fashioned way.
I love this job.
Now, unfortunately, here's where it starts to become just a little bit tedious, with you just having to clear out hallway after hallway, room after room, searching for this guy, until you come across possibly the most bullshit level design choice I have ever seen, and there is just no reason for this at all. After going through this hallway, you enter into a cantina and head down to look for Mar. Down below, Mara will spout out some dialogue about looking for a crime boss before, of course, they just kind of start blasting you. There's even a blaster boost down here implying there should be plenty of people nearby for you to kill, but there's just nothing. I am not joking with you when I say I spent near 20 minutes looking all around the bar, then looking all around its entrance, desperately not wanting to have to look up the answer again for this bullshit question. But eventually, I cracked and looked it up, and I'm going to be real here, this is just stupid as hell. Turns out this whole area here is nothing but a big distraction. There's really nothing over here at all. Nothing in the bar, nothing around this entrance. No, all of this just serves no purpose whatsoever. Apparently what you have to do is backtrack all the way to that first hallway to try to find some hidden grate to go through in order to proceed. And when I say a hidden grate, I mean a very well hidden grate. I'm talking this grate taught Where's Waldo how to hide, because this is just bullshit. It's just really frustrating seeing how the game just wants to actively try to just fuck with the players like this. I mean, something being hard to find isn't always a bad thing, but this is just nonsensical. At least there's a cool Millennium Falcon Easter egg around this area. Most of the level from here on out is pretty straightforward, with you parkouring over rooftops and battling it out with tons of gang members. The hardest part here is probably just the deadly return of those concussion rifle wielding Trandoshans. Yeah, they're not as bad as their Dark Forces 1 counterparts, but these guys are still kinda bullshit at times. Unfortunately, they're not the most bullshit enemy this game has to offer. Ugh. We'll get to it. We'll get to them later. There you are. Now die! Okay, I know I cut you good, buddy. I don't care what this cutscene says.
It seems the rat has run out of places to hide.
Who's the rat now? You walked right into my trap. Is this the best that Kappa has to offer? Let's find our rat some suitable accommodations. I'm sure Takara will have some questions he'll want to ask her.
So this is actually a really good level from a gameplay perspective, at least. It actually starts you off locked up in Takara's base and requires you to have to make use of your force powers alone to escape. Again, just a really great instance of where giving the player some powers by default actually really helps when it comes to creating more engaging levels. While sitting in your cell, you'll need to force pull the key from the Gamorrean guard and avoid their attacks while fleeing. You see, while the legendary Kyle Katarn can bitch slap a crate dragon with his bare hands, Mara Jade can't cause almost any damage to the Gamorreans with her dainty little lady hands, so it requires you to have to use other things like force speed to simply outmaneuver them while looking for a wrench to open up the sewerways and escape. Now, I thought I could just cause a prison riot by opening up all the cells, but all the imprisoned Grands are apparently still programmed to side with the Gamorreans to attack you, so watch out for that. After making our way through the sewers, we come across what many people would probably consider the most iconic part of the game. Wait, what's that? Okay, where's Foresight? Oh, shit. Well, damn.
I knew I was gonna regret this.
So here he is, the Rancor from the game's cover art. And just for a moment, really just put yourself in the shoes of someone from 1998. This right here would be insane. To get a chance to fight the Rancor like Luke did, I mean, it is so cool. And something that was a brand new experience for a lot of people back then, unlike now where it has been pretty much done to death at this point. Now obviously you don't have any weapons starting this fight off, but if you run around the arena you will find your lightsaber behind some bars so you can actually force pull it towards you. But don't think just because you have your lightsaber it's going to be an easy fight. Okay, come on, I got you. Come on, I got you. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is sick! Yeah, they actually straight up added a whole mini cutscene of you being eaten whenever he kills you. And I'll be honest, I watched this scene quite a few times because he can kill you pretty easily. At full health, you can only take one hit before he'll eat you, so you really need to make sure you move to avoid him the best you can. Force jump does seem to be pretty helpful here, but I did have a couple times where I'm pretty sure I just jumped right into his mouth. Now for me, I preferred just to use force speed so I could just run circles around him to take him out. I still got killed a few times, but he's pretty slow moving, so as long as you keep going in, out, in, out, in, out, and just timing it accordingly, you should be able to take him down pretty easily. Alright, come on, here we go, here we go. I got you this time, come on. There we go, alright. Finally, about freaking time. Oh man, that took, oh no! God damn it! Now, unfortunately, the rest of the level is pretty dull by comparison. They kind of just blew their load on the whole Rancor fight, because everything else here is just basic fighting through some pretty boring environments. I mean, there's a couple of neat things here, like the droid torture room, but for the most part, you're really just fighting through enemies until eventually you find Capal's surveillance device and just book it out of there.
Kapa, how nice of your men to recover my ship and load all the supplies for me. You keep this up and you might give yourself a good name. As soon as I get the supplies back, you'll get your payment. Of course, first I'll have to tell Mon Mothma about your illegal surveillance equipment, being an honest Jedi and all.
Is it kind of sad that the best voice actor in the game might be the dude voicing the Hutt?
A pleasure doing business with you. This is Mara. I finished my patrol, nothing to report. As usual.
Thanks, Mara. I know this feels like routine guard duty to you, but Mon Mothma wouldn't have asked if it weren't important. A Jedi holocron is an important artifact, and it must not fall into the wrong hands.
We've got a full squadron for an escort. No one would be stupid enough.
What the? We're dropping out of hyperspace!
New Republic transport, prepare to be boarded.
Man, that dude has to be the most boring sounding pirate I have ever heard. I mean, he sounds like he's on a Walmart intercom asking for someone to do a cleanup on aisle 3.
Pirates. I wonder if it's anyone I know.
The hangar doors are stuck. Can you see what you can do? We've got to get our fighters launched.
So at this point, you might be asking yourself, what does the assault on the Rebel base, Capal the Hutt, and this Jedi holocron actually have in common? And the answer is absolutely nothing. And that really might be the biggest sin of this game. You see, there was definitely moments in Dark Forces 2 where things got kind of repetitive gameplay wise, but the story and characters were so good you didn't really mind. While here, everything is just so disconnected, it's really hard to really be invested in it at all half the time. And these next couple of levels really start to feel pretty repetitive at this point, though they do have a few saving graces for them at least. Starting off, you first have to make your way over to the hangar to help launch some X-Wings to take out the pirates' fighters. And let's face it, it's always cool seeing X-Wings take off, and if you were playing this game back in the day, this is something that was pretty advanced for the time, so it's a pretty good addition to have in the game itself.
We're being boarded. Get back here, Lord. The bridge is under attack.
After that, however, we make our way back to the bridge and come across our first Zero-G room. Zero-G in this game actually is pretty easy to navigate through, and they did a really good job coding it into the game itself. And the dead bodies just kind of floating around the area does help to sell the destruction and death that's occurring on the ship. Eventually we do come across some of the pirates, and oh boy, are these some of the most generic looking bad guys I have ever seen. I mean, come on LucasArts, you're creative people. You tell me you couldn't have come up with anything more unique than this? But as we make our way over to the bridge, we find the commander dead, and thus take it upon ourselves to go and secure the Jedi holocron before the pirates can get it.
Stolen the holocron. I've got to get it back.
Oh yeah, I guess that would probably be too easy, so never mind. There are a few moments in the level that were pretty interesting to see done, like cutting the cables to lower a bridge, and even using a droid to open up a locked doorway to get through. You know, I'm kind of surprised that this was never a feature in the original Dark Forces 2. I mean, they made a lot of different types of droids for the game, but this is the only time they ever actually are used in any real way. Now, probably the most well-known part of this level is the crazy Zero-G room filled with rocket troopers, and I have to say, floating around and dodging rockets and taking these guys out is just a lot of fun. Most definitely the highlight of the entire level. The only negative part about this whole area is how you get out of it. Oh dear lord, man, where the hell do I go? And once again, the design here is absolutely ridiculous. Playing Where's the Vent is annoying as is, but to play it in an area where it's been tucked away in a corner of a room with lighting that causes it to just blend in with everything else is just so stupid. And it's starting just to feel like they did this crap on purpose just to find some way to pad out the game's runtime or something, I don't know. Either way, we make it to where they're loading all the cargo onto the ship and sneak aboard inside one of the crates. And by sneak on, I mean we just run inside the crate while everyone's looking at us and the game is none the wiser.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, but it's the only way.
Hey, what'd we get this time?
Usual stuff.
What about that mag-sealed crate?
My god, they had to have been using some random employees to voice act some of these characters.
He's having it transferred to his private collection on the planet.
I gotta follow that crate.
So this next level isn't exactly the worst design level in the game, but it's definitely the most boring in my opinion, which I think makes it worse overall. We are now on the Pirates orbiting dockyard and have to find a shuttle to stow away on to get to the pirate leader's base. Most of the level looks and feels pretty repetitive with only a few puzzles to really mention. Most of it's just all really just one maze with little to see. However, this is where you can at least find the carbonite gun, which is kind of useless at this point, but it's still pretty fun just to kind of mess around with. And yes, they do shatter when you hit them, which is a really nice touch. I really wish there was more I could really talk about with this level, but it's really just a combination of key hunting and running into a lot of dead ends, so there's not really much worth saying here, so let's just go ahead and move straight on to the pirate base itself.
I doubt these guys would notice an extra passenger.
Hey, all secrets found. And to think, I still find this level more boring than any other level in the game.
Good thing for me these guys are sloppy. Card would have had him shot. Now, to find Carabani's collection. It seems like they don't know I'm here.
I mean, I don't exactly know how I'm running around with a purple lightsaber, but okay. Oh yeah, now you recognize me. Man, I really do not understand how stealth is supposed to work in this game at all. What's that sound? Oh, fuck! What the hell is that thing? Machete-wielding blue monkey man, good lord! Well, fuck. So these evil machete-wielding blue bastards are the Nogri, a special elite species of warriors and assassins that actually used to serve Vader before the Empire fell. They actually have a pretty deep history in legends, being slaves of the Rakata, used in Sith Force experiments, and even serving alongside Grand Admiral Thrawn. However, one of the more interesting tidbits about them is that writer Timothy Zahn originally wanted them to be the original Sith species, and having them serve under Vader would make the phrase Dark Lord of the Sith have a slightly new meaning. However, this idea was of course scrapped, but later slightly revived just in a different fashion and used heavily during the Old Republic era. It's also worth pointing out that their design has definitely had some changes over the years, with the original depiction reminding me more of a blue gorilla, and the comics giving them more of a great warrior type vibe. Then Disney came around and did whatever the fuck this is.
Look how they mess with my boy.
Gameplay wise, they really aren't too bad to fight and are pretty weak against blasters, so as long as you keep your distance between them, they're pretty easy to take out. Well, at least for now. Now, the Pirate Leader's base is actually one of the more stunning levels in the game, and I really had a lot of fun here. Well, besides this small platforming part that for some reason I just could not get. Alright, jump. Oh, god damn it. Oh, really? Okay, let's try this again. Let's go. Alright, made the first one. Alright, jump. Oh, come on. Don't mess up. Don't mess up. Mess up. Whew. Finally. Normally platforming parts like this don't really bother me too much, but something must have just been wrong with me that day. Anyways, the level is filled with a lot of great set pieces, including some interesting puzzles and pretty cool traps. And oh no, not water enemies, no. Just hurry, swim out of here. Get the fuck out of here. God, I hate water enemies. I hate them. Just freaking hate them. Yeah. I mean, the underwater tunnel here is really cool, and there's another underwater trap where if you don't use force speed and run through it in time, the shields that are blocking off all the water will disappear and it will just flush you right down the drain. Just some really cool level ideas for the time. They even chose to place a bunch of Easter eggs just all across this level, like the helmet of some of the Dark Troopers from the original Dark Forces, and even the head of that prick AT-88. Now, of course, I have no idea how a crime lord gets a hold of all this stuff, but it's still just really cool. But he's also somehow managed to mine out a portion of the Valley of the Jedi. Or at least I kind of think that's what this place is supposed to be. Eventually we grab the holocron and get dumped into a pit of Nogri. But again, the blasters are pretty effective against them, so no big deal. For now. From this point on, it's pretty much just blasting our way through Nogris and pirates until we can eventually find a shuttle to get ourselves out of there.
Mara, this is Mon Mothma. Go ahead.
I'm concerned about Kyle. Have you heard from him? He's been out of contact for quite some time now.
I understood he was on some sort of personal mission.
He was investigating a lead he had regarding the ruins of a Sith temple on Dromund Kaas. But I'm afraid something may have happened to him. I think I should check it out.
I can't afford to lose either of you. Do what you must, but keep in touch.
I'll contact you as soon as I know anything. Jade out. That looks like a good place to land. Now to see if I can find Kyle's shuttle. Although I'm not sure I like the look of that swamp.
So, the story has finally looped around and we have made the decision to follow Kyle to the Sith world of Dromund Kaas to find out, of course, what the hell has happened to him all this time. Dromund Kaas is a planet with massive importance when it comes to the larger Star Wars Legends lore as a whole. To give the quick rundown, it was the ancient Sith Empire's capital world, ruled over by the immortal Emperor Valkarian, who, interesting enough, had a hand to play in Revan and Malak's fall to the dark side. If we jump ahead a good 4,000 years or so, the Emperor Sidious finds out about the world and decides to wipe it from all records and decides to secretly use it to test many of his dark servants. So basic gist here is evil as hell planet rich in the dark side. And as we arrive, it's pretty clear that this world is definitely different from all the others we've been to, with a dark, foreboding atmosphere that really just had me hyped to play through it. What the hell is this? Okay, so where's the switch? Ah, I see. I just gotta jump out of here. Come on. Wait, where do I go? All there is up here is a bonus. Where am I supposed to go? There is nothing up in these trees. How the hell do I get out of here? Just want to leave my ship. Yeah, all that hype was quickly stopped after I couldn't even figure out how to get out of this starting area and wound up spending like 5-10 minutes or so just climbing trees thinking that must be the way out of here. Turns out you actually have to sneak past this statue with Force Persuade. A really neat idea in theory, but pretty confusing in implementation. But just as I thought we were starting to move forward no problem, I fell into a trap hole and was forced underwater and drowned. So yeah, this is not your typical level. Also, if you're wondering why I'm not using my blasters against all these Maylocks, it's because apparently this planet is just so evil, it shorts out all of your weapons other than your lightsaber. So yeah, some of these enemies can really just be a bitch because of it. No, wait, sorry, I misspoke. All of these enemies can be a bitch. In the swamps alone here, we have swamp wampas that can damn near one-shot you, tons of Maylocks that mostly just kind of get in your way, random water traps that can drown you, Dianagas in those bodies of water, and even evil roses that shoot you with thorns. Yeah, you heard me right. Even the flowers here are evil. And the way this level's constructed, it just feels like they were trying to get you killed with cheap deaths, where enemies will just pop around a corner and just wreck you. It really turns what should be a unique and interesting level idea into just an entire slog that by the end of, you're just so thankful to be over with, and not in a good way. I will say, it is nice that Force Sight actually serves a purpose helping you here, though I'm pretty sure that Force sound effect they use is going to be stuck in my brain till the day I die. As we make our way through the swamps, we do eventually find Kyle's shuttle, but with no sign of him, we decide to just keep on moving forward to the temple he was investigating. We come across a switch that can only be accessed using Force Sight, which is an interesting idea lore-wise, where only Force users can gain entrance to the temple, but again, feels kinda strange gameplay-wise. Alright. Wait, who's that? Hey, it's me! It's like a dark side of me! That's awesome! He's even got dark pants and everything. Don't you know, tan pants mean light side, dark pants mean dark side. So preventing your entrance to the Sith temple is you. And let me tell you, you are not to be messed with. Story-wise, it's actually a pretty cool idea of the dark side showing a Jedi their darker selves and having it be just so damn powerful. It's something that feels right at home for an ancient Sith temple to have. And let me tell you, fighting Darkseid you is tough. I mean, right up there with some of the tougher fights you had in Dark Forces 2, if not tougher. Which is pretty crazy when you think about the fact that this is actually your first lightsaber fight in the entire game, and they do not take it easy on you at all. Darkseid you not only has plenty of health points, but she also just spams lightning like no one's business, just ripping through yours. Fortunately, she can at times get caught on the level geometry, giving you a moment to heal up, but even then, she's still kind of a pain in the ass to beat. With that said, I always love these lightsaber fights in these games, so it's still pretty awesome. Haha, yeah, take that. Oh, okay. Now where the hell do I go from here? Oh, what's this? And, oh, shit. Well, hello there. So yeah, the Nogri are back, and in some of these tight corners can really be a pain in the ass, especially now that we don't have any of our blasters. Now they are far from the worst enemy on this planet and still are pretty manageable with a lightsaber. However, I would be a liar if I said they didn't catch me off guard at least a few times in this game. If you're wondering why are they even here in the first place, it's because Palpatine's servant, Chronal, a major jackass who enjoyed using Sith alchemy to mutate and create Sith spawns, such as the one and only Picaroon Sea Boodle, captured some Nogri and mutated them and placed them here to guard the temple. So they're pretty much all over this place from here on out. But after fighting / using Force speed to just run past everyone, we do eventually find the temple's entrance and can head in to see what other horrors await us. Ooh, this is a spooky hallway. I like it. What was that? Oh shit, they're statues. That's badass. Sith Guardian statues to be exact. From here on out, they become a pretty common enemy and are actually probably one of my favorite enemies in the game. They kind of serve the same gameplay purpose as the minor Dark Jedi you fight in the future Jedi Knight games. Not nearly as powerful as a typical boss, yet still allowing you to get that dueling feeling. Here they come in two flavors, bronze and silver, and if you can't tell, their models and fighting styles are based off of Yun and Jarek. Now at first I did have some problems with them, but once you get back into kind of just the groove of things overall and figure out how to dodge and avoid their attacks effectively, you can really start cutting them down without too much problems. Unfortunately, after clearing out these statues, we are introduced to my least favorite enemy in this entire game. Or almost any game, to be honest. The Vornskir. Cover your virgin ears if you still got them, because I have a few things I just have to say about these bastards. These guys are not fun. They are beyond unfair, and frankly, I'd rather take another stroll through Halo 2's Sniper Alley on Legendary than even fight one more of these pricks. Not only do they have ridiculously strong attacks, but their attacks stun you whenever they hit, making even one hit just pretty much death. It is difficult as hell to outmaneuver them because of how quick they are, and they can take multiple lightsaber attacks like it's nothing. And the worst part here is that they are just everywhere. Oh, and did I mention, these motherfuckers can swim underwater too. And don't think you can just sneak past them by going invisible. No, they have a special force nose that can still find you all the same. Just such bullshit all the way around. You know, there's a fine line on whether an enemy is just hard or truly unfair, and this one just hops right over that line. Every encounter with them is just so unfun and unforgiving. Any chance I had, I ran past them to just avoid fighting them altogether. Except of course when the level pulls some bullshit and has you swim through an area to rise up in a room filled with 3 of these bastards, only to find out after dying a dozen times, it's just a freaking dead end. Turns out the real way out is a rock you have to click on for it to move out of your way. I mean, why would you design your levels like this? I just don't. In more comedic news, the Nogri AI doesn't really know how to get past certain obstacles, so a lot of time they can just get stuck in weird areas like this, which does make things at least a little easier at times. After battling our way through multiple Nogri and having some fun dueling the statues, which again are really enjoyable, we finally make our way to Kyle to say what's up.
Mara, you should not have come.
What's going on, Kyle? When you located the temple, why didn't you report in?
Because when I found the temple, I found a part of me which I couldn't deny. I found a greater source of power than I had ever known.
Here in these ruins?
Don't judge with your eyes, Mara. Reach out with the Force. Sense the power of the Sith around you. Accept it.
No! I sense only evil and death. Kyle, we have to get you away from here.
I have chosen my destiny, and it lies here. Because of our friendship, I offer you the chance to leave, but do not persist in pursuing me. If you do, I will not be responsible for the consequences.
Kyle, wait! I don't like the look of this, but there's no other way. Kyle? Where are you?
Mara, I knew you would make the right choice. Follow me to the heart of the temple. Feel the power embrace you as your Jedi powers fail you.
Kyle! He's gone insane.
So first off, I love the design here of the catacombs. It looks excellent for it being just like the heart of an evil temple. The lights in the walkway, as well as just the massive inner sanctum, is just fantastic. The interesting thing here is that the whole level is really just one big puzzle where you have to activate these pillars all around the room to get the doors to match one another. The catch here is that to get to these spots, you really pretty much have to go through hell itself. And by hell, I mostly just mean more Vornskirs. Alright, let's get on with it. Oh, come on, we're on the first fucking corner. Are you serious, game? God, I hate you! As we go deeper and deeper through these side passages, we eventually find Kyle as he warns us there are other dangers lurking in here, which, if there's anything more dangerous than a Vornskir, my god, I do not want to meet it. Lucky for me, before I actually started this level, I got a very informative comment on my Dark Forces 2 video that really helped me out with all the dueling. From Classical Music 1337. I enjoyed the video, but you're pretty bad at the game. For example, the lightsaber's alt attack, right click, is unblockable and is much better against the bosses than the standard attack. Well, fuck me, I've been basically playing through these games with one hand tied behind my back, and yes, the alt attack here can be very helpful when dealing with all these statues. Classical Music 1337, thank you so much for the help. Well, that looks very ominous. Alright then. Oh shit. Oh my god, it's vampires! So no joke here, these are actually Sith undead, basically zombies rising up from the grave to just try to disintegrate you with force lightning. Man, older Star Wars really used to have a lot of paranormal stuff in it at times. Luckily, this is the only real challenging part with them, just because at this point there's so many of them that dodging all the lightning is pretty difficult. However, if you do have the force power to absorb, this is pretty much a non-issue. Unfortunately, I didn't have that, but what I did have is saber throw, which still worked out pretty well. Now, I'm not sure how others feel about the undead as a matter of Star Wars lore, but they definitely add to this dark and terrifying feeling the temple is supposed to have. And though they can be a little annoying at times, I do enjoy them as an enemy type overall. Just really adds some much needed diversity to the enemy roster at this point in the game. A cool fact about them is actually the game's manual makes no mention of them whatsoever in order to try to keep it a surprise for when they try to jump out and get you. After fighting our way through the undead, we make our way to the switch and activate one of the doorways. And now we just have to backtrack all the way to the beginning to take the right path instead to activate the other doorway. And by backtrack, what I really mean is just force jump over it all because I am not going through all of that again. Now, unfortunately, the right path here also starts with, you guessed it, more Vornskir. I swear, no matter what I do, I will never understand how to easily beat these guys. Ah, the blue room. No idea why this is actually here, to be honest, but it does have some more statues for you to fight, which is always fun. After you finish them off, you can actually swim down this central pillar and pop out into this giant room and kill a few more statues, and then what do you know it, Kyle shows up and tries to fight us for a bit.
Now, test yourself against me!
Now, you'd think that given the massive difficulty spike these last few levels have had, this fight here would be terribly hard, but the truth is it really isn't. Besides the occasional forced choke, he kinda just jumps around turning invisible a lot. I mean, I died like 5 times for every Vornskir I faced, but I didn't die even once to Kyle here before he just ran off and disappeared. Either way, after passing through some more Vornskir and evil flowers, we activate the other doorway, allowing us access to the inner sanctum. Well, at least after we deal with these final 2 statues here. Okay, I got an idea of how to deal with y'all. And off you go! Oh, jeez. I should have been doing that this entire time. This last portion here is just really cool. Just a slow-moving platform taking you out to the center of the sanctum before slowly dropping you down into darkness. Really just sells that whole evil palace feel so well. It makes us feel like we're truly going where we just do not belong. But let's be real, we'll go to the ends of the earth and back for Kyle Katarn.
I should congratulate you. Reaching the heart of the temple is not an easy journey. By finding me, you have chosen your destiny. You have traveled far. Now, take the final step on the path that lies before you. Join me, and together we will restore the Sith to its former glory.
No, that will never happen. I will kill you if I must, but I sense that you will not make that necessary.
There is no conflict, only resolve. The path of your destiny is now set, and you have but 2 choices. Cross the bridge before you and join me, or maintain your pitiful faith in the Force by stepping off into oblivion and death.
Well, Kyle, that is an interesting and, dare I say, persuasive argument. And because of my undying loyalty to you, of course, I accept. Oh, you bitch. So yeah, it's a final trap where if you try to go over to the dark side, you just die, showing of course why you should never trust a Sith. What you need to do is instead just walk off the edge to oblivion to find out, what do you know it, you're actually already in the throne room. Now whenever I'm trying to play a game like this to make a video on and I haven't played it before in the past, I really try my best not to look up any spoilers and only hints when I am truly stuck. And I am so thankful for that because this final twist here is just awesome. So I'm just going to say this right now, if you've never played through Mysteries of Sith and you intend on playing through it and you do not know how this ends, end the video here. I swear I will not be upset. Just end the video here and go play it. Now if you've already beaten the game or just don't really care, then here we go. At first I really tried just fighting Kyle and got absolutely nowhere for it, and especially since all your force powers have actually been disabled at this point. But after dying a few times to him, I noticed this carving on the wall of a woman Jedi laying down her weapon, so I thought this whole game's been full of puzzles, maybe I'll try to do the same, and what do you know? Kyle slew me where I stood. Now for those of you who know how this game is supposed to end, that might seem kind of confusing, but I didn't know how this game is supposed to end, so because of it I figured I just got it wrong and went back to trying to fight him. So after running around again trying to fight him a little bit, looking for a little bit of clues, I eventually just said, screw it, and I tried it one more time, and what do you know, this time it actually worked.
You are foolish, and for that you will die! I can't. No! I won't do this. This is not the way. It asks too much of me. I can't kill my friends and allies.
No, you can't. Trust in your feelings.
I was deluded too easily. I thought I could control the power. Instead, I lost myself to it. I have failed.
You haven't failed, Kyle.
So now I suppose you're the teacher and I'm the student.
You should be so lucky. Come on, let's go home.
Okay, that is how you subvert someone's expectations. You hear that, Ryan Johnson? I mean, it would have been so easy for you to just beat Kyle down like most games would do, but to have you simply refuse to fight him as the way to win? I mean, that is a great way to end this, and one I was not expecting at all, so just props to whoever came up with that brilliant idea. Well, that is of course the end of the single player for Mysteries of the Sith. However, I can't exactly end this video without of course talking about the secret hidden level they had in this game. Back in the old days, there was a link to a LucasArts website where you could actually download the hidden Cloud City level for the game, where you play as Luke Skywalker and get to fight Boba Fett and even Vader. Now, the website is clearly down now, but you can still go through the process to get it online, though I didn't really want to try to figure all that out, so the footage here is actually from YouTuber Lightning Bolt Forever. And by the way, if you need help getting through this game at all, his walkthroughs absolutely saved me with some of the more ridiculous puzzles that it had here. Plus, his commentary through it was actually really fun to listen to, and it's clear he really enjoys this game a lot, so definitely go and please check him out. So here's the thing, Mysteries of the Sith is a strange game for me to talk about. Mostly because as great as some of the aspects are in the game, from some of the new level design choices, force powers, and new enemies, I really can't imagine ever recommending this game to anyone other than just a hardcore Dark Forces 2 fan. I mean, it's in a weird spot where I think I enjoyed more of what they attempted to do than what they actually made. It also seems like most of the team just wanted to go around creating new maps and gimmicks, while the rest tried to create a deep story, because what we got was around 75% of the game being neat levels with no meaningful or engaging story behind them, and then 25% of amazing lore and backstory, but terrible level design and enemy placements. I mean, I loved playing through the pirate base and the Rancor pit especially, but story-wise, it was just completely disconnected from anything else. And on the other side, I hated almost every moment playing through that damn swamp and just got irritated whenever a Vornskir showed up at all in the later levels. But I also loved the story that went along with it all. Despite my many complaints I probably have about the game, I am so happy to have finally played through it. I mean, as an expansion pack, it's no opposing force, that's for sure. But it definitely wasn't half-assed at all. It's clear that the people behind this game, despite its many faults, truly do enjoy the Star Wars universe and strive to make something worthy to add to it. And these days, that's all I'm really asking for. So my opinions on Mysteries of the Sith have remained kind of the same since I first did the video. I mean, I have to admit, I might have been a little harsh on those Vornskir. Wait, no, sorry. I wasn't harsh enough on those Vornskir. I mean, those guys are still just total bastards. I fucking hate them. But besides that, it's still a great game to play and one I had a lot of fun making a video on. However, it didn't have as much fun as I did in this next one, because next up is the first game of the series I ever played, Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. The year is 1995, and after the runaway success of Doom, LucasArts has decided to enter the FPS gaming space with their release of Star Wars Dark Forces for PC. In a world surrounded by Doom clones where the only plot was, ooh look demon, let's punch it in the face, LucasArts decided to take, well, a different approach and designed a full campaign with a unique story, villain, and of course, a new hero. This was the birth of fan favorite Kyle Katarn, a mercenary for hire that brought down the Empire's Dark Trooper project, and later in 1997, when Dark Forces 2 released, learned how to use the Force and hunted down and stopped the Dark Lord Jarek from using the power of the Valley of the Jedi to rule the galaxy. The first two Dark Forces games are something very unique for the time they came out, both releasing prior to Half-Life, the FPS to rule over all FPSs. Now, Half-Life is normally given credit as the game that normalized having environmental storytelling and deeper narratives in the FPS genre, mostly because the game was just so amazing that everyone wanted to be like it. Unfortunately, this means though Dark Forces started on the path of creating rich and engaging narratives in the genre far earlier, it was kinda quickly overshadowed, never really getting the credit it deserved, and unfortunately was kinda left behind and forgotten by many. Now, I was only 2 years old when Dark Forces 1 released, so I have a good excuse for not playing it till much later. But fortunately for me and my friends who missed out on the Dark Forces games, we still had our own entry into the legend that is Kyle Katarn. So around 2002 to 2006 is normally recognized as the golden age of Star Wars video games, with amazing classics like Rogue Leader, Knights of the Old Republic, Battlefront 1 and 2, Republic Commando, and of course the return of the OG Star Wars first-person shooter hero, Kyle Katarn in Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Okay, so here's where some of the confusion hit for some of us back in the day. If this is Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, it was obviously a sequel, yet in a time when internet access was restricted to whenever no one was on the phone, and a simple image took 3 hours to process, finding answers like this wasn't exactly easy, and especially so when it comes to just the weird way they ended up naming this series. You had the original game simply called Dark Forces, a straightforward classic FPS. Then later, Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, where they introduced lightsaber combat and force powers. Then we had Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith, an expansion, but still a solid game in its own right. And now, Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. So yeah, a little all over the place when it comes to the names. I mean, is this the Dark Forces series or the Jedi Knight series? I mean, maybe starting at Dark Forces 2, you can say that's when it turned to Jedi Knight series and not the Dark Forces series. I don't know. Point is, as a kid, this was just a little bit confusing. Fortunately, given it had been 5 years since Dark Forces 2 and its expansion released, Jedi Outcast made sure to do things in a way where most people were still able to just jump into it without the prior game's knowledge and still pretty much piece together most of Kyle's history based on just the exposition dialogue.
Kyle? Kyle Katarn? You're the legendary hero who destroyed Jarek at the Valley of the Jedi?
Now, did I know about the amazingly hammy Dark Lord Jarek when I first played?
Morgan Katarn!
Not at all, but at least I had some idea as to what might have happened. Now, of course, these days you can go online and find gameplay, walkthroughs, cutscenes, and hell, even musical numbers explain the story of past games.
In the Valley of the Jedi, where legends are born, Kyle faces Jurek in the breaking dawn. With lightsabers clash and destiny's song, the fate of the galaxy hangs right and wrong.
But back then, it really wasn't possible to just hop online and find this sort of stuff, so the dialogue and cutscenes here were very important to get right, especially when you consider the fact that thanks to Jedi Outcast releasing on consoles as well as PC, as compared to Dark Forces 2 being a PC exclusive, this was many people's first time stepping foot into the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight storyline. Now, I say all this to simply make the point that Raven Software was given a tall task here and yet did a great job at making it so longtime fans would have a lot to appreciate and new fans wouldn't be left wondering what the hell's happening. Oh yeah, I should probably mention, Outcast, as well as its follow-up game Academy, was developed by Raven Software, a switch from the prior games which were all made in-house by LucasArts. Unfortunately, now Raven has been relegated to just assisting with the endless franchise that is Call of Duty, as it just pumps out more and more dribble. But there was a time when they were behind many games that me and my friends greatly enjoyed, and even with Raven's excellent history, I really do believe the Jedi Knight games are the best games Raven has ever developed. I mean, the story is amazing, the voice acting and writing are great, and the combat, my god, the lightsaber combat is still better than any game out there. I mean, no game has even come close to the smooth but intense feeling of the lightsaber combat that Raven established all the way back when this game first hit shelves in 2002. But I'm getting way too ahead of myself here, so why don't we just go ahead and start this game up, and maybe, just maybe, I'll be able to put into words why to this day Jedi Outcast is one of my all-time favorite Star Wars games ever made. So like any good Star Wars game, we first start with the opening crawl, this time telling us how, for the most part, it's a time of relative peace as the New Republic works to fight the Imperial remnants that were left over after the fall of Palpatine. We're given pretty much just the footnotes of Kyle's past adventures, mentioning how he defended the Valley of the Jedi from Jarek, and later decided to sever his connections to the Force due to nearly falling to the dark side himself. Now, the game mostly implies this is because of what we saw in Mysteries of the Sith, when Mara Jade had to actually save him from being corrupted by an ancient Sith temple, and the PTSD from that experience causing him to somewhat despise the Force and anything to do with it, which is pretty understandable. I mean, hell, I still have nightmares of all those damn Vornskir. In my head, this is the entire reason as to why Kyle left the Jedi, because it makes a lot of sense for his character, and more importantly, it keeps the games pretty consistent. However, in the lore, Kyle actually did go back to the Jedi and then left after seeing some Padawans fall to the dark side, reminding him just how easy it can happen. Again, I like to kind of think it was the Mara Jade experience that made it so he turned away from the Force, but what you gonna do? Point being, Kyle is back to his gunslinging mercenary ways, and with his partner, Jan Ors has been taking on missions for the New Republic, and has now been asked to investigate a thought to be near abandoned Imperial base.
Preparing for final approach. Whatever's causing those transmissions, it's not showing up on any of the sensors. This Imperial outpost looks as abandoned as reported.
It's as dead as the rest of Kedjum. Mon Mothma must be getting paranoid. She never used to send pros like us out on blue milk runs like this.
So in every game, we seem to get a new voice actor for Kyle. In Dark Forces 1, we had Nick Jameson. In Dark Forces 2, we had the fantastic Jason Court. In Mysteries of the Sith, we had Reno Romano. And in Jedi Outcast, we have the very talented Jeff Bennett. And no disrespect to the other Kyles here, but this is the voice of Kyle as far as I'm concerned. Again, the other actors did a great job, but this version of Kyle has that wisecracking scoundrel act down pat. I will say, one thing I do find pretty funny about this choice of voice actor is how Reno Romano from Mysteries of the Sith also played the narrator in Curious George, while Jeff Bennett played Ted. And while Reno Romano did the voice of Revan in Knights of the Old Republic, Jeff Bennett ended up playing Revan in Star Wars The Old Republic. Now, maybe I'm just a little weird, but I've always enjoyed seeing where actors cross over in different projects, and this one just kind of amused me. We also have Jan, played by Vanessa Marshall, who is probably now most well known as the voice for Hera Syndulla in Star Wars Rebels, which is kind of neat that she's still going on and doing more Star Wars related work. But I'll go ahead and shut up now so we can get on with the game.
Kyle, Jan, greetings.
Mon Mothma, Kyle was just talking about you.
Sorry, real quick, played by Carolyn Seymour and is Dr. Chakwas from Mass Effect as well as Queen Mira from Gears of War.
Mon Mothma, Kyle was just talking about you.
No doubt. I bring troubling information about your mission on Kejim.
I hate it when you say troubling.
We've managed to decode a small fraction of the transmission we intercepted earlier, and, well, listen for yourselves.
I will fire. Shadow. First we may have to the Valley of the Jedi. Reborn warrior.
The Valley of the Jedi?
Reborn?
We believe this transmission was intended for Galak Fayar, the suspected leader of the remnant forces in that sector. It's probably nothing more than a couple of soldiers telling tales around the glow lamp. But as you are the only survivors of the Valley of the Jedi incident, I thought it only fair to warn you that this mission may be more dangerous than we originally anticipated. Your objectives, however, remain the same. Find out what you can, clear out any remnant forces you encounter, and may the Force be with you.
So much for the Blue Milk Run.
So first thing I want to point out before we get too deep into the game is that by default the game does not run in widescreen, and normally for a retrospective I like to play a game as accurately as when the game was released, so no mods or any major graphical overhauls of any kind. However, you can force the game to run in 1080p by simply editing some of its files. It looks a heck of a lot better and doesn't mess with any of the game's assets at all, so I figured, why not? Also, this game has a ton of copyrighted music in it, like pretty much all Star Wars games from this generation did, so I'll be doing what I always do and just try to replace it with some non-copyrighted Star Wars music instead. Now, the start of Jedi Outcast is actually fairly similar in theme at least to the start of Dark Forces 1, with us sneaking into an Imperial base armed only with our trusty Briar pistol.
Oh yeah, where you moving? Sector 7 had an opening, so I applied. Not bad. Should be a quiet last day.
Man, I love the ragdolls in this game. Now, while we look for an entrance to the base, we can end up having the opportunity to pick up this keycard from an Imperial officer here, something that we'll actually be doing a lot of throughout the game. A really cool thing about this mechanic, however, is that some of the officers will drop keycards to supply rooms and boxes that contain extra health, ammo, or items, which really encourages you to just start looking around and exploring a bit more. We end up using a defense turret in order to blast open the doorway before using the elevator to then enter the base. And here the game actually gives you a little bit of a choice. If you aren't really the patient type, you can just do what worked before and blast your way in, setting off all the alarms you like. Or if you just wait a minute for the elevator to go back up, you can actually sneak below, avoiding them at least for the time being. Now, whatever you choose, you'll still have to eventually go below to try to make your way into the security room, making the choice not really mean all that much. However, simple things like this, even somewhat minor, really do add some flavor to the game and gives you a good illusion of choice. I really love the aesthetics of the Imperial bases in this game. It just feels so right for Star Wars. From the galactic basic words on the terminals to the iconic looking terminals themselves, all of it looks just fantastic. Also, finding this particular security terminal will let Jan take control of it, opening up more of the base for us to explore. Now, this is probably as good of a time as any to mention one of the few negatives about Outcast, and that is, unfortunately, its gunplay. It's not terrible or anything, but it just feels, I don't know, just kinda off. Part of it's due to this strange dynamic crosshair implemented that has a semi-lock-on feature to it, but it just doesn't really work well at all. You can adjust it and turn it off in the settings, but even besides that, you still have other problems, like how fast and erratically the AI can sometimes choose to move, and thanks to the pretty slow projectiles, it makes hitting them with blasters like the E11 kind of just a pain in the ass at times. Fortunately, the AI isn't too accurate with them either, and once you get a lightsaber, spoilers, you really have very little need to go back using blasters outside of a few select occasions, so it's not really that big of a deal. Again, it's not terrible gunplay. I mean, the game runs on the id Tech 3 engine, so it definitely has the bones of a good shooter. But some of the default settings and the way the weapons just generally operate cause the game to suffer somewhat in that respect, and it can be pretty jarring, especially in these early levels. Either way, as we proceed through the base, we eventually come across an Imperial code.
Looks like an Imperial code.
This, as well as 2 other codes we have to find, are used to access another section of the base, and these Imperial codes are somewhat reminiscent of the codes in Dark Forces 1, which is something I'm very glad they brought back here, considering how in Dark Forces 2, they just kinda got rid of that unique feature in favor of having just more standard key hunting. The other 2 codes are located at the other corners of the base, with the green code being locked behind a door, making you have to escort Jan to a new terminal in order to open. Now, the red code is a bit more interesting. On the red side of the base, we first come across a control panel where we can actually listen in on the Remnant's transmissions back to their Star Destroyer.
Convey my dissatisfaction with Commander Stephen on his performance. Inform him that he's been removed from command and will be reassigned. That is all.
It's not really a necessary thing to do, but it does give a small glimpse into some of the operations here. Now, the red code here is locked in a certain section of the communication area of the base, making you have to actually find a way around to get inside. Unfortunately, thanks to the incompetence of some of the stormtroopers, there is a small fire around this section of the base. Okay, so big fire.
What was that?
Just another day at work, Jan.
Yeah, just another day at work, blowing shit up. Well, in the past he probably would have just nuked the place, so progress. Either way, as we continue, we come face to face with some probe droids, which, by the way, look fantastic, like they came straight out of the movies. And after fighting a few of them, we wind up dropping into, well, what they thought was a secure room to get that final code. Alright, so where is that damn code at? Holy shit! Yeah, so some stormtroopers and officers seem to have the ability to rapid fire their E11 same as you do, and there really isn't a good way of knowing which ones can and can't do that, so it can really come as a surprise sometimes when you turn a corner and just get blasted by them. But hey, we got the last code and can finally open the door to search deeper into the base.
Jan, prep the ship for takeoff. I just want to check out one last area.
Meet with the ship.
Fire!
Now here's where the level starts to change a bit, where we are now going through some of the Imperial labs, starting to catch a glimpse as to what they might have been doing here all along. We find cryo storage areas, dead prisoners, what looks to be a training area, and even these strange green crystals that seem to be at the heart of all of their experiments. The level also introduces us to a couple new enemies, both of them droids. First one is the combat droid. They become very easy later on in the game, but in these early levels can be a little aggravating with how they can kind of just reflect blaster fire back when they're not firing themselves. We also find the torture droid in some of the prison cells, which, by the way, do not let touch you because it will give you a terrible case of motion sickness. Okay, I hear you, but where? Oh, motherfucker! God damn! Oh my god, this is awful. This is terrible. Oh my god, I'm gonna hurl. I've heard some people complain that this level is too maze-like and easy to get lost in, but it really isn't that bad. Most of the time you're consistently moving forward, so it's easy to kind of just keep going in the right direction. Then again, I did just get done playing Dark Forces 2 and Mysteries of the Sith, so maybe I'm just getting a little better at navigating, I don't know. What was an issue for me was forgetting about that damn turbo laser ambush. Oh, what's that? Holy sh... Well then. Okay then. Oh, motherfucker. Oh man, I forgot to fucking save. God damn it. Yeah, Jedi Outcast has very few, if any, checkpoints mid-level, so if you forget to save, you will be screwed, because as the game goes on, you will die pretty often depending on the difficulty. Fortunately, on the PC version, you can quickly save with F10, but this was a massive issue for the console ports, where you had to go through the main menu and save your file any moment you wanted to even take a risky jump, which can be fairly often in this game. Speaking of jumping, you can actually practice a bit of it in the training room and be rewarded with back to tanks and supplies. It also teaches you that without the Force, Kyle Katarn is, well, a lot like me, and that he just can't jump to save his life. I mean, I get the fact they wanted the standard jump to feel a little off so that you feel powerful as hell after getting Force jump, but when you have to go through a good portion of the game with a 2-inch vertical leap, it can be just a little annoying. Oh god, the poison room. Or maybe it's supposed to be radiation since it's coming off the crystal. I don't know. What I do remember is, as a kid, I was stuck here for so long, it wasn't even funny. I mean, all you have to do is run in real quick to pick up the key off the dead officer and use it to enter the droid control terminal. But as a kid, I thought the poison was far stronger than it actually is, so I ran around for like an hour before taking the chance to actually enter. Thank God I didn't do that this time. Either way, at the droid control terminal, we actually pilot a mouse droid of all things to go in and deactivate the machine causing the poison so we can proceed through. Which makes this, I think, the only game I know of that actually lets you play as a mouse droid. I mean, I might be mistaken on that, but if there is another game, I can't really think of it. So if you know of a game where you can play as a mouse droid, please let me know in the comments below.
Jan, I found an exit.
Good. Grab some of those crystals and get yourself out of there. This place is giving me the creeps.
Lord Desan, this is Admiral Fayar.
So something I actually didn't know till recently is that Admiral Fayar is actually voiced by one of the GOATs of voice acting, Steve motherfucking Blum.
See you, space cowboy. Bang.
I mean, to go through his most iconic performances would still take like an hour in itself. I mean, my personal favorites are probably Grunt, Zabuza, and of course the icon himself, Spike Spiegel. I mean, the reality is that if you think of any of your childhood shows or video games, especially from the early 2000s, it's a very good chance he was more than likely a part of it. Hell, the funny thing is I went down recently and saw my 3-year-old watching that Lion Guard cartoon, and what do you know, Steve Blum was one of the villains on that, so even my son is gonna grow up with Steve Blum, I guess. I actually barely recognize his voice here, however, he does use his normal voice for some of the enemies later on.
Lord Desan, this is Admiral Fayar. Ah, Admiral Fayar, how go our experiments? As of this moment, they're not going at all. The testing facility on Kajim has been neutralized by a pair of New Republic mercenaries, and they've taken some of the crystals.
Mercenaries?
Who? Judging by their ship and the conversations our cameras picked up, I believe it was the pilot Jan Oz and her mercenary partner Kyle Katarn.
Katarn, eh? This setback could prove to be the answer to all our problems.
I'm afraid we haven't been able to decode any more of that transmission.
Good. If I put the Valley of the Jedi behind me, so can the rest of the galaxy.
So what were the Remnant doing in that lab?
Our scientists believe that they were trying to artificially infuse the powers of the Force into living subjects. Those crystals you're holding are very much like those found in a Jedi's lightsaber.
Spast!
But that's impossible, isn't it? You can't just give people the Force with a machine, right?
Everything we know about the Force tells us that such devices are nothing but the fevered dreams of fools and madmen, Jan. But try telling that to those poor beings you found in that laboratory.
Who were they?
Colonists from Artus Prime, a remote mining world on the far reaches of the New Republic's influence.
Let me guess. Crystal mining.
Yes, we lost contact with them shortly before receiving the transmission from Kejim. Now we fear that the colony has been captured by the Remnant.
Or worse.
Indeed. Without knowing the full extent of the Remnant's plans, or the colonists' plight, the New Republic is uneasy about sending in a full liberation force, so...
So you'd like us to sneak in, assess the situation, and call in the fleet if necessary?
Yes.
You know I don't like messing with this Force business anymore.
We'll double your usual fee.
We'll take it.
So after learning about the Imperial Remnant taking over a crystal mine in order to try and use the crystals to give people the Force, we decide to go and investigate. The start here is pretty cool with you needing to avoid a spotlight in order to not alert the guards, and afterwards you end up jumping across some pipes that are just clearly not up to code. I mean, one of these pipes has to be to something important, right? I mean, Space OSHA is going to lose their freaking mind here. Man, he just did a straight backflip off there. That was awesome. I give him a 10 out of 10 for the dismount. His landing, yeah, who knows. Oh yeah, I like this part. So if you ride the elevator all the way down, you end up getting ambushed when the doors open. But if you instead slide off early over here, then you enter the secret area where you can actually ambush them instead. In all seriousness, having little secrets like this instead of the same old health and shield pickups is an awesome way to reward players for actually looking around. However, don't get too cocky because this is not the only ambush they have for you.
Find cover!
Alright, I heard you. Where'd y'all go off to? Alright, I know they're in here somewhere. Maybe the back. Oh, no, there you go. Oh, God, that's a lot of them. Oh, God, that's a lot of them. Oh, shit, that's a lot. Okay, the trip mines. Oh, wait, no, I forgot. That's not how they work. Fuck, God damn it. God, I can't hit shit in this game, I swear to God. So, yeah, I kind of got messed up in there a little bit. But you know what? At least we got the bowcaster, which is always a lot of fun. The bowcaster is a lot like it was in Dark Forces 2, being an accurate gun with pretty moderate damage, with its alt fire being either a 3-bolt spread that can hit multiple enemies, or one single powerful charge shot that can pretty much one-shot most stormtroopers. After fighting through some moderate resistance, we get to the first real puzzle of the level, needing to find a way into the rest of the mine. There are plenty of shipments going into the mines, but they all have to get decontaminated as they enter, which instantly kills you. So because of that, we have to find a way to of course disable that system before we can sneak our way in. Now, one of the few complaints I see this game get a lot of is how almost every level is going to have some form of an environmental puzzle you'll need to solve in order to proceed. However, if I'm being honest, except for only a couple of instances, I kind of praise the game for that. Some of the puzzles in Dark Forces 2, and especially Mysteries of the Sith, were kind of nonsensical at times. But almost all the puzzles here in Jedi Outcast can be reasoned through without too much trouble. They almost always require a pretty common sense solution that anyone should be able to figure out if they just kind of slow down and just kind of think about it for a moment. In this case, we need to find a way to disable the decontamination system, and by seeing the core rise out of the ground to activate, it's pretty clear we should probably find a way below. And what do you know, a pipe that leads right to the room. The reality is that almost all the puzzles in this game are pretty reasonable, and even if you get stuck on one for a little bit of time, finding the solution is kind of like that same feeling you get in Portal of, oh, it wasn't hard, I'm just an idiot. After riding the shipping container for like 2 seconds, we jump into one of the mines that introduces us to one of the more irritating enemies in the game, the mine crabs. And yes, they are actually called mine crabs in the files, a weird name, I know. To be honest, they're really easy and do very little damage, however they are just such a pain in the ass to get rid of, making you have to either risk getting up close to hit them with your stun baton, or just waste your ammo shooting at them. Again, they're not exactly bad, just they should probably have reduced their numbers by like 20% or so.
What's this? Looks like the Remnant are using slave labor.
Well, of course they're enslaving people. I mean, this shouldn't be too much of a shock to find out. This is the remnant of the Empire, for God's sake. Ooh, look, lava. I always enjoy a good lava level. This short part is always something I enjoy playing through. The more brutal, industrial theming is something that Star Wars and sci-fi in general rarely does. So it kind of makes this feel pretty unique, even if it's only for a short moment.
Mon Mothma was right, Jan. Remnant troops are crawling all over this place and they've taken prisoners.
Well, that should bring the Republic running. I'll alert the fleet and pick you up.
Go ahead and call in the reinforcements, but I've got a mine to blow up and prisoners to rescue.
Are you trying to justify your fee?
Be ready for a quick pickup. I've got a feeling that things are about to get pretty nasty around here.
Who needs the Valley of the Jedi when you're already gifted with such amazing intuitive powers?
Just be ready to pick me up.
As you wish, O Jedi Master.
As this portion of the base starts to explode, it's pretty cool seeing it all just start falling apart as we try and escape. Rubble crushing stormtroopers and mine crabs just flooding the hallways. Too bad it also has this annoying screen shaking every 5 seconds, because of course, how else would we know everything's falling apart without it? As we make our way over to the prison cells, we proceed to fight our way up to the main control room. Each level, of course, getting jumped by groups of stormtroopers. If you start running low on ammo at this point, this is actually a pretty good opportunity to actually try out the trip mines to help thin them out. The trip mines pretty much work the same as they do in Half-Life, where you can attach them to most surfaces and detonates when someone crosses the blue laser. They really are one of the most underutilized pieces of equipment that you actually get in the game, with them being very effective throughout the entirety of it. However, let's be real, once you get the lightsaber, that's kind of all you really want to use, right?
Not very subtle, but it seems to have gotten the job done.
I love how all the prisoners here seem to know instantly what's up and just start running out of their cells. I mean, mostly just to get gunned down, but it seems apparently that some of them make it, including this prisoner, who informs us in the 2 seconds it took for us to free them and walk down the stairs, they have already stole some weapons, organized, and took control of an entire docking bay. But unfortunately, they apparently can't get the main doors open, so of course they need our help. I mean, to me it sounds like they can take care of all this themselves at this rate, but what the hell. I have to say, just coming off fresh from Dark Forces 2, this is one of those areas that kind of impresses me. In the last game, they could barely create what looked like TIE fighters, but in this hangar, it is just littered with fantastic movie-like versions of them. It's just a small thing, but it's cool to see how far the series has developed look-wise, and it might be my nostalgia talking, but I really do think that this still looks pretty good for an over 20-year-old game. Dear Lord, this really is over a 20-year-old game, isn't it? Fuck, I am an old man now. So the Imperial officer we need to unlock the door is locked away himself, and to be honest, this is probably the low light of the level. It's pretty short, it's just not really that enjoyable. The puzzle here isn't too bad, having you go back to the control room in order to turn on fans so you can gently float down to some of the lower levels. But then you're stuck running through vents and mines filled to the brim with mine crabs that I just frankly got tired of and ended up just running past instead. You know, if the shooting felt more responsive, small enemies like this really wouldn't be that big of a deal, but here they are just so damn annoying at this point. Eventually we do find the Imperial officer and convince him to open the main doors.
Don't shoot! Get up. You're gonna help me release some prisoners.
It is kind of a neat idea needing to actually hold him up at gunpoint, but whoever the jackass was that made him walk so damn slow, just fuck you, man. Oh my god, man, just move. Just go faster, my god. Oh dear lord, these are long stairs. Just move, damn it, come on. You know, Kyle, it would really be easier to, persuade him to do this if, I don't know, you didn't give up your damn force powers and could actually use force persuade.
You won't get away with this, rebel scum.
I think I already have.
No, don't eat him. Don't eat him yet, I still need him. You can have his corpse after I'm done. I'll give this Imperial officer one thing. Not only did he take those bites like a champ, but he also pulls off a pretty good double cross here.
Enough of this charade.
I mean, I'm Kyle motherfucking Katarn, so obviously it doesn't work, but ballsy attempt nonetheless. I really enjoy the little things like right here. All the TIE pilot uniforms hung up ready to go by the hangar. Just does a good job at making the level feel like a real place.
Run! Kyle, the evac ships are standing by. Just keep those prisoners alive.
Man, those prisoners could not have decided on a worse place to hold out at. Oh look, an ATST. I gotta say, they are definitely a little tougher when you don't have any explosive weapons yet. Fortunately, we can kinda just leave this one alone for now and take this elevator up to first help the trapped prisoners, and what do you know, another ATST.
Thanks, Commander.
So after securing the evac zone for the prisoners, we have to find our way around to destroy the ion cannons that are keeping the evac shuttles at bay, requiring us to make a mad dash across the canyon to the other side. Gotta say, the whole dash through the stormtroopers and ATSTs made me feel like Lieutenant Spears from Band of Brothers. Man, that was a great show.
Okay, it's all clear.
Thanks, Commander. We're on our way down for the prisoners.
Good work, Kyle. I'll sit down in that small canyon. See you soon.
Oh, it's so nice this mission went off without a hitch. I can't wait to go back and see good old Jan.
Kyle, I've got some trouble here. Hey!
Jan?
Kyle, get over here!
What's wrong?
Oh, I'm sure it's nothing.
A prisoner for you, Master Dasan.
Well done, Tavion. Secure her in the cargo hold and prepare her for processing.
At once, Master.
Blast them, Kyle!
Kyle? Kyle Katarn? You're the legendary hero who destroyed Jarek at the Valley of the Jedi. You look like nothing more than a bantha herder.
Well, you look like an overgrown Kowakian monkey lizard, so I guess looks don't count for much. Hand her over.
You desire this woman? Come, take her.
Ah, Sith spit.
Ah, Dasan, the lizard man himself, voiced by a relatively unknown voice actor named Mark Clasterin, who unfortunately passed away back in 2012. His resume is limited, mostly just side and background characters, making this by far his biggest performance, and I for one think he does a great job with what he's given. The woman from before is Tavion, played by the very talented Kath Soucie, who you might know as the Rachni Queen, Cubert Farnsworth, or of course the one and only Lola Bunny. Now this fight with Dasan is, as you might expect, just him wiping the floor with your ass as you just sit there yelling at Kyle, "Why did you give up the Force again?" I will say, this does give you a great look at what it must have been like being a random stormtrooper back in Dark Forces 2, as Kyle just walks through you and hundreds of others without even breaking a sweat.
Enough of this charade. You're pathetic, Katarn. As a Jedi, you might have proven a worthy adversary. Without the power of the Force, you're not worth the effort it would take to strike you down. Perhaps your woman will prove to be of heartier stock. She certainly couldn't be any weaker than these colonists.
Don't you touch her.
On second thought, Tavion, kill her.
Kyle! Jan!
Okay, so looking back, it's pretty clear Jan's not actually dead, spoilers, but Kid Me definitely thought she was, and you can see from Kyle's perspective why he would think so too, so works well with the story.
You want a worthy adversary? I'll give you a worthy adversary.
What are you doing, Kyle?
Don't try to talk me out of this, Father. I need the power of the Valley of the Jedi, and I need it now.
Do you believe that this stream of power will ease your pain? Or that you can safely wield the Force with anger in your heart?
Jan is dead. My anger is all I have left. Anger and revenge.
Is that how she would want to be remembered? With acts of anger and revenge?
No.
Then remember her as she was, and may the Force be with you.
It hasn't been so far.
So again, for a lot of people I knew, this was their first game in the series, so this part was a little strange, but still relatively easy to follow. Now, for those of you who might need a refresher,
in the Valley of the Jedi, where legends are born, Kyle faces Jurek.
No. Okay, no more of that, please. Anyway, the plot of Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight was that the Dark Lord Jerick and his lackeys were looking for the Valley of the Jedi, a central power source that held the souls of Jedis long ago. After tracking him down, Kyle finds Jerick right after he used it to level up all of his Force abilities, leading to an epic battle. Kyle ends up kicking Jerick to the ground, saying, "Get up so I can beat you again," before just cutting him in half, which is pretty metal. In the end, Kyle leaves the valley untouched, except for 2 statues left in his dead father's and his mentor's honor. It's pretty telling how Kyle never actually tapped into the valley's power after his fight with Jerick, yet now, after being disconnected from the Force for so long, and losing one of the only people who he has ever truly cared about, he has no qualms about doing exactly what Jerick wanted to do to obtain its power, and doing it for the purpose of revenge at that. Even if this was your first game in the series, it's pretty clear here that Kyle was not going to be your just everyday Jedi.
Are you alright?
I'd forgotten what it was like.
It will become familiar to you again in time. What will you do now?
Find the sun, but first I need to get something I left behind.
Oh yeah, look at that pre-rendered cutscene. For some reason they decided to go with pre-rendered versions for most of the space scenes, yet still kept the rest of them in engine, which can contrast pretty heavily here, but it still holds up pretty well.
Your plan worked, Master Dasan.
Yes, Tavion. The death of Katarn's woman has driven him mad and delivered the Valley of the Jedi into our hands. Contact Admiral Fayar and prepare the troops.
Oh my god. What's this? A competent plan from a villain? How absurd for a Star Wars game. Really though, leaving Kyle alive to lead them to the Valley's location all because of his anger is a pretty smart move. So remember when Disney had a homeless looking Luke set up an academy only to try to kill his nephew because he had a bad dream? Yeah, well, one of Disney's many excuses for the sequels was that there wasn't any source material to draw from, so nothing to base future stories or character developments off of post Episode 6. Yeah, they actually said that. Well, Disney, I'm about to blow your fucking mind, because here is probably the best representation of Luke post Episode 6 you will ever find outside maybe the Timothy Zahn novels. Here in the old Yavin base, Luke has set up a new Jedi Academy where he is hard at work training a new era of Jedi Knights. One of the cool things here is that if you want to, before going to go see Luke, you can actually look around a bit and watch as Padawans spar in front of their masters, practice with training remotes, or just work on some of their force powers. Watching the Padawans spar each other like this also just really makes you want to hurry up and get that lightsaber so badly. As much as Outcast gets crapped on for taking so long to get to the lightsaber, I have to admit, seeing Dasan just humiliate me and then arriving here and watching the others just fight so fluidly really got me just excited to ditch that slow-moving gunplay to get to my lightsaber, really just building on that sense of anticipation. It's probably one of the biggest cases of blue-balling the player I have ever seen in gaming, but it does make this moment with Luke just that much more exciting.
Kyle, I've been expecting you.
Ah, Bob Bergen. The man has pretty much been considered the voice for Luke in video games since his first job as Luke back in 1996's Shadows of the Empire. Bergen is also well known for playing the most modern versions of Porky Pig, and was also Marvin the Martian in Space Jam. No, the real one. Ah, that's better.
I've been expecting you.
Skywalker?
You've come for your lightsaber.
Yeah.
After all these years?
Jan's been killed by a Jedi. Goes by the name of
Dasan.
You know?
I sensed a disturbance in the Force. I'll tell you about Dasan while your trial is being prepared.
Trial?
A minor test to determine your fitness to wield a lightsaber again. Even in your relatively unpracticed state, you shouldn't find it too difficult.
Why can't you Jedi ever do things the simple way?
If the ways of the Jedi were easy, there'd be millions of us instead of dozens. Take Dasan, for example. He was born on a planet unused to the wonders of the Force, where his seemingly magical abilities caused him to be feared and shunned by those around him. His childhood was one of loneliness and despair until a visiting trader discovered him, recognized the Force within him, and brought him to the Jedi Academy.
So he was a student?
Yes. For the first time in his life, Dasan was at peace. He'd found beings who liked him for who he was, beings who encouraged him to develop his talents. Over time, however, things changed.
How?
He became cold, severe. He belittled his fellow students for what he perceived to be their weaknesses, and argued, sometimes violently, with his teachers. During a training session, he struck down and killed a fellow student in cold blood. Dasan said he was too weak to be a Jedi. He fled before we could counsel him, and he has not been heard from since.
Until now?
Yes.
Okay, Disney, just look at that, alright? Just look at that right there. A 7-foot space magic wielding lizard monster has killed some of Luke's students for being too weak. And what does Luke do? No! He wanted to counsel him and try to help him see the errors of his ways and turn him back to the light side. This is the true Luke, willing to kill, sure, but always would rather help them turn to the light side instead. So thank you, Raven Software. Just thank you for understanding Luke better than what apparently a multi-billion-dollar media empire can.
Kyle, I'm sorry about Jan.
Yeah, well, just give me my lightsaber and I'll be out of your way.
As you wish. Your lightsaber is somewhere in the ruined temple to the south. To find it, you'll need to utilize your primary Force skills. During your test, I'll see if I can find some information on Dasan's whereabouts. Good luck.
Okay, so we're really not going to spend too long talking about this level since really it's kind of just a tutorial for how to use the Force powers. I will say though, if this is your first time playing, it is rather enjoyable. The temple aesthetic is really nice and feels as a Jedi temple should, and the way they introduce each Force power is just very well done. You'll get something like Force Push, and then they'll introduce a puzzle requiring you to utilize it in some way to get through. The puzzles are pretty simple, like having to pull out stairs or activate water pipes or even just using speed to sprint through some gates. All pretty basic ideas overall, but still definitely better than how some games have chosen to handle it in the past.
Press the B button. Call on the Force.
One of the massive improvements in Force powers is how in Outcast, Force Jump is actually just on by default. You see, in Dark Forces 2, this was its own separate power and you had to activate it as you jumped, while here it's just always on, letting you focus on other things instead. And this might really seem like a very small aspect, but it really helps a lot when it comes to the flow of not just getting around the maps, but especially combat. So after a simple puzzle combining a lot of our Force powers together, we managed to get our lightsaber. Wait a second. Why is it blue? Back in Dark Forces 2, Kyle starts with a green saber from a fallen Jedi named Ron, who left it in his father's care. And after it's unfortunately destroyed, he winds up picking up a yellow saber from a fallen dark Jedi turned good guy, Yun. So it was green, then yellow, and in Mysteries of the Sith, kind of orangish for some reason. But why is it now blue? Well, in between the events of Mysteries of the Sith and Outcast, when Kyle was trying to learn more from Luke, he built a new lightsaber as part of his training, giving us this new blue lightsaber. Now, as much as I'm a green lightsaber person myself, thanks to just how cool it looked in episode 6, I have to be honest, the blue saber and the path of the Jedi Guardian, if you're going with the lore here, I guess, does fit Kyle a heck of a lot more than anything else does.
You've retrieved your lightsaber. Very good.
I'm ready. What did you find out about the sun?
Not much. With the help of your ship's logs and the Republic's databases, we've tracked down the registry of Dasan's ship to a Rhodian named Relo Baruch.
Relo Baruch?
You know him?
Not personally. He claims to be an honest garbage hauler, but he's really one of the most powerful criminal kingpins in all of Nar Shaddaa. Even the Hutts won't touch him.
Sounds like a solid lead.
It'll do.
Kyle.
Yeah?
I just wanted to say how impressed I was with your performance in the trial. Considering how long it's been since you used the Force, I almost expected you to fail outright. You've been to the Valley of the Jedi.
Yes.
Kyle?
I know what I'm doing, Skywalker. If I'm going to defeat Dasan, I'll need the full power of the Force, and I can't afford to spend years of my life retraining myself here.
Kyle, I realize you're in pain, but you must learn to anticipate the consequences of your actions. You and Jan swore an oath to protect the Valley of the Jedi.
Okay, again, can I just gush over how great this depiction of Luke is? He's wise, responsible, and deeply cares about others and what they might be going through. It's just such a great version of him that I wish we had the opportunity to see more often.
And now that Jan's dead, you're the only person who knows where it is. If you should fall to the dark side, you could use the Valley's power for unspeakably evil purposes.
Are you saying I can't be trusted?
I'm saying that I want you to let go of your anger before it destroys you.
I don't know if I can do that. But I will give you the coordinates to the Valley of the Jedi, just to be safe.
Well, that's a start, I suppose. Take one of the Academy's vessels to Nar Shaddaa. It'll be less conspicuous. Don't worry. I'll take care of the Raven's Claw until you return.
No, not Nar Shaddaa again. I don't want to go back. Please, please don't make me go back there. Oh God, Nar Shaddaa.
Nar Shaddaa.
Ah, shut up, Kyle. It's Nar Shaddaa. And you should know this by now, considering this is, what, the third time we've been here? And as much as I didn't care for the Nar Shaddaa levels in Dark Forces 1 and 2, I just have to say, this one is by far the absolute worst. This level was the bane of my existence as a kid. It is just filled with so much grade A bullshit that could have been easily made bearable, or dare I say enjoyable, had it been tweaked just ever so slightly. Now, the beginning portion here actually isn't too bad, with us going to a local bar to ask around about Relo Baruch. It's a pretty nice setting with people drinking and people betting over cockfights, and even Grand Admiral Thrawn? Okay, so it's just the same species, but still, I think this is actually the first time we've ever seen the Chiss outside of the books, which is kind of a pretty cool thing in itself. Now, unfortunately, the whole scene has the copyrighted Cantina track just blaring in the background, so I can't really show all of it. Damn you, Disney. But the basic gist is Kyle makes a scene asking about Relo, and the bartender, who's obviously on his payroll, activates a trap, allowing Kyle to get off one of his classic one-liners.
Never trust a bartender with bad grammar.
So I really love this being your first fight with the lightsaber, and for a few reasons. One, an enclosed building with plenty of areas to just jump around complements the lightsaber gameplay in this game quite well. And two, the first time we ever saw a lightsaber used was by Obi-Wan in another cantina when he just straight up cuts that dude's arm off.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Okay, I know it's kind of an overused meme, but it's pretty true here. I mean, sometimes you literally do just straight up cut their arms off, like in A New Hope, and Empire, and Return of the Jedi, and Clone Wars, and Revenge of the... You know what, is Phantom Menace the only movie where someone doesn't lose an arm? Because I think it might be. Speaking on the lightsaber, we might as well talk about how the combat works with it. Now, though the game can be played in first person, it defaults to third person for the lightsaber combat, something I definitely prefer. It really allows you to get a good sense of what you're doing, and because of how the combat works, that can be very important, especially when the Dark Jedi start appearing later on in the game. Spoilers. The combat is kinda different in that the lightsaber swings actually change based on how you're moving. Moving sideways will have a different strike than if you were moving forward, backwards, rolling, or jumping around. And because of this more dynamic combat system, the gameplay becomes as in-depth as you want it to be. If you want to just spastically run around spamming the attack button, then fine, you can. However, there are some people out there who have found all sorts of crazy tricks and maneuvers that allow for some complicated attacks. It is just nuts what some people are able to pull off in this game. Unfortunately, it's been over a decade since I last played this game, so that's definitely not me here. As you play through the game, you'll also unlock new lightsaber stances, a quick attack and power attack that both have unique animations and pros and cons. To be honest, I normally kinda just forget about them even existing and mostly just stick to the default stance, which is good enough to make it through the entire game on anything under Jedi Master difficulty. One other quick thing I want to mention about the lightsaber combat here is the issue of dismemberment. You can occasionally cut people's arms off, which for the time was pretty hardcore. I mean, hell, even more recent games like Jedi Fallen Order still had no dismemberment in it at all. Though, Survivor, I heard, actually fixed that. I will say, however, full dismemberment is in the game files and can be activated by using console commands to turn on realistic saber combat. And by realistic, I mean realistic. Yeah, it makes it a very, very different game, especially when you get to a point where you're fighting Dark Jedi. I mean, those fights are crazy enough as is, but when one touch of their saber can kill you or him, it's just a totally different experience. Now, for the rest of the game, I'll be playing with that turned off due to just how much it changes the experience of the game so dramatically, but it's definitely something that everyone should try at least once. So, with all this talk about lightsabers, I bet you'd be thinking with this being the first level we actually get to use it in, it must really let you utilize it to its fullest. And guess what? You would be 100% wrong. I just do not understand what Raven was thinking here. This level is such a slap in the face to what makes this game work in the first place. Lightsaber combat here is all about momentum, and skyscrapers with multiple platforms to jump around on would normally be excellent for this sort of combat, except they had this bright idea to put Rhodians with snipers everywhere, preventing you from ever really gaining that all-important momentum needed to make the saber combat any fun. Throughout the whole level, it is nothing but just stop and go as you peek out, get hit with a sniper, reload, and try again. It's similar to Halo 2's notorious Jackal snipers on Legendary. It just becomes more of a memory game than anything else. But the even bigger sin here is how frustrating taking them out really is. You might think, why not just counter-snipe them? And that would normally be the obvious answer. Would be, if not for the insane decision that aiming down the sights will make it so you're unable to move, causing you to just stand still for them to shoot at. And worst of all, to actually hit them with any damage, you actually have to charge up your shot before firing, giving them every opportunity to take you out first. It's just an utterly stupid level that could have been a lot of fun, but instead served as the stopping point for many people's playthrough of the game. And I'm not joking about that. This level is actually so bad, I have met people who got so frustrated and bored at this level, they logged off, never touching the game again. And God help you if you're on the console version of the game where you don't have an easy quick save system like the PC. You know, the worst part here is how easy this could have all been fixed. Just drop a few of the snipers and allow us to move while scoped, and it really would not have been so bad. But unfortunately, as it stands, this first section is ruined by the stupid decisions they made here. Now, I don't mean to sound like there's nothing good about the level at all. The environment itself looks great and is one of the better looking versions of Nar Shaddaa ever in gaming. It also has a few neat parts like using force push to shove people off ledges. And as much as I hate the snipers, the disintegration effects they made for the game when someone is hit looks great. It's just a shame that the first level with a lightsaber is one of the biggest duds of the series. But hey, at least it's all uphill from here. So as we climb to the top, leaping between ledges and avoiding snipers, we hop onto one of Reload's garbage trucks that we can then use to sneak into his base. Now, I've heard some people say that this is one of the worst parts of the game, and to be honest, I don't really get it. Don't get me wrong, it isn't great, but I never really thought it was as bad as most people claimed. The issue a lot of people seem to have is this first portion where you need to find the password to Reload's private chambers. This whole area is pretty maze-like with a few rooms that you would think have some importance but really are just kind of dead ends. Also, the constant thermal detonators being thrown at you from above is kind of annoying. Eventually you'll find a dumpster you need to move, but it's blocked on the other side, requiring you to find a secret way around. And this seems to be where a lot of people get stuck at. However, if you just slow down for a moment and smell the garbage, you'll notice that every trash compactor is blocked except one, clearly showing you which way you need to go. This is why I don't mind Outcast level design nearly as much as, let's say, Mysteries of the Sith. Yeah, in Outcast, it's kinda weird having to puzzle your way through some of these things, but the solutions make sense when you really just kinda slow down and think about it. Unlike Mysteries of the Sith, where it's just Where's Waldo Vent Edition. Well, hey now, who are you? That never gets old. Ah, shit, I think it's stuck. Okay, can I just use force pull to get it out? No? Okay, come on now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, be careful with that lightsaber throw. It can sometimes get stuck, and if you can't reach it, it will take a moment to eventually teleport back to you, which can be absolutely disastrous when facing a Dark Jedi. However, the same thing can happen to them if they use saber throw at you, so some food for thought there. Either way, we eventually find ourselves in Reload's prisoner room. And what's this? Who else do we find down here?
Al-Katar?
Lando, what are you doing here?
Yes, that's right, Lando himself. And I do mean himself. This is actually Billy D. Williams reprising the role of Lando, which is something he did quite a lot of when it came to other Star Wars games as well.
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm sitting in a cell. What about you?
I'm looking for Reload Baruch.
You too? What's the Republic want with him?
A ship of his was involved in an incident on Artus Prime. Remnant stuff.
The Remnant? Blast. Now it's starting to make sense.
What?
Over the past few weeks, a mineral smuggling ring has infiltrated the Cloud City on Besman. Real slick group, too. They commandeered half of our loading platforms and carbonite chambers before we knew what hit us. No one knows who's behind it, but it's become obvious that Relo's garbage haulers are handling the transports. I came down here to find Relo and persuade him to hand over the names of his employer.
Persuade?
Hey, I can be a charming guy when I want to.
Yeah, we all know how charming you are, Lando. We all saw those old Colt 45 commercials after all.
When it comes to having a good time, I've got it down to a science. First you get yourself into the right clothes, then you get Colt 45. And make sure you got enough for you and that someone special. And then you get yourself to a good time place. The rest is easy. Hey, I can be a charming guy when I want to. After a few bar fights and card games, I hadn't gotten any closer to Relo, but I had begun to hear about a remnant bigwig named Desan. Then I was captured.
Desan?
You know him?
He's a dark Jedi. He and the Remnant have been performing sick experiments on New Republic citizens, among other things.
Like I said, the Remnant connection makes sense. These smugglers are much more organized than the kind of scum we usually get on Bespin. They've got to be Imperials.
Want me to get you out of here?
If it's not too much trouble. You'll need the password to get into Relo's command center and open the cells.
Any idea what that might be?
Yeah, it's Ruby Bleals.
I could go for one of those.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be right back.
I'm not going anywhere.
So something I never really see brought up is how the password is Ruby Bleals. And if you remember, at the first bar we go to, Grand Bartender Thrawn offers us one and we refuse, shortly before he activates the trap trying to kill us. So I guess what I'm trying to just toss out here is that maybe the bartender was using that as some kind of code to see if we were cool, and when Kyle turned it down, it tipped him off that we needed to be dealt with. I mean, the bar was definitely run by Relo since it was filled with his thugs, so yeah, maybe. Ah, sweet, a seeker drone. This little guy is an item that actually floats around you, shooting at some of the enemies. I mean, it's kind of all but useless, but how do you not just love the little guy? Makes me feel like a non-boring version of Bayodur. Okay, I'm going to get some hate comments for that one. It's a joke. It's a joke. I swear it's just a joke.
Looking for something?
Not anymore. You're Relo Baruch?
In the flesh. But who are you?
Does it matter?
Not really. Any last words?
What's a respectable gangster like you doing mixed up with a remnant slime like Desan?
Making money, of course.
You know, I don't know what I was thinking a fat Rodian would look like, but it's kind of funny. Also, if his laugh didn't already give it away, Relo is played by Kevin Richardson, the man who played the one and only Jolie Bindo.
You remind me of someone else I knew ages ago. Pleasant enough fellow, great destiny, all of that. Breath like a bantha.
And if you're not into amazing RPGs, then he also played Tartarus in Halo 2. He's another one of these A-list voice actors who seems to just have played a bit part in almost all of your favorite shows and games. Normally I love the characters that he voices, but here he's just a crazy Rodian who just keeps throwing an insane amount of turrets at us and even more henchmen when that doesn't work.
What went on up there?
I ran into Relo.
Did he tell you anything about the smuggling ring?
We didn't talk much.
I see. Listen, we'd better get out of here. My ship's hidden nearby. What about yours?
Relo's thugs have probably already stripped it for parts by now.
What about Jan?
Jan's not with me on this one.
You two have had another one of your fights, haven't you? Well, come on, let's go. You can buy us some flowers on Besman.
Okay, so normally I don't really care for the whole fan servicey type things that games and movies typically do. The whole, "Oh, remember that one guy? He's here," or "Hey, remember Blue Milk?" thing has always just seemed like a lazy way to get attention. With that said, though it is somewhat fan servicey, fighting alongside Lando and using his ship to get to Bespin is really fun, alright, I'm not gonna lie. And it actually feels like it does belong in the story, rather being there just for some cheap nostalgia hit. Also, I have to point out, Lando's ship definitely looks like something he would fly. I mean, it's just a giant space yacht with a balcony and everything. It just really fits to Lando's suave style. After taking some time to open up the shuttle bay doors and activating the fuel pumps, we hop aboard the ship and finally leave Nar Shaddaa.
That doesn't sound good.
I don't believe it. It's not my fault.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We still have to deal with reload real quick.
Going somewhere, gentlemen?
You'd better get on the gun and hold him off. I'll have this fixed in a jiffy. All right, say goodbye to this wretched hive of scum and villainy, and hello to Cloud City.
Need any help?
Just sit back and get some rest. I'll work out a plan to get Desan and his remnant friends out of my city.
On second thought, Tavion, kill her.
Kyle! Ah!
Kyle, wake up.
No, Jen.
Kyle, are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Good. While you were sleeping, I hailed a new Republic base on Sullust. They haven't shown much interest in our little smuggling problem in the past, but now that they know remnant forces are behind it, they're eager to pitch in. A strike team should be arriving on Bespin within a few hours.
No!
I thought you'd be happy to.
They'll tip off Desan.
Then we'll catch him later. Getting Desan isn't as important as clearing the city.
Jan's dead, Lando. Desan and his minion killed her.
Greif, I'm sorry, Kyle. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll drop you off on the lower levels. They've probably been overrun by remnant troops, so watch out. Chances are that Desan's operating from one of the loading bays above level 10, but you'll never get in without the proper access codes. Try to find Carbonite Chamber 17. I've hidden an old R5 unit there with codes to every loading bay in the city.
You always did plan for the worst.
Ever since that run-in with Vader.
You know, that actually makes a lot of sense to do.
The security force. We'll work our way down towards your position. If we're lucky, we can trap Desan before the New Republic arrives.
Okay, I know what everyone wants to see here. Thanks, Lando, for dropping me off. I'll just go through this vent here and... Oh no! So unlike Dark Forces 2, where you upgrade your force powers between levels, here you just become more powerful naturally as the game goes on. The idea is obviously that Kyle is relearning how to use the Force, so while at first Force push or pull might barely knock down a Rodian, by the end of the game you'll be knocking down entire squads at the time. This also applies to the amount of powers you have. On Nar Shaddaa we simply had push, pull, speed, and jump, but here on Bespin we've now added Force Heal and Persuade. Pretty early on in this level you'll actually need to use Force Persuade to get this Ugnaught to open this door. However, I do remember as a kid not knowing I had even unlocked Persuade, so I wound up just pulling him around the room, not knowing what to do with him. So you remember those interesting set pieces they had all throughout Dark Forces 2? Well, this time they've times them by 10 in this game, especially starting here with the climb up Bespin. The first large obstacle you'll face will be having to use Force Speed to run across these lasers before they disappear. Though I have to be honest, I hate that they made these lasers red, because gaming has pretty much conditioned our minds at this point to view red lasers equaling bad times. Because of this, I know people who just got stuck here not knowing what to do because they just thought that the lasers would instantly kill them like they do in pretty much every other game. Besides that minor gripe, I really do enjoy all the large and over-the-top set pieces this game has. I mean, it's definitely a product of its time, but it's still just so much fun to run through. So I just gotta ask, how the hell did these guys get up on these platforms? Because I refuse to accept that they were capable of jumping up here like I did.
I sense a disturbance in the Force, but there's something strange about it.
You will die.
Finally, we're here at last. This right here is the first of many Dark Jedi you'll get a chance to fight in. Oh, well damn, I killed him fast. I assure you, they're not always that easy, as shown by the next one that shows up right after inside the carbonite chamber. I always thought they probably should have spaced these two out just a bit more, but then again, the lightsaber fights are probably the best parts of this game, so it's really not a bad thing. Now, the game only has around 3 actual boss fights, however, these Reborn kinda act as mini-bosses throughout the levels, making sure you still get in that lightsaber dueling fix. The duels are actually a ton of fun, mostly due to just how the Reborn move around the same as you do, making it almost like you're fighting an actual person instead of just some AI drone. Hell, I remember as a kid playing multiplayer, we couldn't tell the human players from the bots half the time, they were so good. Or we were so bad. Point being, the Reborn fights are a ton of fun and really gives you a chance to see how well you understand the game's combat system. And thanks to a pretty wide variety of Reborn, all with different styles, it never really feels that repetitive and stays enjoyable throughout the entirety of the game. Now, we'll talk more about the other classes of Reborn as the game goes on, but for right now, let's just go ahead and grab R5 so we can start taking back Bespin.
You must be the droid Lando told me about.
Oh my god, it's a Trandoshan. This is for all the times you killed me with those damn concussion rifles. All the times in Dark Forces 1 and Dark Forces 2 and Mysteries of the Sith. But what are you now that there are no concussion rifles in this game? Okay, now this part's just kinda silly. So we need to get through this hallway for R5 to upload the codes, but unfortunately R5 will just stroll right through all of these mines if you let him, making you have to quickly deal with them, which wouldn't be too bad if there wasn't a squad of enemies sitting on a ledge blasting you while you do it. Luckily, that Trandoshan we killed had a repeating rifle, which when paired with Force speed is just fucking menacing. After R5 uses the codes to unlock the doors to the upper levels, we can finally start doing our part in helping take back the city. Oh look, another Reborn. What's this? He's taunting me? That bastard.
Don't shoot! We're on your side! You must be Katarn. Lando sent us to help.
Well, that was kind of a sudden change in demeanor there. I have to be honest, this next section is kind of boring to me. I mean, it's necessary for the story, sure, but these street areas are kind of just more of what I hated about Nar Shaddaa. And I'm just not really a fan of running through areas with enemies chucking thermal detonators from above at me, though it does seem to be kind of a running gimmick in all of these games. I will say, it is kind of neat seeing the streets of Bespin considering the fact we never really saw much of them in the movies. Plus, there are a couple really good Reborn fights in this area as well, including one where you're actually going against 2 of them at the same time. Oh, and I forgot to mention, at times your sabers will clash and you'll have to actually click faster than your opponent to try and overpower them, which, yeah, seems kind of gimmicky and like it would get boring pretty quickly, but it doesn't really happen but so often, making these moments actually kind of cinematic. Eventually, we do find ourselves fighting stormtroopers again, which for some reason seems to confuse Kyle.
Stormtroopers? What's the Remnant doing here?
I mean, we know Relo is in league with Dasan, and we know Dasan obviously had something to do with the Remnant mining facility we liberated, plus we've been fighting the Reborn here as well. I mean, yeah, we don't yet know where they came from so quickly, but logic would say they're probably tied with Dasan. Speaking of the Reborn, this is actually the boss variant. He has strong force powers and can use the fast, normal, or strong lightsaber stances, making them a lot more versatile. You can actually see them change their stance mid-fight depending on what they want to do, which is a really cool attention to detail that you can just easily overlook your first time playing. Oh look, it's R2-D2 and C-3PO.
Thank the Maker, we're saved. Fine, be that way.
Well, sort of, I guess. Man, look at all those stormtroopers. Ooh, and who's that there?
The prodigal Jedi. Have you come seeking vengeance? Oh, that's not very Jedi-like.
Where's your master, apprentice?
Dasan sends his regards, but he's far too busy in the Valley of the Jedi to personally dispose of his pawns.
What?
You still don't know, do you? Dasan followed you to the Valley of the Jedi. Even now, hundreds of Dasan's loyal followers are drinking deeply from the Valley's power, becoming reborn in the glory of the Force. And we owe it all to you.
Then you killed Jan?
That's right. We killed your woman to make you angry. Angry enough to cast aside your promises and rashly seek out the power of the Valley. Just think of it. Her death and your failure will be celebrated for eons to come as the events that brought about the era of Dasan. Congratulations.
Stop talking!
So yeah, it turns out all the Reborn we've been fighting were created by using the Valley of the Jedi in the same way we did earlier. Good job, Kyle. Now, Tavion is no slouch here at all. In fact, she actually cut me down a few times before I finally beat her. She's quick, she has strong force powers, and man, does she just love to choke you. I mean, I guess she won't be too surprising. I mean, just look at that outfit. Luckily for me, the AI acts and moves the same way any human player would, meaning that she's vulnerable to all the same things you are, from falling down if you hop on top of her, or even losing her lightsaber for a short time when she uses saber throw, and what do you know, it gets caught behind some boxes.
Don't! Mercy!
The kind of mercy you showed Jan?
She lives! I can tell you where she is!
Liar! I saw her die!
God, I love this version of Kyle.
Think, what did you really see? What did you really hear? Do you believe we'd risk killing one of the only two people who knew the location of the Valley of the Jedi?
Where is she?
That... Hauler will take you to our base in the Lenico Belt. That's where Galec's ship, the Doomgiver, is docked. It's also where he's keeping your woman for further interrogations.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm not brave enough to die!
Get out of my sight.
What?
You heard me. Go and pray that I find your master before he finds you.
Okay, that's some grade A voice acting right there from the both of them. I mean, just bravo, bravo. So after filling in Lando with what's happening, including how Jan might still be alive, he goes off to tell Luke as we head over to Tavion's asteroid base to try to find Jan and possibly face Dasan. Now if you want, you can kind of just sneak around here a bit and listen to some of the stormtroopers go on and on about how much they hate being stationed here and how they just can't wait to go and kill themselves some Jedi. Or instead, just go ahead and start that stabbing spree. Hey, Luke!
Kyle. Skywalker. What are you doing here?
Lando told me where you were going.
Then why aren't you at the Valley of the Jedi?
I went to the valley right after you left Yavin 4, Kyle. Desan
followed me, I know. Does this mean we have a new Emperor on our hands?
It may be worse than that. Remember those experiments on Kejim with the Artusian crystals? With the Valley of the Jedi's power coursing through those crystals, Desan has succeeded in infusing his troops with the power of the Force.
Oh, Sith spit. I think I ran into one of them on Bespin.
Dude, what do you mean you ran into one of them? You ran into like 8 of them on Bespin.
Are they still in the valley?
Not anymore. I managed to scatter Desan and his reborn troops, and Rogue Squadron chased away their ships. For now, the valley's effectively sealed off, but we have no idea how many troops Desan managed to empower before we got there. It could be dozens, but it could be thousands.
And all of them will have Force powers?
Yes, but we've got an advantage due to our training and discipline. Look out!
Man, that's an awesome back-to-back pose. So this part has always been one of the highlights of the game for me, fighting side by side with Luke Skywalker as we take on stormtroopers and eventually 4 Reborn. Luckily, Luke is powerful as hell and could probably kill all 4 of them without you. But even then, just working together as you both duel 2 Reborn at a time, it is so much fun and feels like something straight out of the movies just due to how great the lightsaber combat and AI are in this game. My only complaint here is I just wish it lasted longer. But then again, as the saying goes, always leave them wanting more.
Something's changed in you. You seem less angry.
Maybe. There's a chance Jan may still be alive on the Doomgiver.
Sometimes even a small hope is enough to defeat the dark side, Kyle.
Listen, Skywalker, there's even more to this than you think. Desan's working with a remnant scientist named Gallic Fyar. They're smuggling something called cortosis here from Bespin.
Damn, that's not good.
Why?
Well, cortosis is a rare mineral that resists lightsabers.
Great.
I'll try and find out what they're doing with the cortosis. You find the Doomgiver. If you run into Desan, don't try to take him on alone. Now that he's been through the Valley of the Jedi, he'll be more powerful than ever.
Don't worry, I'm not totally crazy.
May the Force be with you, Kyle.
Yeah, you too, Luke.
Man, I just get so giddy seeing a good interpretation of Luke after episode 6. Why Disney couldn't have just opened up a damn book for inspiration for Luke, I'll never know. But again, this really has to be my favorite version of him in anything outside of the books. Hey, y'all wanna see something funny? That never gets old. So this whole section is pretty much just us searching through the asteroid base to try to find Desan's flagship, the Doomgiver. The whole asteroid base is a pretty nice level, putting you through some really interesting combat scenarios, with one of the first being a very close combat situation with a Reborn. You know, I kinda wonder, can I just snipe him like they were doing to me on Nar Shaddaa? I mean, he's not really moving. Alright, and oh my god! Well, that really didn't work too well.
Master Desan will be pleased.
As we make our way further into the base, we start to see them constructing something. We don't yet know what, but whatever it is, we might as well go ahead and put it into it.
Not very subtle, but it seems to have gotten the job done.
Hey, remember in Half-Life when you had to avoid touching the electrified water? Yeah, well, we got that here too. Ugh, that's just an awful way to go. So it's clear that with what seem to be drop pods and ATSTs walking all around, that Desan is probably preparing for some kind of invasion, but an invasion of what, we still don't know. But this area is actually where we end up running into a new enemy, the Walker droids. Now, if you go at them with your lightsaber, they will definitely give you a hard time. One of the few enemies in this game where the lightsaber is just not very effective on, to be honest. But right after you get a hold of the electromagnetic pulse gun and pair that with force speed, these guys become an absolute joke. I mean, just look at this. Really, force speed paired with any of the guns in the game is just absolutely devastating. I mean, the amount of firepower you can unleash is absolutely ridiculous and will mop the floor with pretty much any of the basic enemies in this game. Oh, would you look at that? 2 Reborn. You know, I kind of wonder, can I just lure them both into a trap? Alright, here we go. Just a few more of these. Alright.
Where are you going, Jedi?
Oh, you son of a... You aren't stupid, are you? You know, throughout this game, there are a lot of really good set pieces, but the asteroid probably has some of the more crazy ones. The generator room is definitely a really cool one, where if you touch any of these moving parts, you'll get instantly disintegrated. And they put a reborn fight right in the middle of it as well, and you just know this one is going to be tough. Never mind. Now, one of the hardest parts of the whole level, at least for me, was this giant room with stormtroopers positioned really high up to avoid you. Smart move for them. The stormtroopers themselves aren't terrible, but while riding the gondola over to the other side, rocket troopers will start coming out to destroy the platform, causing you to have to hopscotch across while dodging rocket fire. Now, unfortunately, the rocket launchers in Outcast are not as cool or unique as the torque bow-like one you got in Dark Forces 2, and is instead your more basic kind of launcher with very little unique about it. Well, except how you can use force push to deflect them, which is pretty cool, but I think you could do that in Dark Forces as well, though I never actually tried it, so not sure. Now, by this point in the game, you're probably thinking, oh, those Reborn, they're no problem at all. Hell, that last one ended up killing himself anyway. I mean, I could take on a dozen of these guys without breaking a sweat. Well, this next part might change things up a bit for you. These are the new Shadow Troopers. They're as proficient in the Force and dueling as the boss rank Reborn, except now wear lightsaber resistant armor, making them a hell of a lot tougher. They also almost always come in pairs of 2 and will work together quite well, sometimes having one choke you as the other just goes in for the kill. They are also experts at ambushing you when you least expect it due to them having active camo, allowing them to just appear anywhere. Overall, they do a really good job at refreshing the combat quite a bit due to just how much stronger they are compared to your standard Reborn. You might also notice they drop a Force Crystal whenever they're killed, and young me never had any idea what these things did at all, and if you look online, it's clear I was definitely not alone in that. All they really do is instantly recharge your Force powers. However, by this point, your Force meter recharges so fast, I never really saw the point of them being here. But then again, it's not like it's hurting anything. Speaking of being hurt...
There's too many of them. I'll never get through this using firepower. Stealth may be a wiser choice here.
Oh, fuck this part. This is such a ham-fisted section, and I personally can't stand it. Mostly because it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, that is not a lot of troops, and there is no reason I can't just run in there and kill them all. I mean, by this point, Kyle is known for killing stormtroopers by the hundreds, and in this game in particular, I have pretty much become Death, Destroyer of Worlds. I have cut my way through stormtroopers, dark Jedi, shadow troopers, ATSTs, all through this base, no problem. But oh, suddenly it's now an issue. I'll at least give this section some props that using Jedi Mind Trick and then assassinating the guards one by one here is kind of fun. And the mini cutscene of you being interrogated to death in a cell after being caught is kind of a neat addition. However, this part just goes on for far too long. Fortunately, after this part, we finally make it aboard the Doomgiver, and hey, what's that?
That's Luke and Hassan.
What a pathetic attempt. save your strength.
Okay, really cool thing here with this cutscene. In it, Desan and Luke are actually fighting, as in their AI are just automatically going at it, meaning every time you play this game and get to this part, it will go somewhat differently. Sometimes with something epic, sometimes with Luke just getting his ass handed to him, and sometimes them just kind of glitching out and not doing much at all. I've even heard some people claim that Luke and Desan can actually sometimes kill each other here. But even with me loading this scene up a bunch of times, and even on my realistic Saber playthrough, I never saw it happen, so who knows?
Spot! What the? We're moving.
Are you there?
Yeah, I thought you said not to fight Desan alone.
I didn't have a choice. I never even felt him coming. He's escaped onto a ship.
I know. I'm on it.
We need to destroy the ship before Desan and his army reaches its target, whatever it is. Try to find the ship's communication center and use its sensor array to contact Rogue Squadron. I'll keep trying.
Luke!
Force.
I like how you start off on what seems to be the bridge of the ship all by yourself. Like, where are the officers manning their stations and... oh my god, that hyperspace effect. Good lord, that is trippy as hell. So yeah, our force powers have gotten so much stronger by this point. I mean, lightning is going crazy, force persuade is causing them just to turn on their teammates altogether, and push, well, push has just become my new best friend here. I know a lot of people complain how the powers upgrade naturally throughout the game instead of you selecting them like you could in Dark Forces 2. But because they can control what powers you have and when you have them, it does help keep the game a lot more balanced all the way through. It's also thanks to this that they're able to put in all the interesting set pieces that are in the game, because they automatically know, hey, you're going to have this level of jump ability. They don't have to sit there and think, oh, did he invest in force speed? We better find a way to make it around just in case he didn't. They just can build around the force powers you actually possess at that time, which makes it a lot more thought out. Remember when we got to control that little mouse droid? Well, now we have the opportunity, nay, the privilege to play as R5. And considering how pivotal this role is into getting through this ship, it can only be assumed that this R5 unit must be in some way at least related to the one and only Skippy the Jedi droid. Skippy was an R5 unit who was blessed with the Force, and it used the Force to mind trick his Gamorrean guards so he could seek out Luke because of a Force vision he had of the future. And upon seeing Luke pass up on R2, self-destructed in order to ensure Luke would buy R2, in effect saving the rebellion as well as the galaxy itself. It's clear with the talent that this droid has, he must in some way also be gifted with the Force in a similar fashion that Motherfucker. So when people talk about the puzzles of Jedi Outcast, this puzzle here where you have to turn on the communication relay always seems to make the list, with most people at best just finding it dumb and unnecessary. You see, for some reason, the communication center is offline, which for a ship that's headed into battle seems kinda just dumb already. I mean, I would think communication would be the key to any good battle plan, but hell, what do I know? Either way, to turn it back on, you have to jump around these nonsensical platforms, searching for the symbols that match the code to turn it back on. For the most part, this isn't too hard, but it's not communicated well at all to the player, and had I been new to this game, I probably would have gotten stuck here and had to look it up. One of the big issues with it is that after you press the correct button, it makes a sound that kinda seems like it was indicating it's incorrect and offers no sort of visual feedback at all to say you did it correctly. Again, is it the worst puzzle ever? No. But it does seem to be weirdly misplaced in a game where most of the other puzzles seem very natural.
Rogue Leader to Kyle Katarn. Rogue Leader, this is Kyle Katarn.
Katarn, good to hear your voice. We've locked onto your signal and are in pursuit. That is one whalodon of a ship you hooked, Kyle.
Can you bring her down?
Maybe, but I'd feel a lot better about our chances if somebody on the inside were working to disable the ship's shield array.
I'll see what I can do about those shields, but I've got some unfinished business here.
Understood. Once you get the shields down, make sure you get out of there in a hurry, because there's not going to be much left of this ship once we're done with her.
Don't waste any time on my account.
Good luck, Kyle. Rogue Leader out.
Got it. And on the way to the shields, too.
All crew members prepare to drop out of hyperspace.
Oh man, I just love anything involving Rogue Squadron. It's so cool seeing them brought into a game like this too, though I do wish they would at least mention who it was leading it. I think around this time period, Corran Horn was still flying with them, but it could also be Gavin Darklighter, the younger cousin of Biggs, who I think I remember becoming Rogue Leader eventually. And who knows, maybe even Tycho was out there with them too. Either way, as a lifelong Rogue Squadron fan, I will gladly assist them in any way I can from here. As important as it might be to lower the shields for Rogue Squadron to come in and take out the ship, we first need to make sure we go find Jan in the holding cells. It's at this point in the game we have just become insanely powerful, able to push entire squads down on a whim and run circles around everyone with force speed. This really is the point where you start to wonder, why are these stormtroopers even trying? Because at this point, there's just no stopping you anymore. Okay, you still need to look out for the Shadow Troopers. So I spent an embarrassingly long amount of time at this part. I'm talking over 10 minutes running around, not being able to find out where I'm supposed to go, which up to this point in the game hadn't been too much of a problem for me. I checked the upper levels, I checked the turret controls again, hell, I even checked outside the damn ship. But no matter where I went, I found nothing until... sometimes the solutions are right in front of us all along. Now this whole undersection is filled with walker droids and turrets, which really aren't too bad so long as you remember to use your pulse rifle instead of your lightsaber. Soon we find ourselves once again eavesdropping on some stormtroopers' personal conversations. And holy shit, that's a lot of bad guys. This room really might be as tough as your basic stormtroopers get. Just loads of them with repeaters, missiles, you name it. And right after that, more shadow troopers. But hey, soon enough we find our way to the prison cells, and what do you know, look who's here.
Jan.
Well, you certainly took your sweet time.
Yo, Kyle, rated T game here. Save it for the after credits.
Hey, it's okay. I'm happy to see you too.
I thought you were dead.
Dead? No. In pain? Yes. Desan and his thugs must have burned out half a dozen interrogation droids trying to get me to crack.
They wanted to know about the Valley of the Jedi, right?
for the first few hours. Then they dropped the subject and started asking me about the layout of the Jedi Academy.
The Jedi Academy?
Yeah, Dasan seemed obsessed with it.
Oh, no.
What?
I think Dasan's invading the Jedi Academy. We've got to destroy the Doomgiver's shields before he can deploy his troops.
I think I know where it is. Let's go! I'm pretty sure the shield generators are through there.
I know. You get an escape pod ready and wait for me. This shouldn't take long.
Don't do something stupid like die on me.
And put you through the same misery I've been through? Not on your life.
So now it's time to go take out that shield generator, and it's pretty clear by this point, the stormtroopers have pretty much all but given up.
Hey, you there!
Now, the Shadow Troopers still try to put up a good fight, but for the most part, it's pretty much a straight shot to the generator room from here. Oh yeah, Admiral Fire. I kind of forgot all about you, if I'm being honest.
Yours, I'm sure.
The Oarswoman thinks quite highly of you. Did you know that? She must have whimpered your name on at least 17 different occasions over the last few days.
Is that supposed to make me angry? I'm past that, Gallic.
Then what if I tell you that even as we speak, Dasan is descending on the Jedi Academy with thousands of his Force-enhanced, lightsaber-resistant warriors, eliminating the scourge of the Jedi for all time?
I'd say you're insane.
Insane? Then what about this?
Strike Force 1 to Doomgiver. Eastward assault on Academy grounds proceeding as planned.
Strike Force 2 to Doomgiver. Establishing beachhead outside main entrance. Strike Force 3 to Doomgiver. Reborn troops advancing on northern perimeter.
Within hours, Dasan will have eradicated those annoying Jedi, clearing the way for my ascent as the leader of the new Empire. I, Galak Fayar I, the genius who conceived of the Shadow Armor, will rule the galaxy with a Cortosis fist. Worlds will tremble. Stars will shudder.
Your shields will fall.
So it looks like Admiral Fire has built himself his own version of the Dark Trooper armor, similar to what General Mach did in the first Dark Forces game. And while Mach's armor looked a lot more badass, I will admit, the Admiral here is no joke. While there are a few tactics to pretty easily beat him, I really wasn't aware of them while playing, so kinda got fucked up by him a few times and ended up wasting a lot of ammo. Oh damn, he's got me, he's got me, he's got me, oh no, he's got me. God damn it. I'm stuck. Alright, time to try that again. Oh, and wait. Shit, I can't skip the cutscene. Oh no. I gotta hear him bitch and moan some more. Apparently though, by switching to the strong lightsaber stance, your attacks become powerful enough to quickly bring down his shields. Then all you have to do is shoot that rad antenna on his back to make sure they stay down. But a barrage of rockets paired with force speed works out pretty well too, I guess.
Kyle, this is Rogue Leader. We're about to make our final run, so you better get yourself out of there now.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Oh god, it's the return of Zero G. It actually doesn't control too badly, and though some of the environmental things that can hurt you might be a little frustrating, thanks to Force Heal, you can kind of fix any of the mistakes you make when navigating around.
Come on, this place is falling apart.
Couldn't happen to a nicer ship either.
If we get out of this alive, remind me never to do that again.
I'm going after Dasan. He's probably heading for the heart of the Academy. You coming?
I think I'd be more useful in the air. I'll go to the hangar and join the New Republic troops.
Okay. Try to avoid anyone with a lightsaber.
Good advice, Jedi.
Oh, how sweet.
Go.
So here we are, finally on the home stretch, and wow, this has been a long video already. No idea why you are watching this long of a video on some 20-year-old game, but hey, if you watched this far, please let me know by hitting that like button. That's something that, like, successful YouTubers say, right? Either way, this is the finale of the game, defending Luke's Jedi Academy. No, get out of here. We'll get to you eventually. To be honest, I've always found this first part to be kind of a bore. We start by slowly making our way through the swamp surrounding the Academy, which wouldn't be so bad if not for the fact that water actually deactivates your lightsaber. Now, I'm not sure what the rules are in Disney's fan fiction world, but in the actual Legends canon, lightsabers did not normally work when submerged unless they were specifically designed to, like Kit Fisto's was. Because of this, it makes the fighting in this area kinda slow as you just methodically take out the swamp troopers that are pretty well camouflaged here. I mean, this is really one of the few times I've ever seen the AI's camo work fairly well. Plus, the swamp trooper armor just looks really badass. What the hell? Did anyone else see that stormtrooper just fall from the sky? After slowly fighting our way through the swamp, we do eventually get a chance to actually pilot an AT-ST. And let me tell you what, this thing just really sucks. This was kind of around the time when it seemed like every game just had to include some kind of vehicle section. Like they saw it work in Halo and just assumed they had to have it too in order to be successful, but never really understood exactly what Halo did to make the vehicle combat just feel so good. While Halo still remains one of the outliers for just fantastic vehicle controls in a first-person shooter, these controls reminds me a lot more of the controls for Rebel Strike, which is just really not good. In fact, it controls so poorly, I found it better to just jump out and use force speed and run past this section entirely. We're finally back on the Academy grounds, right as the place is being attacked by pretty much all of the Remnant forces. It's actually really cool going back through an area you've already seen right as it's being destroyed. You get a chance to head back through the training rooms we saw earlier and find a few of Luke's Jedis just holding out against some of the Reborn the best they can. It really is just a ton of fun having Jedi allies in this game, but to be honest, given how strong they are, I can kinda see why they waited till now to give them to you. One interesting thing here is that even though you really have no need to, you can force jump up to Luke's central chamber to find a secret encounter. Oh yeah, I forgot I went up there on my realistic playthrough. Damn, that's gruesome. Now I will say, this whole outside section is kind of a bitch. I died quite a few times until I got a pretty good run going and was even able to keep my two allies alive all the way to the end, where we end up seeing Dasan enter the hidden chambers below the temple. So this temple section is kind of weird. Some of it isn't too bad and reminds me a lot of the ruins from the Valley of the Jedi, but other parts just make absolutely no sense at all. I mean, take this wall you have to run through. I forgot all about this, and if I hadn't have gone through it by accident, then to be honest, I probably would still be stuck here. I mean, there's just nothing here at all indicating to run through a wall. I mean, I just don't understand what they were thinking here. Now, I will admit, I do kind of like this crazy funhouse bit here.
Your efforts are in vain.
So you have 3 hallways to try. Go down the middle and it's like a bad horror movie where he'll just appear right behind you in the mirror before running away. Now, you might just think you should just follow his shadow that's on the ground right through the second hallway. However, yeah, that's a trap, and one that genuinely still got me. Again, it's been like 20 years since I've last played this game, so I don't remember everything. On the third path, it's blocked by fire. However, just look right above you and you'll see a pipe you can just cut and it'll put out the fire no problem and you can proceed. After we make our way through a few more minor puzzles, we finally make it to the big bad himself.
Welcome, Kyle Katarn. Welcome to the future.
Your future's looking pretty grim, Dasan.
On the contrary, thanks to you, the weakling Jedi who scorned me will soon be erased from history, replaced by a new race of warriors. Strong warriors, warriors who know that the Force is not a shield to protect the useless, but is in reality a weapon to empower the worthy.
None of that's gonna happen, Dasan. Most of your shadow troopers are being mopped up by real Jedi, ones who've been trained to use the Force. The rest blew up with your ship.
What a pathetic ruse. Dasan to Fayar. Admiral? Admiral! Admiral Fayar, I order you to come in at once. I was wrong about you, Katarn. Your failure as a Jedi hasn't weakened you. It's only made you stronger. Come, join me. You know in your heart that you'll never truly be one of them.
Maybe, maybe not. But I know I won't be alone. How about you, Dasan? Even now, after all this pain, it's not too late. Come, join us.
You sweet fool!
I love how after he finds out his plan has pretty much been stopped at this point, he's just more impressed than mad, which I guess kind of matches his character's respect for the strong pretty well. But here we are at the final boss fight of the game, and I just have to say, I really like this one a lot more than Jarek. Jarek had that weird BS of just running away to heal over and over and over again. But here, it's just a straight duel in the chasms of the Jedi Temple. Now, something they really don't explain very well is why Dasan is here in the first place. You see, Dasan is trying to tap into a Force Nexus that's on that pedestal in the center of the room. It is a little unclear whether or not this was his true objective for attacking the Academy, or if he just kind of figured, why not use it while he's here? But in Legends, these Force Nexuses are a source of great power. The Force is kind of like a natural resource on some of these planets with strong connections to it, and you can actually tap into them at times through these Force Nexus points. This idea will be expanded on slightly more in the next game. However, here it serves mostly as just an interesting level piece that can actually be utilized by either you or even Dasan. By activating the panels on each side of the room, a force beam will start to flow through it, and if you jump through that beam, you'll be given a short amount of invulnerability. But be careful, because Dasan will try to go for it as well. Overall, the smart strategy is just to run away and heal until you can activate the beam for invulnerability, and then just rinse and repeat. But let's face it is way more fun to just go all out and put the pressure on him. Ooh, wrong clip. Oh, Lord. No, okay, let me switch that one over real quick, and there we go.
Kyle, Jan.
Someday you're gonna have to teach me how to do that.
Thanks for taking care of the Raven's Claw.
It was the least I could do for the pair of mercenaries who saved the Jedi Academy. I know you've probably heard this before, but the New Republic is forever in your debt.
You should have known it would take a failed Jedi to take out another failed Jedi.
Kyle, you were never a failure.
Luke,
I know. I'll be happy to hold your lightsaber for safekeeping.
No, I think I'll keep it.
Ha! I knew it! Lando owes me 5 credits.
Are you sure this is what you want, Kyle?
Look, I'm not saying I'm ready to join the Academy or anything like that. I mean, before I do anything, I figure that Jan and I have earned a long vacation on the beaches of Spyra. And after that, well...
After that, we'll see.
Yeah.
Take your time, Kyle. We'll still be here when you're ready.
Thanks, and may the Force be with you, Luke.
And that is Jedi Outcast, and holy shit was that still fun. I mean, there are a lot of games out there that let you play as a Jedi, but still, no game has done what this game did. Not only is the lightsaber combat and force powers still among the best ever created, but the story is one that frankly still puts most original Star Wars stories to shame. It is far more than just some uninspired fan fiction like we keep getting today, but instead depicts the post-Episode 6 world in a way that both respects what came before while adding so much new to it as well. Sure, some of the puzzles might seem maybe a little outdated now, and maybe the game should have been a little quicker about giving you your lightsaber, though I would argue that would actually harm the flow of the story. But even with some of the complaints about this game, it still to this day stands tall as one of the best Star Wars games ever made. So you can probably tell I still love Jedi Outcast. Again, this was the first game of the series that I ever played, and because of that, it'll always have a special place in my heart. And the good part is, it's now available for most modern consoles, making it more accessible than ever, so there's really no excuse not to go out and buy yourself a copy of the game right now. I promise you, you will not regret it. Now, as much as I really do love Jedi Outcast, this next game always seems to be the fan favorite for most people. So, without further ado, here it is, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. Well, we're finally here. All great game series must eventually come to an end, and the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series has had one hell of a run. Starting back in 1995, we were introduced to one of Star Wars' greatest characters, Kyle Katarn. And through nearly a decade, we've seen his story progress from a merc for hire stopping the Dark Trooper project, to a Jedi Knight stopping a Sith Lord, to him falling to the dark side himself before being rescued and turned back to the light, and eventually his turning away from the Force altogether before being thrust back into it and rejoining Luke's Jedi Order. To say this game series has been a blast for me to replay through and make these videos on would be a massive understatement. And though I am really excited about making this video here, I can't help but be just a little disappointed at the thought of finishing this iconic series. But hey, here we are with the grand finale, Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. Now, first off, I want to clear something up here real quick. There seems to be a little confusion by some people as to whether or not Jedi Academy is the third game in the Jedi Knight series, or just an expansion to Jedi Outcast. And the answer here to that question is, it's an expansion, in the same way that Mysteries of the Sith was an expansion. Just like how Mysteries of the Sith takes part around Kyle, but has you mainly playing as Mara Jade, Academy has you playing as Kyle's apprentice, Jaden Core. And like how Mysteries of the Sith used an updated version of the Dark Forces 2 engine, Academy uses a massively updated version of the Jedi Outcast engine. But most importantly, in the book Rogue Leaders, The Story of LucasArts, they include a long list of unreleased games including Star Wars Rebel Agent, Star Wars Jedi Outlaw, Star Wars Darth Maul, and more importantly for this video, Star Wars Jedi Knight 3 Brink of Darkness. So, Academy is in fact just an expansion. However, that's not to say that it isn't a standalone experience. It is every bit of a full game. In fact, I kinda think my playthrough of Academy was actually longer than my playthrough of Outcast. It really is quite amazing just how much is in this game, especially when you realize that Raven Software was only given a year to develop it. And yeah, in some ways that definitely does show, especially with its bare-bones storyline. However, Raven took some huge chances when developing other aspects of the game that just really paid off. Now, throughout the series, Kyle, and in turn the player, has always had a reason to start from square one in terms of their abilities. Dark Forces 1 being a straightforward shooter, progression and pacing was pretty easy. In Dark Forces 2, we were introduced to the Force, so again we start from scratch and build up with excellently paced levels, adding challenge while still allowing us to feel like we're getting stronger. Now, Outcast presented a great story reason as to why Kyle no longer has his Force powers from Dark Forces 2, and again allowed us to rebuild from scratch in order to create a properly paced game. However, here is kind of where Raven had some issues. One of the best parts of the Jedi Knight games was becoming stronger and stronger as you face tougher and tougher enemies. But with Kyle now a Jedi Master and having faced some insane odds already, what else could really be done with him other than shoehorn in a reason for him to lose his powers again? Or go the other route and make him way overpowered, which, yeah, at times can be fun, but would seem kinda weird with this storyline especially. So, what to do? Fortunately, the answer to that already existed. Like I said before, in the last Jedi Knight expansion, LucasArts made an interesting decision in starting you off as a powered up Kyle and then after a few levels transitioning you to Kyle's apprentice Mara Jade, giving you the ability to build her up as you saw fit. And in a way, that's exactly what Raven chose to do with this next expansion, but with a small twist. Instead of playing as an existing EU character, we now actually get a chance to customize and create our very own Jedi. Now, the options here are pretty basic, but I can't emphasize enough just how awesome this was back in the day. I mean, we weren't limited to just making a male or female here. I mean, you could be a Rodian, an Iridonian, a Keldar, a Twi'lek. Again, this was so cool to see back in the day, and is still kinda charming to see now. I will say the options again are pretty limited, and I've never really been able to make a character I really like. I also find it kind of funny how the female options all have some pretty revealing options. I mean, goddamn, look at her. I mean, again, not exactly complaining or anything, but I do kind of wish the men had been given some like sleeveless shirts or something, you know, a bit more edgy than just robes and normal clothing. Would have been kind of cool to run around like Luke on Dagobah or something. Now, the cool part here is that the customization didn't end with just your character. Not only did they bring back the ability to choose your own force powers to upgrade instead of auto-leveling them like they did in Outcast, but before even starting the game, you actually get a chance to customize your lightsaber, and not just the color, but the hilt here as well. And eventually, later on in the game, you actually get a chance to choose what kind of lightsabers you want to use, from regular saber to dual sabers to double-bladed. I mean, again, this was just so freaking cool back in the day. For this playthrough, I chose to just be a standard human male and go with the obviously superior green saber color. Last but not least, we will be playing through this retrospective on Jedi Knight difficulty because, unlike Outcast, Academy is actually pretty easy on higher levels except for maybe just a few parts. In fact, as a kid, I beat this game on Master difficulty more than a few times, which is something I could not say about Outcast. But enough setup, let's go ahead and start up what many people would say is one of the greatest Star Wars games ever made, and see just how well this game still holds up. So as the opening credits roll, we find out it has now been 10 years since episode 6. And while the Imperial Remnant has been pushed back, they are still just fighting like mad, trying anything and everything to regain control of the galaxy. While the New Republic forces continue fighting the remaining Remnant, Luke has actually now been focused on rebuilding the new Jedi Order out of his academy set up in the old Rebel base on Yavin. We also find out that Jaden Kor, our main character, is actually headed for the academy after building his own lightsaber without any formal training at all. Apparently, in the lore, he had a Force vision and kinda just did it, which is kind of a weak way to reason how we have one, but it does give an excuse to start with a lightsaber right from the beginning, which I think most people actually prefer. There's actually very little mentioned in the main crawl here, mostly because the story is just so bare bones that there really isn't anything that really needs to be set up. I think the main mindset here was just drop us in and let's play as a Jedi already, which isn't exactly a bad thing, though maybe just a little more exposition would have been nice.
We'll be arriving at the Academy in just a few minutes.
That would be so great! Aren't you excited? We're going to be Jedi! Learning the ways of the Force, building a lightsaber.
Oh God, Rosh. I'm just gonna tell you right now, this is one of the most aggravating characters in Star Wars history. I mean, if someone shifts away from you like this, just back off, you're being really weird, and Rosh is the epitome of weird and socially inept. I will at least say he's voiced by the legendary Jason Marsden. Like I really need to even mention that. I mean, this dude has such an iconic voice. I mean, he's been in hundreds of projects, from Skyrim, Spirited Away, Knights of the Old Republic, Kim Possible, the amazing Goofy movie. I'll let the list here roll, and no doubt you will see all kinds of shows and games you remember him from. Now, for some reason, despite his crazy resume, me and my friends have always just referred to him as Tino from The Weekenders, so if you hear me accidentally call him that anywhere in this video, don't be too confused. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure if anyone even remembers that show anymore. As much as I hate Rosh, he really is a good character to have in the game, and Marsden does give a great performance here. Something I wish I could say about our main character. As a male, you're voiced by Philip Tanzany, an unknown voice actor to be sure, with only a few credits to his name prior to this game. And I don't mean to sound mean, but his voice acting here at least is just bad. I mean, as we go through the game, you'll see it more and more, but it just sounds so wooden. Like they accidentally applied the files for the rehearsals instead of the actual ones. I mean, it's just damn near a high school play in quality. However, I don't entirely feel it's his fault. You see, the female version of Jaden is voiced by the excellent Jennifer Hale, the voice of Bastila in Knights of the Old Republic around this same time period. And despite her fantastic talent, even she sounds kind of wooden in a lot of these scenes as well.
I want to make a good impression.
You seem really nervous.
What's your name?
Jaden.
I don't know, it almost feels like an AI version of Hale's voice sometimes. It's just so poorly done, which is made even more strange by the fact that everyone else's voice acting seems fine in this game. So I don't know exactly what Raven did wrong when recording Jaden, but they did something for sure.
What's your name?
Jaden.
So where'd you get that lightsaber?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I found myself on...
Hold on!
Ah!
Academy to Yavin Runner 2. Do you copy?
Loud and clear. We made an emergency landing several clicks west of the Academy.
Is everyone all right?
I think so.
Good. We'll send a shuttle to pick you up. Can you lead the students to the nearby Masasi Temple?
Affirmative, Academy. We'll meet you there. Jaden, we can't get to you. Make your way to the temple. The shuttle will meet us there.
Jaden, hey! I'm stuck! Can you help?
Now, of course, we're stuck with Rosh. But hey, at least we start right off the bat here with a lightsaber. No force powers yet, unfortunately, which means we have to actually rely on Rosh to progress.
There must be a way to open this.
No problem.
I mean, I have a lightsaber already. There's no way I can't do the most basic of force powers, I'm just saying. Starting off here, all we really face is some local wildlife that just love to scream at you. I guess they felt the need to reteach us how to swing a lightsaber, I don't know. But I think this section would have been a lot better off without them personally. Instead, maybe add 1 or 2 puzzles for pacing purposes and leave it at that, because these howlers are just kinda useless. Besides, I already got through Outcast. I'm already a master at these kind of games. Nothing can stand in my way this playthrough. I mean, look out, Sith, here I come.
Hey, maybe you can use your saber to make another bridge. Great, let's go.
Well, shit.
Gene, get down! There's stormtroopers in the clearing. Maybe you should, check it out. You're the one with the lightsaber, after all.
So, not 5 minutes in the game, and we're already taking on stormtroopers. And what's that? A dark Jedi already? I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand that this game has a far bigger focus on dueling than Outcast did. However, this is just kind of blowing your load a little early in my opinion. The first lightsaber duel you have should be epic and memorable. I should be getting excited going, oh my god, it's happening! And Outcast did a really good job at that. But here, the Dark Jedi kind of just hops out of the bush like a Scooby-Doo villain to instantly lose to an untrained lightsaber wielder. I mean, you don't even have the Force yet, and still this guy just falls over so quickly. Either way, after that dude pretty much falls over himself, Jaden sneaks around the temple to see what is going on.
What?
Huh? What? Who are you?
Kyle Katarn, at your service. Welcome to a day in the life of a Jedi.
What happened?
We were kind of hoping you could tell us.
So, funny thing about the cutscene here, as well as many others, the characters in the background are actually just randomly generated, meaning every time you play a new game, there'll be different people back there, like the Plo Koon twins over here.
I saw a huge flash of light and ran over to find you, just lying unconscious.
Do you recall anything?
I saw 3 people. One was holding some sort of scepter and it was glowing. That's all I can remember.
A scepter? That sounds bad.
Are you able to stand?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I sense a disturbance in the Force.
You always sense a disturbance in the Force. But yeah, I sense it too. It could just be residual dark side aura from this temple.
Perhaps. Kyle, why don't you...
Stay here and investigate? I'd love to. Why don't you take the kids back home now?
Be careful, Kyle. Everyone, follow me to the shuttle.
I think that was Luke Skywalker. I can't believe it.
Yes, Rosh, that is in fact Luke Skywalker. Still voiced by the amazing Bob Bergen, the voice for Luke in pretty much every game around this time period. However, for some reason they did something different to Luke's face this time. He looked okay in Outcast, don't get me wrong, but here in Academy, his skin kind of looks like a porcelain doll. I mean, is it just me, or does he have just a major case of baby face in this game compared to the last? Another interesting thing here is how this is actually the first time Kyle has had the same voice actor as a prior game, still voiced by Outcast's Jeff Bennett. If you remember in Dark Forces 1, he was voiced by Nick Jameson, who, strange enough, later became the voice of Palpatine in pretty much everything outside of the movies. In Dark Forces 2, we had Jason Court, in Mysteries of the Sith, we had actually Reno Romano, and in Outcast, we had Jeff Bennett, making this the first game with a consistent voice for Kyle.
Everyone, follow me to the shuttle.
I think that was Luke Skywalker. I can't believe it.
Did you recover Skywalker's records? Yes. With all the Jedi in the jungle, it was almost too easy. Excellent.
Okay, so quick little disjointed scene of Tavion and her new apprentice, and no, I don't think it's spoilers to say that's Tavion, considering we pretty much completely saw her just 2 seconds ago. Don't really get why they went for this whole, ooh, who is it camera angle, but whatever. We'll talk more about them later.
I'd like to welcome all our new students to the Jedi Academy. Here we will train you in the ways of the Force. You will learn to defend yourself with a lightsaber. You will also study diplomacy, history, and more. It has been the practice of the Jedi to assign each student to a master. However, since there are still so few of us, we will be assigning multiple students to one master. So, Raltheron, you will be assigned to Master Horn.
Wait a minute, Master Horn? Master Horn? Holy crap, it's the one and only Corn Horn from the X-Wing book series! What can I say? I'm kind of a fan. Unfortunately, it's just a small name drop and nothing more, but still gotta love whenever they reference some other EU characters. It really shows just how much they appreciate and know the lore. Well, that and the fact they have one of the best representations of Luke ever outside of the books. I mean, I had a whole rant just gushing about how great Luke was in these games in my Outcast video, and even though he does less of note in Academy, he still is an excellent version of Luke. I mean, just far better than the fan fiction Disney created.
My training.
Rosh Pennon, you will be assigned to Master Katarn. Jaden Kor, you'll also work with Master Katarn. Now, let's begin with your first lessons. And may the Force be with you.
And there was nothing. But the area around the temple felt strange, like its dark side aura was gone.
Troubling. But let's look into this later. Your students are ready to get started.
Master Katarn, it's an honor to be serving under you.
First off, just call me Kyle. Titles make my skin crawl. Secondly, you're not serving under me. I'm going to teach you, and you're going to learn. That's it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
Don't worry, Rosh. You didn't. I've been offended by professionals. Now, let's see what you two kids can do. Follow me to the training grounds.
So we wind up being stuck with Rosh as our co-apprentice. Yay. So this is still pretty much just a tutorial here. You know, the first level showed us how to use the lightsaber, and this is just pretty much a more streamlined version of the Force tutorial section from Outcast, but with Kyle overseeing you.
This course will familiarize you with your core Force abilities. These are powers that every Force user has. As you progress in your training, you will learn new abilities. Both the light and dark sides will be open to you. Remember, abilities are not inherently good or evil. It's how you use them.
You know, I really like this way of looking at the Force, that even dark side powers can be used so long as you have control and use them for good. And as much as I kinda hate the obsession that people have now with the whole idea of the Grey Jedi, Kyle really is kinda just the epitome of it. Alongside Jolie Bindo, of course. And because of that, it gives the player a good excuse to choose whatever powers they want without feeling too guilty about it. Whoa. Oh yeah, I forgot about
Jaden,
this part.
This should keep you busy till I finish the course.
Tino, you cheating bitch. Okay, you can see why I really don't like him. I mean, come on, that's just a ridiculous thing to do. But hey, we take out the training droid and continue on with the Force tutorial. Overall, it's pretty straightforward, teaching you the basic Force powers like push, pull, speed, jump, and the return of Force sight from Dark Forces 2. It's actually kinda handy after leveling it up, allowing you to see through walls and even the health of enemies. So it's nice to see it return. But after playing around a little bit with the powers, we meet back up with Kyle.
So, did I win?
It wasn't a competition.
I'm sorry,
I'm not the one you should be apologizing to.
It's no big deal. You said yourself this wasn't a competition.
Hey, it was just a joke. I didn't think it would...
If that droid was set to Luke's training regimen, it would have killed Jaden. What were you thinking?
Jaden, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I mean, I wasn't trying to...
Save it, Rosh.
What's with the grumpy, cross-armed stance? He looks like my son when I tell him no more goldfish.
I understand, Master Katarn. Apology accepted, Rosh.
Good, that's settled. And remember, it's Kyle?
Yes, Kyle.
Sure thing, Kyle.
Okay. You're both ready to start putting what you've learned to use. Let's see how you do in the real world.
Kyle, I did some research on that strange mark from the clothing we found at the temple. It is the symbol of Marka Ragnos, a Sith Lord that died almost 5,000 years ago.
Okay, way to just casually drop some serious plot points on us there, Luke. Now, you might actually recognize the name Ragnos if you played Knights of the Old Republic, where, while visiting the planet Korriban, you're able to plunder the Sith Lord's tomb. Ragnos was one of the original Dark Lords from the first Great Sith Empire, so it does kind of make sense that he would have a cult even now.
5,000 years? Are you serious? Oh, wait. Of course you're serious.
While you're out training your students, be on the lookout for information regarding a group affiliated with Ragnos.
Sure thing, Luke.
We receive countless requests for assistance from all over the galaxy. Since we believe in learning by doing at the Academy, students of all levels help with these requests. Since you're an initiate, however, Kyle will travel with you on most of your missions in order to instruct you and ensure your safety.
So Academy differs from the prior games in how it actually implements its story. And while yes, there is an overall story, between these major story beats, you'll actually be going off as a Jedi, roaming the galaxy, helping out wherever you can. The format pretty much goes main story mission, then an assortment of 5 mini missions for you to choose. Now, you don't have to actually do all 5 of them to progress the story, only 4 of them is actually needed. However, between each mission you get a chance to choose a force power to upgrade, so you'd pretty much be a fool not to just do all of them. Speaking of force powers, oh boy is this probably the best version of them. Throughout the series, there's always been a few problems with how you get your force powers. In Dark Forces 2, you picked all of them from scratch between levels, which seems great until you realize not everyone will invest points in the same powers like jump, speed, or push, making the level designers limited on what they're able to create because they can't make something large enough for a player to jump up on if it's possible that some players might not upgrade force jump. In Jedi Outcast, they remedied this by having your force powers naturally get stronger as the game goes on, allowing for some insane level designs since they could build them with the force powers in mind. Unfortunately, that also took away from the player's ability to customize their playstyles and reduced the total force powers from 14 all the way down to only 7 plus your saber throw. Now here, Jedi Academy takes another page from Mysteries of the Sith and actually starts you with 5 basic force powers that will be needed at times to navigate the levels. These core force powers, jump, speed, push, pull, and sight, upgrade automatically after every main story mission, allowing for levels to become more and more complex as you go. Meanwhile, the other 8 optional powers are split between light and dark side powers. Not that it really matters, since unlike Dark Forces 2, you can actually go all dark side powers and still be a good guy here. Though Kyle and Luke might have some concerning comments for you between missions if you do that.
Look, Jaden, I know better than almost anyone here that the dark side is tempting, especially in the middle of a fight. But you better watch it, okay?
It might seem a little overwhelming at first which ones to go with, but trust me here, just go with healing at first because they really expect you to have it. There's really not a lot of health pickups on some of these levels, so you will need it eventually. You also get to pick out a loadout for each mission of 2 guns and an explosive, which might not seem too important at first, especially in a game where we're expected to use the lightsaber 99% of the times, but it can be very helpful on certain levels. So like I said before, there are 5 missions you can choose from between the main missions, and this first set does a really good job at reintroducing us back into the game. These mini missions are much shorter than the main story missions, so each section of them will kind of just combine into one segment here and probably not spend too much time on them individually outside of a few really good exceptions. Now I decided to just work my way down the list, so our first stop is good old Mos Eisley to check out some mercenary activity going on. Though, to be honest, that's pretty much all of Tatooine, which I guess is why Kyle says he'll be tagging along this time.
Well, I'll be the Millennium Falcon. Han, Chewie, anybody here? Well, I guess they're out. Luke's info was good. These are definitely freelance cargo ships. I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, stay here and guard the entrance to the docking bay. If anyone tries to enter or leave, detain them. I'll head over to the Crate Cantina and ask around. I know some people there.
Oh my god, that lightsaber is just massive in his hand.
A Jedi? Me? No, not yet. I'm one of Kyle Katarn's students. He's talking to some locals. We're investigating a cult that's been cropping up everywhere. You must be Chewbacca. Why are you here? Leia Organa? Wow, must be important business.
It's just so cringe. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people probably liked this back in the day. I know I did when I was a stupid kid, but now I really can't stand this dumb fan servicey stuff like this. I mean, Lando showed up in Outcast, but the writing was good enough for it to feel natural. Here it's just, hey, look at this, it's the Millennium Falcon. Oh look, it's Chewie. Oh my god, did he just mention Leia? I remember her. Like, I know what you're doing here, and it just feels kinda cheap. Plus, this level is just really boring. For the most part, all we really do is walk from hangar to hangar killing basic mercenaries with no real standout moment. Eventually, we get separated from Chewbacca as we head over to turn off the tractor beam holding the ships. So we proceed by ourselves to the control room where we end up facing our first real Dark Jedi. And I say real Dark Jedi because the first one we faced was kinda designed just to stub his toe and die, while this one actually tries to fight back. Still pretty easy, but definitely our first real taste of lightsaber combat. And speaking of lightsaber combat, now that we are actually facing real enemies, it's probably something we should talk about. Jedi Academy has a decent amount of things you can criticize, but one thing you absolutely cannot is the lightsaber combat. As much as I love Outcast, this is the best lightsaber combat system ever made. It completely upgrades everything Jedi Outcast did in so many ways, I can't even describe it all. I mean, there are entire YouTube channels that break down all sorts of combos and maneuvers you can do in this game, from running on walls, rolling stabs, crazy force power enhanced moves. I mean, look at this shit, it's absolutely amazing. And every lightsaber type and different stance all behave uniquely with their own moves and abilities. For this video, I played through the game a few times and I still feel like I only barely scratched the surface as to what is possible. This is the Star Wars dueling game. Nothing before or after has even come close to doing what Academy did here when it comes to the lightsaber combat.
Oh, did I miss something?
Yeah, dude, you missed a lot.
Good to see you too, Chewie. Guess these mercs didn't want us here. Oh, that's high praise coming from a Wookiee.
Thanks, I think.
These mercs aren't cheap. Someone in this cult must have a lot of credits. Or worse, it's backed by the Remnant. Listen, we gotta get back to Luke and tell him what's going on. Can you tell Leia about the cult?
If he hadn't shown up when he did, I'd have been in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, the way Chewie tells it, you held your own. Nice work.
Kyle told me about what happened in Mos Eisley. It's a good thing.
I do really enjoy these little debriefs you get. They might seem a little cheap as a result of the rushed timeline that Raven was under, but it does kind of fit in with you pretty much just working for the Jedi Order. Either way, we're headed back to Tatooine, this time to try to find a lost droid that was taken by Jawas that might have information on this new Sith cult. Oh god, it's sand people. And it's a lot of them. In fact, that's actually all we get to face this entire level, unfortunately. Not only that, but they only come in two styles, melee or rifle, and die really easy, so they're pretty boring to fight overall. Luckily, we can kind of just run right past most of them and just kind of exploit their AI pretty easily. They're more of just kind of a nuisance overall, and the first 3/4 of this level can just be pretty dull. But eventually we do make it to a sandcrawler and it does kind of pick up a bit. Mostly because I can't really think of another time we really have seen the inside of a sandcrawler like this, which is really cool. And this is something that Academy's mini-missions allow for a lot of. Different environments and ideas can be tried without having to worry about how to integrate them properly into the story. And though it might seem like I have a negative outlook on them based on some of my words for these first two missions, as the game goes on, these mini-missions become more and more creative. With that said, I am slightly disappointed in the fact that almost all the missions are more combat focused, with very little puzzles in them at all. In fact, this one part in the Sandcrawler, having to find a way to get past this lava, is one of the very few puzzles there are in the game. I know Outcast gets a lot of grief because of the abundance of puzzles, but I actually really like them a lot. I thought they really did a good job at helping pace out a lot of the levels to make it not just be constant fighting after fighting after fighting, and these little moments you have just to pause and think really just do a lot for the game. Oh my god, we found him! It's Skippy, the Jedi droid
we were sent for.
Okay, I'm not going to go on a rant about the amazing Skippy the Jedi droid. If you want to know more about him, just watch my Jedi Outcast video where I made the same joke.
I was starting to get worried. Any problems?
Not unless you count the sand people I ran into.
Well, you're still in one piece, so you must have handled yourself all right. Let's get this droid back to the Academy.
Good work, Jaden. Kyle tells me you recovered the droid on your own. It's too bad about the Jawas. R2 will scour the...
R2? R2? Who the hell typed up these captions? I mean, it must have been outsourced or something, because this mistake is everywhere in the game.
So, how's your training going? I've been sent on a few errands, nothing exciting.
Same here. I guess that's just how the training works.
I thought it was just me. Ever wonder if your master is holding you back? You know, making sure you don't become too powerful?
Shut up, Anakin.
Well, Kyle doesn't seem to really foster my talents. I've gone on a couple of missions with him, but doesn't let me do any of the really important stuff.
Maybe he's observing you. You know, seeing how you accomplish your missions. I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm not so sure. What do you think, Jaden?
Well, Rosh, I think you're just a grade A bitch, and clearly will make a very poor Jedi.
Ready to get back out there? Did I interrupt something?
No, not at all. Well, I'm ready. Let's go.
This cutscene kind of just comes out of nowhere after 2 missions to subtly drop in the hints that Rosh is kind of just a punk. Sort of a clunky inclusion, and it weirdly kind of implies that you're all about to go off and do something together, but really it's just back to the same missions as before. But next on our list is the world of Bakura, where we are told that someone has taken control of a power station in the mountains, and we need to investigate. But Luke does tell us Kyle might be a little late, so just hold on tight once we get there. I really like how they have you flying around in the Z-95 Starfighter. I mean, they're weak as hell in other games like Star Wars TIE Fighter, but their versatility makes them pretty effective for someone with Jedi reflexes. Plus, we've seen the Starfighter multiple times throughout the Jedi Knight series, so it's neat to see here too.
The charges are set, sir.
So it looks like they're planning to blow this whole place to hell, and oh my god, it's Shadow Troopers! Well, not quite. It's a little interesting having non-Dark Jedi versions of the Shadow Troopers, and to be honest, they play their role quite well. For the most part, the Shadow Troopers and Outcasts were only tough because of their lightsaber-resistant Cortosis armor. Their active camo was almost never really utilized in any meaningful way. But here, these Imperial Saboteurs use their camo in ways that occasionally do allow them to pop off a couple blaster shots in your back. For the most part, this level was pretty straightforward, with us just needing to disable a few bombs throughout the area. There really isn't too much here, but they do make good use of the tripwires and introduce the new Saboteurs quite well, so it's not that bad of a mission really. But the remaining 2 we have left are really where the fun begins.
Sorry I never made it to Bakura. You seem to handle yourself okay, though.
This should be an easy assignment. I think you can handle it while Kyle is away with Rosh. Take a shuttle, land at the coordinates of the distress beacon, and pick up any survivors.
Nice work, Jaden. Some rescue mission. Hello? Hello? Hey, you there!
Thank the Force you've come. This place is...
What was that?
Alright, this is where Academy really starts messing around with some unique ideas. Here we are actually stranded on a planet with these giant sandworms that will eat us if we're not careful. The only objective here is to scavenge for parts to fix our downed ship while playing the floor is lava. The worms are invincible as well, so really there's no combat at all in the whole level, and instead it's just us parkouring over downed ships. Overall, the level is quick and easy as hell, but it's just such a unique idea that seems to go on for just long enough to keep you interested. And it's thanks to that this mission is one of the first ones I remember whenever I think about this game. And the best part is that the next level is one that I would also easily add to that list.
Then Jan punches the weak way right in the...
Can anyone hear me? We're under attack. Somebody's trying to blow up the tram.
The message is coming from that cargo tram down below. You take the tram. I'll take care of these ships.
Oh man, this has to be one of the most iconic levels in Academy. The setup is that we were originally going with Kyle to investigate some Sith cult activity on Corellia before overhearing the train's distress signal. Now first, the general level design and atmosphere here is outstanding. The way the skyscrapers just fly on by and the way Jaden holds his hands up to block his face from the rain whenever you face the front of the train really sells that sense of speed. The rain hisses off your lightsaber as you move forward through the cars, and eventually we even see a dark Jedi waiting for us on a glass roof. Now this fight is actually a lot of fun, and the glass can even give way, causing us to fall and continue the fight indoors until eventually we of course cut him down. I mean, this would have been a great location for our first lightsaber duel in my opinion, because even though we've already faced multiple dark Jedis up to this point, because of the atmosphere and everything happening, I was just so hyped up at this part. I mean, the whole level just feels fantastic, finding ways to traverse the train and eventually fighting another dark Jedi. And just when you think it's over, after disabling the bomb, the train speeds up in a last-ditch effort by the cultists to ram it into the train station to kill as many civilians as they can. Because of this, we end up racing to the front of the train and wind up facing even more dark Jedi before actually slowing the train down. Alright, come on, come on. My god. That's just brutal. Overall, this mission on Corellia really sums up what makes these mini-missions work so well. Just short, interesting ideas implemented in unique ways that don't overstay their welcome. Just a lot of fun. But that's it for this first section of missions. Now time to move the story forward a bit.
I've called you all here to relay some disturbing news. Someone sliced into my personal records and accessed some highly sensitive data about places where I felt a strong connection to the Force. Places like Cloud City, Hoth, and Biss.
What could they get from that besides a tour?
Something nasty.
Man, Cal sounds really tired of Rosh's shit.
Used to drain the residual Force power from the Masasi Temple.
Drain the Force? How can anyone do that?
I'm not sure. But I've learned from the Jedi Holocron that devices were created in the past that could absorb and store Force energy.
Those people Jaden saw may have discovered some way to harvest Force power with that scepter.
Which could be dangerous indeed.
So what are we gonna do?
We'll have to investigate any locations from my records. That includes all of you students. Corrin, you're going to Wayland. Kyle, I need you to look at the Valley of the Jedi.
Finally, some real action. Why would they be stealing Force power? I don't know. You worry too much, Jaden. I bet that these cult guys can't take on a Jedi. Well, we're not Jedi yet. We're just students.
You may be just students, but you're both well on your way. So don't rush it.
Jaden, I'm sending you to Hoth, where I had a vision of Obi-Wan Kenobi. I imagine there is a pretty strong aura there. Rosh, I'm sending you to the remains of the planet Biss. It's very remote, so I doubt the cult has been there. Don't stay too long. The Imperial Remnant may still be operating in the area.
No problem.
That's everyone then. May the Force be with all of you.
Good luck! Call me if you need any help.
So I've already mentioned that the story is kinda weak, but the idea of them stealing force energy of planets does work pretty well as an excuse to let us come back to places like Hoth. And I have to say, this is probably one of the best levels in the entire game. I mean, I have almost nothing but good things to say here. The level designer, Justin Negreed, actually said that this was one of the most challenging levels for him to design. And I would guess that probably has something to do with a lot of the limitations of the id Tech 3 game engine being used here. Despite the struggles they had though, the level turned out amazing. They went through and obtained as much of the original artwork and source materials for Hoth as they could find to design the outside and inside of Echo Base, and even though you obviously can't just recreate a giant open battlefield in this game engine, the blizzards that they put in here actually hide your visuals in such a way that you feel like you're in a bigger area instead of just some small box canyon. Right off the bat here, the level starts off on the right foot, with snow just everywhere and rideable tauntauns just walking around that you can actually use to traverse the map with. But if instead you turn around at the start, you can actually find a cave with a Wampa in it. I don't really remember this too, but oh my god, it's a Wampa. Oh man. Okay, oh shit. Come on. Stay away from me, stay away from me. Stay away from me. Oh no, oh no, oh damn. I'm freaking Luke Skywalker. Yeah, you can totally just be like Luke and slice their arms right off. Plus, the cave is actually pretty similar to the one from episode 5 with the half-eaten frozen tauntaun just laying about, which is just a really cool way to start the level. Now I will say, as cool of an idea as it is to ride a tauntaun here, this is still the same game engine as Outcast, meaning the vehicle controls are just clunky as can be. I mean, it's still fun for the novelty of it all, but it's not really very effective. The whole outside area is filled with little moments of good fan service, like being able to find the locked side entrance to Echo Base, or seeing the destroyed shield generator. And again, as much as I don't really care for a lot of the fan servicey things, this is an example of how to do it right to a point where, I just really don't mind it at all. After working our way through an unlocked section of the base, we make our way to the main battlefield where we can see downed AT-ATs, destroyed turrets, and much more. It really feels like you just walked onto some old forgotten battlefield with how some of the equipment has been just sunken into the snow. And it's thanks to this that we can climb into the remains of an old AT-AT that has actually fallen through the ground and into the halls of Echo Base, which is just such an awesome way to get us inside.
Have you been by Auxiliary Hall B? Yeah, why? I thought I heard something down there. Could be a Wampa. We cleared this place out when we got here. There are no Wampas inside the base. I don't know. I'm not going down there alone. Let's go check it out right now. I'll prove to you there are no Wampas.
Hello there.
The inside of Echo Base is done as well as the outside, if not better. Not only does it look great, but you even get to see some familiar areas like the Bacta tanks Luke was placed in. And even the new locations added still match the aesthetics quite well.
Command Center to Allura.
Allura here.
We've just finished downloading the data. The rebels must have erased everything during the evacuation. Fortunately, the computer kept logging their flight information. And we found Rogue Leader's flight trajectory when he left Hoth. From it, we've been able to determine that Skywalker went to Dagobah.
Dagobah. That sneaky little Jedi.
Okay, I love this level, but are you really telling me that the flight paths for all the rebel ships were logged and the Empire never thought to check? I mean, forget Luke here for a moment. You could totally just track all the rebel ships' jump coordinates if that was true, and even if it only tracked for a short while, you could still use the most likely hyperspace routes in order to figure out where they probably went after Hoth, in the same way that Curtin Lore did to locate Rogue Squadron in the X-Wing books. Again, there's a lot of good in this game, but unfortunately the story and writing is still just kinda mid. Oh, so funny little Easter egg here. All the crates and equipment and everything you see here that has the Star Wars lettering on them, literally when they translate to English are just the names of what they are. So like these crates that you find on Hoth literally just spell out Hoth Crate, or this chair sitting here just says Rebel Chair, which is such a lazy but at the same time a pretty effective way at labeling them.
Yes, Master. Dagobah. Skywalker didn't mention it in his journals. He must have been trying to protect something.
Well done, my apprentice. Meet me there.
Ah, you must be the saber-wielding troublemaker who neutralized our perimeter guard. Are the Jedi stretched so thin that Skywalker sends children to battle the disciples of Ragnos?
So this is Tavion's apprentice, Allura, voiced by Gray Griffin, a voice actress with more credits than probably anyone else in this game. I mean, good lord. Sticking to around this time period, you might recognize her as Mandy from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, or Daphne from the early 2000s Scooby-Doo shows and movies. And since I mentioned Knights of the Old Republic 2 once in this video already, I should also mention that she played the Handmaiden there as well. Unfortunately for Allura, not only does she not really have much of a backstory here, but her voice actress is far more accomplished than she is, because she pretty much goes down like absolutely nothing.
We'll meet again, whelp.
I can't wait.
So again, I know earlier I complained about how I don't really like a lot of fan service in Star Wars these days, so it might seem a little hypocritical me saying just how much I genuinely enjoy this level, but this really is done in such a way that it feels natural and not forced at all. It's not all in your face about it, like the whole, "Look, it's blue milk, you remember blue milk, don't you?" In this case, it's instead just kind of up to you how much of it you want to take in. You don't have to go find the Wampa Cave, the old shield generator, or the old sealed entrances to Echo Base. You can ignore them completely if you want to, and the level will still play great. Overall, it's just a fantastic level that a lot of care and intention went into, and it's hard not to appreciate that. But enough gushing over Hoth. We should probably go ahead and get back to Luke to see what's up.
So they know about Dagobah. Master Yoda hid there, knowing his presence would be masked by the planet's strong dark side aura. If they find it...
Did you find anything on Hoth?
Nothing. They must have already taken the Force energy from there.
Just as others have reported. Bespin, Endor, Coruscant, everywhere. Kyle, what about Biss?
Rosh hasn't returned. He's long overdue and we haven't heard from him.
I sense he's still alive.
I'm going to Biss to look for him. I know some people that can get me into some of the outlying Imperial outposts. I'll see what I can find out.
Very well.
What about me? I want to help. Rosh is my friend.
Okay, hold your horses there, Jaden. He's more of like a work acquaintance at best.
There are still missions for you to undertake, and we can't neglect the training of one of our most promising students.
Promising?
Yes. Due to your heroics on Hoth, we are promoting you to apprentice.
Thank you, Master Skywalker. Master, Kyle.
Alright, now that we are 1/3 through the game, we actually have the opportunity to choose an additional stance for our lightsaber. Same as it was in Outcast, normal is, well, normal and all around good. Fast is quick but has low damage, and strong is high damage but takes forever to swing. In Outcast, I use fast more than strong because it's great against stormtroopers, but here in Academy there are far more dark Jedi, so I went with strong for now. However, if I'm being honest, more often than not, I kinda just forget all about it and just use normal anyway. Again, normal is all around good, and you can get through the entire game without ever switching stances if you don't want to. Just, if you're playing on master difficulty, you really need to understand them. One of the cool things here is that the special force lightsaber moves you can do actually change depending on which stance you're currently using, which is a great inclusion. So we are back at it now with a new set of mini missions, and since we've become more powerful, the missions have now become not just more difficult, but more dynamic as well. Starting off, we take on a rescue mission on the planet Nar Krayta, where the Hutt-controlled planet has taken some of the local elders captive. Fortunately, thanks to Kyle being near the area while searching for Rosh, he has decided to swing by and help us out a bit.
You know, normally I I'm the one going into danger while Jan flies the ship. But this'll work too. Find those prisoners and bring them back here for pickup.
You know, it's nice to hear Kyle at least mention Jan from time to time in this game. She's always been a solid side character throughout the series, and it's unfortunate that they found an excuse to include Chewbacca, but couldn't find any way to slide Jan in. Though that probably had more to do with just the difficulties on getting Vanessa Marshall to come back and voice her, if I had to guess. So after breaking into the compound and taking a moment to play around with our now fully upgraded Force Choke, this is just ridiculous. Oops, I broke him. We proceed over to an observation room to see what's really going on here.
Hurry! Get us out of here before the Rancor comes.
Rancor?
The Rancor!
Yes, we've got another Rancor. The Rancor fight in Mysteries of the Sith was a very fondly remembered moment, and unfortunately I think was probably better done than this one. Or maybe this isn't really worse, but it's just designed with a different intent. In Mysteries of the Sith, the Rancor fight was more like a boss battle, with you having to use your force powers to dodge and jump to make sure you avoid, well, okay, come on, I got you. Come on, I got you. Oh my god. Oh my god, that is sick! Still so gruesome. And if you let yourself get grabbed with low health, the same thing will still happen here. What's different this time is that, again, while Mysteries of the Sith treated it more like a boss fight, here you aren't really supposed to fight it, and instead your goal is to find and free 4 groups of prisoners and distract the Rancor while each group escapes. Now, technically you can kill the Rancor, but another one just kind of spawns in right after, so it really doesn't mean anything. One funny addition here is that as you pass through the compound, you'll have to cut through this bar each time. And look who's here. Grand Bartender Thrawn himself. Now, don't get too excited. He has no dialogue and doesn't respond to anything at all, so he was just kind of tossed in last minute to just fill up the scene. Overall, this first mission is already a good start to this section of mini-missions, and the variety here keeps coming with our next one, over on the planet Zanju 5. So our goal here is to actually meet up with someone who has some information on this Sith cult that we've been facing. And right off the bat, we're doing something totally different than before. This time driving around on a speeder bike while mercenaries chase us down. Now, the controls for this bike are as you'd expect of the series. Kinda crap. However, as clunky as the controls are, it is actually pretty fun, mostly due to just the novelty of using your lightsaber as your main weapon, cutting them apart like Obi-Wan from the original Clone Wars animated series, which actually premiered the same year as Academy released. Man, what a time to be a Star Wars fan. You know, one of the coolest parts about the speeder bikes is actually how sometimes you'll get a sick slow-mo kill, which young me absolutely loved.
Are you the Jedi?
Yes. Tell me everything you know about the Disciples of Ragnos. Please, make it quick, though. I ran into some trouble back there, and it might be following me.
We should go inside. It'll be safer. Cult must...
Sith spit. I have to get out of here.
Man, his acting is just so lame. He just saw his contact get gunned down, and his response is just, "Oh, Sith spit, I gotta get out of here." Ugh. I mean, I got nothing against a stupid slang like Sith spit. I mean, I'm from the South where we say stuff like finer than frog hair, or cold as a witch's tit, or slicker than goose shit, so I got no room to talk. But it's just the way he delivers his lines. It just gets me every time. Either way, we race out of there, killing a few more mercenaries and completing a pretty quick but fun mission.
Hey, Jaden. I'm not sure if Luke's discovered anything on Dagobah, but I found out that Rosh has been captured. I tried to find out where they've taken him, but those blasted Sith cultists are covering their tracks pretty well.
Oh no, Rosh was captured. Anyway, why don't we go and talk to a character I actually like?
Thanks for the assistance, Jaden. Luke tells me you're going to be a great Jedi. Let's get to Krildor and take out that mining platform.
So this third mission has us teaming up with the legendary Wedge Antilles to disable a mining platform. Again, this is pretty fan servicey here, but it's not too bad. Then again, I might just be a little biased because of my love for the Rogue Squadron books and games. The mission is pretty easy, with us just needing to plant a few beacons on some key structures so Wedge can fly in and take them out. It's pretty quick, but does serve as a great location to introduce the jet troopers.
They fly now? They fly now!
Yes, Disney, they have always flown, and you would know that if you actually cared about the lore of the multi-billion-dollar property that you bought. The jet troopers here can be pretty annoying, but I would say probably in the good way. They can fly down at random and sometimes easily flank you if you're not careful. And though a lot of times they will actually land and be easy to kill, sometimes they just stay in the air, causing you to have to use force pull to pull them down or use some other powers on them to take them out. This is also the level where I remember just how overpowered force lightning is in this game. And to think, that's just at level 2. Really, as this game goes on, you'll see I end up almost never using my lightsaber on basic enemies anymore, preferring to just go Darth Sidious on them instead. It really is just so overpowered on basic enemies, but just so much fun to use. Oh no, it's a Dark Jedi! Well, he's dead. So after disabling the platform, the Imperials decide if they can't have it, no one can, and instead try to just blow up the gas containers, causing us to have to just run around and disable all the bombs before heading out of there.
That did it! Get back to your ship, Jaden. We're out of here.
Jaden, I learned that some disciples of Ragnos were on Dagobah. They siphoned the dark force energy from the cave there.
No, not Dagobah. Would have been pretty cool to have visited there, but then again, I still have some PTSD from my last trip to a swampy dark side world. Ah, come on. No, damn it, come, son of a bitch. Oh, god damn it, mother. So instead of swamps, we do the exact opposite, going back to Coruscant to investigate a black market assassin droid dealer. And I say going back to Coruscant because lore-wise, Jaden is actually from Coruscant. So a complete 180 on the whole humble farmer upbringing cliche.
Did you think you could just barge in here and take me into custody, Jedi?
Okay, so you might not be able to notice it, but Lanik Rakto is actually voiced by Nick Jameson, the original voice of Kyle Katarn back in Dark Forces, as well as the voice for the bartender in Outcast. It's a little strange seeing the original voice actor of a series replaced, yet still playing side characters in later games, but he is definitely talented enough to make it work without you ever noticing. So Coruscant is pretty much what Nar Shaddaa should have been in Outcast. Don't get me wrong, there's still quite a few snipers to bother you, but not nearly the aggravating amount there was on Nar Shaddaa. But more importantly, the layout is just so much better. In Outcast and Academy, momentum is key to what makes the lightsaber combat so fun. Once the gameplay comes to a crawl, you start to really notice a lot of the game's shortcomings, such as its rough gunplay. Unfortunately, the layout of Nar Shaddaa in Outcast was terrible about this, bringing the game to a near standstill due to all the constant snipers. But here, while there are still a few moments where you'll need to change your weapons to deal with the snipers, there are in between solid sections of jumping from rooftop to rooftop just taking out enemies. The snipers actually help here with the pacing without dragging it to a crawl. Overall, the flow of Coruscant lends itself very well to the combination of force powers, lightsabers, and blasters in a way that Nar Shaddaa just simply failed to do. After about halfway through the level, we do eventually come across one of these assassin droids that this dude's been selling, and they can be a little tricky when going at them with your lightsaber because of their energy shielding that will actually hurt you whenever you touch it. However, if you were smart, then after reading the briefing mentioning assassin droids, then you probably would have made sure to bring along the EMP rifle, because oh boy does it just shred them. Oh look, it's the speeder from episode 2. Nice little Easter egg there.
Let's see what you've got.
So you might not have noticed just based on how quickly my lightning obliterated him, but this Dark Jedi is actually a support class. And what I mean by that is that they don't carry a lightsaber at all and instead only use force powers or in some cases blasters, which is just a really interesting idea. Even if the lightning pretty much clears them out like they're nothing.
How did you get up here? No matter. If it's trouble you're looking for, you came to the right place, Jedi.
My dude, I got an EMP gun, okay? These things are absolutely nothing to me.
That'll teach a Jedi to break into.
Now, let's talk about these assassin droids.
Okay.
Where is your factory?
Hidden on Nar Shaddaa. If you don't hurt me, I'll tell you where it is.
You're coming with me.
Damn, Jaden seems just a little angry here. But hey, we still have one mission left, so maybe this one will cheer him up a bit.
Drop your laser sword, Jedi, and maybe we'll spare your life. Or perhaps you'd like to take your chances. So, my Jedi friend, what do you think of our accommodations?
Well, why don't you come down here and find out?
Ah, feisty. Good, good. I have a proposition for you. You see, it can get dreadfully dull around here, so I'm up for a bit of sport. I'm going to let you out. If you can make it back to your ship, you're free to leave. But if I catch you, I'll have to shoot you. After all, you are an escaped prisoner. Hopefully you'll prove more of a challenge than the bounty hunter I had to kill a few days ago. Of course, I've never hunted a Jedi before.
And if I refuse to play along?
Well, then you can rot in your cell. I'm sure someone might come looking for you, eventually. Let the games begin.
So that overweight, alcoholic-looking dude is Rax Joris, voiced by Greg Berger, who also voiced the Shadow Troopers in Outcast, and played one of my favorite Halo characters, Captain Cutter in Halo Wars 1.
5 years. 5 long years. That's how long it took us to get Harvest back.
Man, I eventually need to start making some Halo videos. Either way, Rax has decided that running an Imperial prison is simply too boring on its own, and has now started occasionally hunting the prisoners for sport, and is now kind of interested to see what kind of challenge a Jedi could give him. Now, if you don't have any offensive force powers like lightning, I could kind of see this being a pretty rough level due to the gunplay. But with lightning, this becomes a really fun level with you just going full Sidious and blasting everyone out of your path. I mean, the whole concept of the level was fun in itself, taking away your lightsaber after an entire game of using it almost exclusively, while a sort of crazed prison warden hunts you down. It's just one of those unique ideas I really love seeing in these mini-missions. We even get a chance to use an ATST if we want to. I mean, it's not needed and the controls are utter crap, but it's still a nice addition to have. So after running through the base using lightning to just sweep the hallways clean, we finally make it back to our ship. And damn it.
Well played.
Tragically, I can't allow you to tell anyone about my little operation. Farewell, Jedi.
So I'm gonna be real here. My recording of my first playthrough of this portion was corrupted, so I don't have all of its footage. But for some reason, I died to this overweight bastard more times than even the final boss. In big part because this is unfortunately the return of that blasted concussion rifle. The concussion rifle has been in every game except Outcast. In Dark Forces 1, it was a pain in the ass hit scan weapon with splash damage, just ridiculous to avoid. It became more bearable in Dark Forces 2 and Mysteries of the Sith, but because of enemy placement, still resulted in a lot of my deaths. Now I'll say Academy's version is actually the best one yet, with the bolt traveling slow enough to properly dodge, and the splash damage I think is reduced just a little bit. However, thanks to Rax being at the top of the room, he has a clear shot at you in almost any area you go in. And I don't know what was wrong with me that day. I mean, it was damn near midnight, so maybe I was just tired. But I couldn't land my jumps up the scaffolding at all and died way too many times before finally making it to the top to take Porkin's evil twin out.
Seems I underestimated you, Jedi.
Well, to be honest, he kinda went out like a badass.
The disciples of Ragnos are getting bold. They've managed to siphon force energy from every site that was mentioned in my journal. We still don't know what it is they're planning to do with the energy, though. It's imperative that we track down the leader of this cult.
But how? If they've already hit every place in your journal.
There are several places I didn't mention by name that they've discovered, like Dagobah. My fear is that they may use clues in my journals to discover other places. We need to beat them to these locations. Considering how we lost a student last time, we must be very cautious. Everyone will travel in pairs. Kyle, Jaden, you'll be going to Vajun.
Vajun? Isn't that just a big dead rock?
It also happens to be the location of one of my father's strongholds.
Okay, so it's a big, dead, important rock.
Streen, you and Tiona
This ought to be interesting. I'd heard rumors that Luke had been to Vajun, but he never really talked about it.
Actually, Luke went to Vajun in order to save some prisoners that were about to be turned into dark side energy in order to make a clone strong enough for Palpatine to transfer his essence into. And yes, even the actual canon has cloned Palpatine in it as well. Though, because it was in the books, it was far better explained and implemented. Plus, his new clone bodies were ripped as fuck. God damn, man.
Great. Looks like somebody's home. Luke sure knows how to pick 'em. We'll set down in that canyon and try to sneak into the castle.
So here's where I remembered that I really should have upgraded force protection. The planet's rain is acid, so it will just chip away at your health without it. However, you can still use force speed to just sprint through the area to cover and take little damage. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. Speaking of pain in the ass, these beefcakes are the new hazard troopers, and I am not good against them. As you would expect with their size, they can tank a lot of damage, and thanks to them having concussion rifles, they can deal out a lot of damage as well. Luckily, we are now able to get the concussion rifle as well, and in this game, its secondary fire is a railgun shot that can quickly dispatch hazard troopers no problem. Possibly the best part of this level is having Kyle fight alongside you for a good portion of it. Not only is he powerful as hell, but it's just really cool to fight alongside the main character that you've been playing as all the way up till this game. Now, the first part of this level has us going through some small buildings before sprinting from cover to cover in acid rain again. Eventually, we find ourselves blocked in by a couple of TIE bombers that Kyle says we need to use a turbo laser to take down, which seems kinda silly considering just how powerful my concussion rifle is. I mean, there is no reason I can't just blast this damn thing out of the sky myself, or just lightning it out of the sky. But, oh well, at least inside the base we get some really fun lightsaber combat with Kyle. This is the first time we get to experience lightsaber combat with an ally, which is just a lot of fun in these games.
Okay, the turbo laser should be on the other side of this door. It's locked.
Okay, yeah, it's locked. Kyle? Kyle. Oh, come on. Don't tell me I just soft-locked my game. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to restart from the last checkpoint.
It's locked. There was a control room back there. Wait here and let me know if I get it open.
Okay, good. It's working this time. Alright, come on, Kyle. What the hell? Where the hell did you come from? Now, this is one of the intermediate ranked Dark Jedis, obviously stronger force powers and more health than the novice ones from before. As we continue, we'll end up seeing more and more of them, and on Jedi Knight difficulty, they do begin to put up just a decent little challenge at times. Just not this one. Either way, after taking him out and shooting down that TIE bomber, we end up moving deeper into Vader's castle.
I wonder where this leads. Oh, of course it has to be a garbage pit, doesn't it? Well, let's go. No one ever said being a Jedi was glamorous.
So this section is pretty easy, but I really enjoyed a lot. Mostly because this is where you and Kyle actually start to feel like you have a master and apprentice dynamic, with us actually working together in a few different ways. Like when Kyle holds up a collapsed electrical cable that nearly fries us into water while we activate the pumps to drain the room. There's just a lot of good quips that Kyle makes that makes it feel like he's really our master and that we're actually learning something from him here. And that's a dynamic that the majority of missions in this game really just lack. Unfortunately though, all good things must come to an end, and after navigating these under levels of the castle, we unfortunately must part ways from Kyle.
Jaden, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, come on, that should have definitely killed him, right? I mean, I'm glad he didn't die, but damn, that's just a long fall to live from. I mean, he had a death scream and everything, and then he just kind of pops on the radio and just goes, "Oh, sorry, Jaden, I guess I slipped."
Are you new here?
Oh,
yes.
shit.
You made a wise choice.
Who are you?
The Master will soon return to lead us to glory.
How do they not notice me? Oh. Well, hello there. Can I still get close? Hello? Are we all good? Oh, no, okay, not good, not good. So we have made our way up to the main portion of the tower, and here's where things start to get just a little harder.
I thought Jedi were powerful.
Well, these guys still ain't shit, but we begin to start running into some stronger Dark Jedi up here. Damn, these guys are really kind of hurting my point here. Ah, here are the stronger variants. These guys in red slowly start to become more normal as the game goes on, and if you're not careful, they can really do some serious damage to you. But what really adds to the difficulty increase is just the sheer amount of them. I mean, they are now everywhere, and for many missions going forward, the Dark Jedi are going to start making up the majority of the enemies we face, which is actually kind of a lot of fun considering just how great the lightsaber duels in this game are. This third portion of Ajun also has some little moments, like this photo of a woman that can be found at a stormtrooper's bedside. It's actually just a woman who's on some billboards on Coruscant, but some people online seem to say that it's also a picture of Alora's voice actress, Grey Griffin. No idea if that's actually true, but it's a neat little addition to humanize the stormtroopers here, at least for a moment. We also wind up coming across Vader's old TIE Advance from A New Hope, which is just an awesome Easter egg to add. Oh snap, our first dual saber Dark Jedi. These Dark Jedi, as well as the double-bladed ones that we'll find soon enough, are some of the most powerful enemies we'll end up facing. They not only have more health, but their AI is just far more intelligent, and they know how to use their force powers to just really screw with you. Yeah, Force Drain is kind of a bitch.
Someone didn't like Vader much.
Actually, that statue of Vader was built after Episode 6 and was destroyed during Luke's assault on the castle. Putting it here is a pretty good callback to a relatively unknown comic book, so yeah, pretty cool.
I sense your presence, Jaden.
Rosh, what are you doing here?
The disciples of Ragnos brought me. At first I thought they were going to kill me, but I was wrong about them. Do you realize how much power there is in the dark side? Kyle was holding us back, Jaden. You should feel the power. It's beyond anything you've ever imagined.
Oh no! Rosh has fallen to the dark side. Who could have ever have seen this coming?
Enough talk! Rosh, destroy this puny Jedi so we can complete our task.
Yes. If you're too weak to join us, Jaden, then we can't let you stand in our way.
Oh god, he's already glitching out over here. No, okay, there he goes. So somehow, despite Rosh being a little bitch, he's actually a pretty formidable boss fight here. For one, his force powers like Absorb prevent many offensive powers from working on him, meaning my lightning is completely just null and void. And even if you do take him down, Dakothos twins over here will actually start to heal him. And yes, for some reason Raven actually took the time to give these two guys names and a small backstory of them being twins. No idea why. But the best thing to do is really just to start with the twins and then move on to Rosh afterwards. Even though they don't have sabers, they are very strong in the Force and will back away from you whenever you close a distance. Luckily, lightning can take them out pretty quickly. I should probably also point out, we're actually fighting right next to Vader's meditation chamber, which is a great place to have a showdown like this.
Kyle,
Oh. Did you really think I would give up my new apprentice so easily?
Tavion.
You should have killed me when you had the chance, Katarn. Your pathetic Jedi mercy is a weakness that shall cost you your life, and the life of your Academy's students. But not you, my dear Rosh. Come.
Yes, Tavion.
Rosh, no!
Okay, I think I know why Rosh joined the dark side. I'm just saying, can you really blame him?
Ha! Fool! Your petty friendship cannot compare with the power of the dark side.
So, is this what it's come to, Tavion? Stealing scraps of the Force like some sort of intergalactic parasite?
Spare me your self-righteous pity, Katarn! You may have shamed me when you spared my life, but that was before I found this. Now, I have a new master. One who has promised me the power to destroy you and all the Jedi.
Ragnos? What can a dead Sith Lord give you?
Everything I have ever wanted. Not that you'll be around to see it.
I can't keep this up for long.
Hold on.
We looked everywhere after getting free, but Tavion had already taken Rosh and fled.
So now we know who was leading this cult. But that doesn't explain why there are so many Dark Force users.
Some of Desan's leftover Reborn were with her. As for the cultists, Jaden has a theory.
If the scepter can store the Force, maybe it can release it too. Tavion could be using it to empower her followers.
So it kind of appears that this is similar to Outcast, where they use the value of the Jedi to imbue the Force into their servants. But here they are actually creating Dark Jedi using the Staff of Ragnos itself. This also probably means that all the higher level Dark Jedi that we've been facing at this point are probably leftover Reborn from Desan, just given how much their powers have advanced, while the weaker ones are more likely to have just recently been imbued with the dark side. Again, kind of a lackluster story that just retreads old ground, but whatever.
I'd like you to take a more active role at the Academy.
Sir?
Jaden, you handled yourself exceptionally well on Vijun. To confront 3 Dark Jedi and defeat them took bravery and skill. For your efforts, I feel you are ready to join our ranks as a Jedi Knight.
Congratulations.
Yes, Master Skywalker. Thank you both.
Jaden, after the battle, I felt the anger seething inside you. You may be a Jedi Knight now, but you still must beware of the dark side.
Yes, Kyle. I'll try not to fail you.
So yeah, they really don't make a big deal of it in the last cutscene, but we fully lost our saber in that confrontation with Tavion, meaning we now need to build a new one, and this was one of my favorite parts as a kid. Now, not only can we choose a new single saber, but we can choose dual sabers or even double-bladed. Normally I always go with double-bladed because as a kid I was obsessed with Darth Maul like all kids seem to be. Plus, the double-bladed saber not only looks awesome, but it really wreaks havoc in this game. The combos are powerful, and instead of throwing your saber, you kick your enemies down, which is actually really effective against most Dark Jedi. Maybe it's just because I played it all the time as a kid, but I really seem to be the best with it. However, this time I wanted to try something different and went with dual sabers, and though there are a lot of awesome things that can be done with them, I really kinda suck with them. They really aren't bad at all, and I'm sure someone in the comments will mention how much they absolutely love them and I'm just an idiot who has no idea what I'm doing. But unfortunately, it took me a good while to get the hang of them. But hey, at the very least, the blue-green combo looks freaking sweet. So now that we are officially a Jedi Knight, we are at the last set of mini-missions to do, and as you'd expect, these are probably the best in the entire game. Since our core force powers increase naturally throughout the story, our force jump, speed, push, etc. are all officially maxed out, allowing for some really creative level designs. Our first mission on this list is probably one of my favorite in the game, taking place inside of a Jedi tomb on Chandrila. And if that name sounds familiar to you, you might have actually played through the original Rogue Squadron, where you had to actually break through a blockade and deliver supplies to the capital city. And it's also the home planet of Mon Mothma as well. Now that's how you start a level. To be honest, before this playthrough, when I remembered this level, I for some reason always thought it was one of the main story missions. Though I think that's actually an understandable mistake after you play through it. This really might be the most polished of all the mini-missions. I mean, this whole cavern looks amazing. We've seen our fair share of Sith tombs in Star Wars games, but this might be the first Jedi tomb we've seen, and it really does look the part. The dark blues and just ethereal feeling to it all gives the impression that without all the Dark Jedi running around, it would be a beautiful and peaceful place to visit. Thanks to all the ledges here, it's a great place to have fun abusing the AI with lightning and choke to throw them off the edge. For the most part in this game, no duel is too tough, so long as you have a ledge nearby to toss them off of. Eventually though, we get ambushed by 3 Dark Jedi at once, and this part did give me just a little bit of trouble. But I did learn the importance of key binding my force powers here. Up until this point, it really wasn't a big deal to just switch to powers when needed, but now that enemies have become far more powerful, they can use force choke on you while the other one just cuts you down. Luckily in Academy, you can use key bindings for all your powers, giving you quick access to things like force push, which can negate force choke, and I highly recommend using the key bindings on higher difficulties for sure. This is also one of the first missions that require force sight to proceed, by allowing you to use the force to open the doors and activate switches unseen without it. So after cutting down / throwing off a cliff scores of Dark Jedi, we reseal the tomb and run on out of here.
Well, that should do it. Rest peacefully.
Okay, I totally missed that jump.
This is where the captain saw the cultists. Doesn't look like...
Oh dear lord, that is one big rancor. Well then, that was kind of gruesome. So our next mission is stopping this mutated rancor on the planet of Tanab. This is pretty much just a long chase scene with a few puzzles and a lot of Dark Jedi thrown in to keep it interesting. It's pretty fun watching the rancor whenever he finds a cultist to kill, but be careful because he can mess you up too if he lays his hands on you. Most of the level is pretty easy, except for this one damn hallway. Yeah, Force Drain remains a bitch to deal with, and eventually I just said screw it and lured them out the room to be eaten by the Rancor instead. As you probably would have already guessed, the Rancor is immune to all of our weapons, causing us to have to make use of a conveyor belt and a shipping container to crush him instead. Overall, a quick but really fun mission that allows for something just a little bit more unique. But now on to something somewhat more normal. This time we go to the planet of Yolara to destroy a powerful Jedi cloaking device so it won't fall into the cult's hands. And look who's here to greet us.
Leave this place.
Well, to be honest, that's kind of a lame way to introduce the Nogri. And yes, this is the return of the Nogri, and as you can tell, they look nothing like their Mysteries of the Sith counterparts. Though, that's mostly due to how in Mysteries of the Sith, those were supposed to be mutated Nogri, despite them being in places that made absolutely no sense for them to be in. Either way, this is a better representation look-wise to the Nogri in the EU. And no, we're not even going to talk about just how terrible they look in Disney. As a quick reminder, the Nogri were a relatively primitive species in comparison to the galaxy as a whole, and were also more of a peaceful agricultural and hunting society. Until Vader showed up and saw them fight against some of his stormtroopers, impressing him greatly. Vader chose to offer environmental aid to the Nogri after secretly poisoning their planet, gaining their loyalty and servitude. Due to their honor-bound culture, the Nogri submitted easily to Vader, thinking that he was there saving their planet, and wound up working as his personal bodyguards, assassins, and special warfare units. At some point, Vader found out about the stealth device here and ordered some of the Nogri to defend it, and due to their honor, here they remain, willing to die for the orders of their dead leader. But if you don't care about all of that, they look cool as hell, so it's awesome to see them here. Admittedly, they aren't much of a challenge for us at this point, but their strange poison rifles can be a nuisance sometimes. Plus, the Remnant here really doesn't do well against them at all. Oh man, did you see that? That has to be the coolest move with the dual sabers. Just hold their guard and force throw the other saber like a boomerang. I mean, that's just freaking great.
Darth Vader used many Nogri as assassins and bodyguards. We think Vader ordered the Nogri to wipe out the Yolarans and guard the cloaking device. Now that the device is destroyed, no one can claim it. The remaining Nogri have been picked up and returned home.
Remaining Nogri? Dude, I killed pretty much every one of them as retribution to what they did to me on Dromund Kaas. Well, would you look at that? It looks like next up is going to be the remains of Biss, the same place where Rosh disappeared.
I don't sense the dark side here, Kyle.
Me neither. That's not good. Tavion must have been here already.
An Imperial Dreadnought. I'm gonna get us out of here.
They've got a tractor beam on us. I can't break free. Okay, here's the plan. I served on one of these ships back in my Imperial days.
You disable the tractor beam, and I'll trigger the ship's self-destruct. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
So, to be honest, even though I really like the idea for this level, it really is nothing too much to it, and kinda feels out of place in the sense that it's just so easy. It feels more like the Tier 2 mini-missions at best. All we really do is run through a ship and disable the tractor beams and eventually shoot down some ties in a turret section. Not much to really write home about. So instead, I'm just going to say it's pretty crazy that Luke sent Rosh to the remains of Biss of all places. If you want to talk about dark side planets, Biss was a high contender. Not as bad as Dromund Kaas, I mean, that place turned Kyle evil for God's sake, but Biss was Palpatine's secret throne world where he built a massive palace and put most of his clones in it so that he could use them to imbue his essence into them after his death and be reborn. And it was the site of the construction of the Super Star Destroyers, the World Devastators, and the Galaxy Gun, just all sorts of evil projects. Fortunately, R2 rammed a Super Star Destroyer into the Galaxy Gun, causing it to misfire and blow up the planet. But with the planet being the site of all of Palpatine's most personal projects, sending a twerp like Rosh to investigate it seems like a recipe for disaster. Oh, would you look at that? We're almost done with the level. Really cool cutscene, at least.
Huh, there's some of the weapons right there.
So for our last mini-mission, we head to the Bounty Hunter Paradise Ord Mantell to blow up some illegal weapon caches. But wait a second, who's that?
Boba Fett.
This doesn't concern you, Jedi. Just walk away.
Look, I can't do that.
Okay, so when I first played through this game, I had only read a couple of the books at that point and had no idea Boba Fett was still alive after episode 6. I really think I ran to my mom and dad pretty much right after finishing the level saying, "Boba Fett didn't die, he's still alive!" Oh god, times before the internet ruined any chance at surprises in games. This is also a great callback to the first Dark Forces game when Kyle actually faced Boba Fett in the Imperial City. Now, technically he does have a health bar, but draining it only makes him fly away temporarily. Come on, almost got him, almost got him. There we go. Oh no, he's stuck. Can I knock him loose? Oh, okay, there we go. The actual main objective here is to run around placing bombs on all the hidden weapon caches as Boba Fett hunts you down using his rockets, blasters, and even his flamethrower in order to stop you. It really would have been awesome if we had this sort of stuff in the Book of Boba Fett show instead of just space mopeds, but what you gonna do? Either way, using Force Sight, you can find all the bomb points pretty easily, and then head back to your ship for a quick fight with Boba Fett before heading out.
No bounties on you. A shame.
The time has come to put an end to the disciples of Ragnos. I believe that Tavion is storing force power in the scepter for one purpose, to resurrect Marco Ragnos.
Is that possible?
The Force holds a great many secrets. It may be possible that if a high enough
awful lot of Plo Koons here.
Into a body, the cells might regenerate, bringing the person back to life.
We have to stop them.
No kidding. So we're going to Korriban, huh? Not exactly a vacation spot.
Korriban? I never heard of it.
It's the burial place of a whole bunch of Sith Lords.
If Ragnos is resurrected, there's no telling what he might be able to do. It will take all of our strength to stop him.
We're not heading to Korriban just yet. I just received a distress signal from Rosh.
Rosh? Where is he?
He's being held captive on Tasper 3. It's an Imperial-controlled planet, a real paradise.
How did he get a message out?
I don't know, but we can't leave him there.
Rosh could still belong to the dark side. It could be a trap.
It could be, but I'm not willing to let him die there if it isn't.
Kyle, what about Ragnos? We have to go to Korriban.
Well, if we're lucky, we'll catch up with everyone else before the fireworks start. If you don't want to help me...
No, I'm coming.
Do I have to? I mean, if Rosh is a prisoner now, he ain't going anywhere anyway.
I'll go in the back way. If we enter from both sides, we're bound to find him.
So Tasper 3 is a remnant fortress and manufacturing world, and through this first portion we spend it climbing up these towers placed in a field of lava, which is an awesome aesthetic, even if it does make me feel like I've accidentally fallen into an Oblivion gate by mistake. Overall, I don't really care too much for this first section, mostly due to just all the repetitive rooms you have to keep fighting in. The best parts here were probably just throwing Dark Jedi off the top of the tower into pits of lava, because let's face it, that never gets old. We do have the return of more Hazard Troopers, this time showing off just how resistant their armor really is by walking through rivers of lava. And as aggravating as they can be, I can't deny it, they are really badass. Oh man, this guy right here, okay, this guy is one of the cult masters. And they are incredibly powerful. I'm talking like full-on boss fight difficulty. Luckily, however, this guy in particular has one key weakness.
You!
So, the itty-bitty Jedi has come to rescue his friend. That's so sweet.
Where's Rosh?
What makes you think he wants to be rescued? Tavion turned him to the dark side, just like that.
Where is he?
Ooh, someone's getting awfully angry, aren't they? Forgetting your Jedi training?
Look, Alora, why serve Tavion? It's not too late to join us and fight her! I'm taking Rosh out of here! Make it easy on yourself and tell me where he is!
Oh, he's around. I think I'll go look for him.
Well, that explosion did absolutely nothing. And if I'm being honest, I kind of forgot all about Alora at this point. So this second part of the level has us chasing down Alora as we search for Rosh. This manufacturing-like area is a really good setting with a whole slew of different areas to duel in. And at this point in the game, that's pretty much all we'll be doing from here on out. Sure, there are some regular stormtroopers here and there, but for the most part it is almost exclusively Dark Jedi. As we progress, Alora teases us a little bit and pretty much confirms that Rosh really has abandoned the dark side. Now, remember when I said that the Cult Masters were really hard and then I just kind of threw them off the ledge? Yeah, this guy is about to show that these dudes are no joke. I mean, I know I kinda suck with the whole dual sabers, but this dude killed me more than any boss in the game did. You have no room to move around, so it makes avoiding his strikes just really difficult. I remember beating him back in the day, but after enough failed tries, I said screw it and just ran right past him. Instead, disabling the shields on the conveyor belt, throwing him in a corner, and moving on to activate the next cutscene. So the game decides to channel a little bit of Episode 2 and have us navigate some conveyor belts like Anakin and Padme did. And to be honest, unlike the movie, I actually don't mind this part too much. You see, up until now, there's been very little puzzles or platforming in the game at all, and as much as I love what they did with the combat, it can feel kind of repetitive if you don't have something to break it up a bit, so little moments like this are appreciated. But after navigating the facility and taking out I don't know how many cultists, we finally find Rosh.
Rosh! Jaden! You don't look like much of a captive, Rosh. Did you dream this up, or was it Tavion's idea?
No, Jaden, wait! I was wrong. Please, take me back to the academy. I need help. Jaden, stay back. Please don't hurt me.
You tried to kill me, and now you've lured me into a trap.
Jaden, I was scared. You have to believe me. We're friends, remember? Let's get out of here before Alora comes back.
How do I know you won't betray me again? You're always trying to beat me. How do I know this isn't just another trick?
Jaden, don't do it.
Finish him, Jedi!
Wait! Listen to what you're saying! You're angry! Don't give in to it! That leads to the dark side, right?
He only fell to the dark side because he was scared, afraid of dying. Put away your saber.
Strike him down! Give in to your anger!
Jaden, you're better than that. Don't give in to your anger. Rosh is telling the truth.
So this is a very well done portion of the game right here, allowing us to finally decide to either strike Rosh down turning to the dark side, or of course forgiving him and remaining on the light. Normally, I'm a total Boy Scout in games with choices like this. I mean, I did a dark side playthrough one time in Knights of the Old Republic and barely made it through because I felt so bad about it. But here, due to how irritating of a character Rosh is, there's a part of me that would just love to put a saber through his gut. Now, I did do a dark side playthrough, but for this version of Jaden, we'll choose the light side and talk about the dark side option later.
I'm sorry, Rosh. You're right. I almost let my anger get the best of me. Let's get out of here.
Thank you, Jaden.
You Jedi are blandly predictable. Tavion thought that turning you would gain us an ally. But since you won't be turned, I guess it's up to me to clean up her mistake.
Stand down, Alora! You were no match for me on Hoth, and now I am a Jedi Knight.
Tavion has taught me many things as well, you sanctimonious fool. Rosh!
Holy shit, she just cut Rosh's arm off. So with Alora's first fight, it was really easy. I mean, one of the easiest fights in the game. But for this one, it has been upped quite a bit. With that said, you can cheese the fight sometimes by making her fall off the edge, and I wouldn't feel too guilty about doing so, considering she did it to me a couple times here. It can be pretty hard to actually force choke her off the sides since she kind of seems to stick to the edge quite a bit, but I have done it before when running through the game in the past. The alternative way to cheese this fight is to just heal a lot while running around in circles like something out of the Benny Hill show.
Rosh!
Rosh!
I'll be...
Sith spit. I need to get him to a bacta tank. Go to Korriban and help Luke and the others. I'll be there as soon as I can. Jaden, I sensed your struggle with the dark side. I'm glad you made the right choice.
Thank you. But it was Rosh who made me see what the right choice was. Tell him that when he wakes up.
Jaden, you made it! Did you find Rosh?
Hey, it's that dude. I don't think we ever learned his name.
Not yet. We're trying to locate Ragnos' tomb. Master Skywalker's group landed in another part of the valley to search for it.
I'd better get going.
Hey, be careful. This place is crawling with Dark Force users.
So here we are on the final stretch, and on Korriban of all places. It definitely has changed quite a bit in the 4,000 years between now and Knights of the Old Republic. The Sith temples here just look and feel great. They aren't overtly evil, but they do have this grand and oppressive feel to them that I really enjoy. Now, one of the fun parts about choosing the light side is that now we get to fight alongside our Jedi allies. And this can be a lot of fun when you have 3 or more duels going on all around you at once. This level also adds more puzzles than any other part of the game, though they are fairly simplistic compared to what Outcast did. They mostly involve just looking for a chain to cut in order to open some doors or force pushing some statues. There are a few unique ones like this one where you have to actually use foresight in order to uncover and enter a code in order to open a door. But what really shines here, of course, is the combat, with us fighting tons of cultists of all ranks. Some of these fights you can cheese pretty easily, but there are a couple that definitely gave me some trouble at times, and a few that just feel straight up unfair. The inside of the temple is definitely a fun set piece to fight in. However, I really love when you get a chance to step out onto the Sith burial grounds. I don't know why, there's just something really cool about an open area like this to fight in. It feels more like a large conflict is actually taking place when you can see Sith and Jedi dueling in the distance. Now, the Valley of the Dark Lords looks a little different from how it looked in Knights of the Republic. However, the layout is actually still pretty much the same. My one little nitpick, and mind you, this is the tiniest of nitpicks possible, is the tomb is actually at the wrong location if you're going off Knights of the Old Republic, which did come out first. If we're sticking to that same layout, that means we probably exited out of the Tomb of Tolek Horde, which means that Ragnos' tomb should be over to the left side, not the right. But then again, the Valley of the Dark Lords has never had a consistent layout in any of the stories it's appeared in. I just remember nitpicking it as a kid, considering just all the Knights of the Old Republic I played back then. Either way, after entering the Tomb of Ragnos, we have one more cultist fight over a lava chasm that is really badass. Or, you could just say screw it and just toss him in.
Tavion, this stops here.
Ah, Kyle's good student. You're too late. Soon, Marka Ragnos will return and obliterate the Jedi. The Sith shall rule again.
You're delusional. Kyle told me all about you. How you went crawling away after he defeated you.
Silence, whelp! I will make Kyle Katarn's failure complete. My victory? Rosh's corruption. And now your death will drive him to the dark side.
Never!
So I'll be honest, even with the scepter she carries, Tavion was a lot harder in Outcast than she is as a final boss here. Because of her easily dodgeable range attacks, it's easy to back off and quickly heal while in trouble. That and plus just how much more powerful you are with your force powers in this game, it really makes it so it's not that hard of a fight.
I will not cower as I did before Katarn.
I shall not be denied.
By the Force.
Marka Ragnos.
A mere Jedi.
I swear, he just looks like a Scooby-Doo villain to me.
That's Jedi Knight, Ragnos.
You will kneel before me, Jedi.
Ah! Pathetic whelp.
So the idea of a Sith Lord's ghost possessing Tavion for the final portion of the fight is pretty cool, And I love how the scepter is actually a sheath for the Sith sword, which really shows that, again, they really understand Star Wars lore and how in the early days of the Sith, they used swords that were imbued with the dark side to amplify their power. Unfortunately for Tavion, that doesn't really mean much for her after I apparently somehow got an insta-kill on her less than a minute in the fight thanks to a lucky lightsaber clash. Man, that is still such a badass move.
No! This is impossible. I will return, Jedi. One day I shall return and annihilate you all.
Nah, and I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling Jedi.
It's over. Ragnos will not be resurrected. The scepter is destroyed.
And Tavion?
Luke, where the hell have you been this entire time? Like, Kyle, I understand, but you have no excuses here.
When I destroyed the scepter and Ragnos left her body, there was nothing left.
Jaden, you did more than we could have ever hoped. You have become a true Jedi.
Thank you, Master Skywalker, but I couldn't have done it without Kyle.
Don't get all mushy on me, kid. Come on, let's get out of here.
I've heard from the New Republic. The Imperials supporting the disciples of Ragnos have been defeated, and the remaining cultists have been rounded up. It seems they lost their powers when the scepter was destroyed.
I hope that's the last we see of them.
You know, if there's one thing I've learned, it's never say never.
Rosh, I hope your experience has taught you the patience and humility that may one day turn you into a great Jedi.
Yes, Master Skywalker. Thank you.
Jaden, you fought bravely, resisted the dark side, and saved another Jedi from certain death. You will be a valuable member of the Jedi Order.
You deserve it, Jaden. You're the best student I've ever trained, and a terrific Jedi.
Thank you both.
There's still a galaxy full of trouble out there. Are you ready for another mission?
As luck would have it, I am.
And there we have it, the ending of the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series. However, even though the light side is the canon ending, it is rather dull and kind of boring compared to the dark side ending. But instead of just reverting this character to the Rosh decision, why not just create a new Jaden for this dark side path? So a couple things here. First, I wanted to show at least some of the difference in voice acting, which is why I chose a female Jaden for this rather than a male. Also because if I'm going to play through this game again, I'd rather have something nicer to look at. You understand. Second, I decided to have a bit more fun with this one by playing around with the console commands this playthrough, which is something that is a ton of fun to mess around with here. You can pretty much spawn in anyone or anything from Outcast or Academy. So some missions I brought along Jan or Lando, and others I just spawned in a bunch of rebels. I even changed myself into the 7-foot lizard monster himself, Dasan, which did glitch out the game a little bit, but was a ton of fun regardless. And to be honest, that's only the start of all of it, because when Disney said they were shutting down LucasArts, Raven Software actually leaked the source code to the game. So modders have had free reign ever since, creating some absolutely insane things. The most noteworthy mods out there would definitely have to be the Movie Battles 2 mod and the Movie Duels mod, both absolutely amazing, just adding in an obscene amount of content to both the multiplayer and single player. I mean, these two mods are independent games by themselves, so we're not going to talk too much about them here. However, if this video does well enough, maybe I'll do a full video on them sometime in the future. But enough about that. Let's go ahead and see Evil Jaden in action, shall we?
Jaden! You don't look like much of a captive, Rosh. Did you dream this up, or was it Tavion's idea?
No, Jaden, wait! I was wrong. Please, take me back to the Academy. I need help. Jaden, stay back! Please don't hurt me.
You tried to kill me, and now you've lured me into a trap.
Jaden, I was scared. You have to believe me. We're friends, remember? Let's get out of here before Alora comes back.
How do I know you won't betray me again? You're always trying to beat me. How do I know this isn't just another trick?
So I think it's pretty easy to see that Jennifer Hale's voice acting here, though not as good as her other performances, is still way better than the male Jaden's.
Wait! Listen to what you're saying! You're angry! Don't give in to it! That leads to the dark side, right?
He only fell to the dark side because he was scared, afraid of dying. Put away your saber.
Strike him down! Give in to your anger!
Jaden, you're better than that. Don't give in to your anger. Rosh is telling the truth.
Jaden, no! Let go of your anger!
Why should I? You yourself said how powerful the dark side was.
I was wrong!
No, you were weak.
Jaden, no!
Ah!
God dang, that's dark.
Well done, Jedi. You have become one of us. Now, join us. With Marka Ragnos as our master, we will defeat the Jedi and rule the galaxy.
Join you? Why should I trade one master for another? The scepter of Ragnos is too powerful to be left in the hands of someone as weak as Tavion. If anything, it should belong to me.
Oh, you think so?
You, on the other hand, are no use to me. I should have killed you on Hoth.
You won't get a second chance. Tavion has taught me much since then.
So the Alora fight is still pretty much the same, though this time I'm rocking the sweet double-bladed lightsaber, which I really do enjoy using a lot more. It just seems to feel right, I don't know. Oh, and remember when I said that you can actually cheese this fight by pushing Alora off the edge?
Kyle?
Rosh.
I'm sorry. Jaden has turned. You've lost both your students.
No. You are a Jedi.
Thank you.
But I've still lost Jaden. Where did she go? I've got to get to Korriban.
Well, shit. I actually feel kind of bad about Rosh now.
Jaden, what happened to—
Out of my way. The scepter will be mine.
Oh no. I sense the dark side in you, Jaden. I can't let you pass.
I will pass, whether you want me to or not.
No, not random Jedi friend who I don't really know the name of. So this is really what makes the dark side choice so interesting. It actively makes the last level just so much harder, with us now having to fight both cultists and Jedi alike. I mean, this on Jedi Master difficulty is near impossible, and on Jedi Knight difficulty, it's still a very tough task. I mean, there were a few parts on the light side path that made me struggle just facing the cultist, but here you have no respite. Oh yeah, I kinda forgot, I played around with the dismemberment settings around this time. They work in a similar way that Jedi Outcast did, and yeah, they are still pretty brutal when you turn them up. However, since any fight can just be ended almost instantly if you just accidentally tap the end of your enemy's lightsaber, I went ahead and turned it off for the final fight with Tavion.
Tavion! Give me the scepter!
Ah, Kyle's good student. Or is it? I sense the dark side in you. Are you here to witness the resurrection?
No! I'm here to kill you. Something that my old master couldn't do.
But why? With Ragnos reborn, the Jedi will be wiped out, and we can serve him as he rules the galaxy.
I will no longer serve anyone. I will have the scepter and its power for myself. Now give it to me!
Impudent whelp! I will enjoy slaying you!
So the first portion of this fight goes the same as the light side path. However, something does change for the second portion.
I will not cower as I did before Katarn. Finish it. Kill me.
Jaden, stop!
Don't get in my way, Kyle!
Jaden, I know you're angry, but it's not too late to renounce the dark side. Tavion and her cult has been stopped. We can end this here.
Oh no! This is just the beginning.
Jaden, the lure of the dark side is strong, but it will ultimately destroy you. Fight it. Rosh resisted it, you can too.
Rosh was weak. He was too afraid to grasp the true power of the dark side.
I can't let you do this, Jaden.
Then stop me, Master.
Man, this just feels kinda wrong. Fighting Kyle after he still is trying to turn us back to the light? I just feel kinda gross fighting him like this. And it is one heck of a fight. Kyle is far more powerful than Tavion was. He has stronger force powers than I think anyone else you face in this game, and if anything, he really is the true boss of this game. But despite me feeling wrong doing it, we still unfortunately have to strike him down.
Kyle, what happened here?
Jaden has turned to the dark side, and she's taken the scepter.
And Rosh?
Dead. Jaden killed him. She felt betrayed by Rosh, and the anger was too strong for her to control.
I misjudged her. I'm sorry, Kyle.
I failed both my students, Luke. Maybe I shouldn't be teaching at the Academy. It's not like I've been the perfect Jedi myself.
No, Kyle. Yoda and Ben were both great teachers, yet even they lost students. I can still sense good in her. There's always hope, Kyle. Remember that.
You may be right. Well, at least Tavion and her cult have been stopped. Ragnos won't be coming back.
But the scepter is too powerful. We must find Jaden and destroy it.
I'll take care of it. As my student, Jaden is my responsibility. I'm taking a leave of absence from the Academy for a while. If I find Jaden, I'll let you know.
Be careful. If there's anything I can do to help,
I will.
And may the Force be with you, Kyle.
Okay, tell me that is not the more interesting ending. Again, the canon ending is the light side path, but the dark side path feels way more fleshed out. The emotions Kyle feels blaming himself for Jaden and Rosh fits his character so well, and Luke is awesome here, taking a moment to remind Kyle that even Yoda and Obi-Wan both lost students as well, and that there's always hope that Jaden might still turn back to the light. Again, this is who Luke is supposed to be. A wise and caring Jedi Master, not some nephew murdering space hobo. Also, kudos for them for making Luke say Ben and not Obi-Wan, considering how he mostly knew him as Ben. It's a small touch, but really shows how much they really understand Star Wars. Either way, the dark side path will have opened up so many possibilities for future games. Also, I mean, what game series actually has the evil path as canon anyway? That would have been pretty unique. I mean, the closest thing I can think of is maybe XCOM 2, where they assumed that you failed the first game instead of succeeding, which made a lot of sense for anyone who's ever played it. But anyway, the novelty alone of it would have been pretty awesome to be seen done. But alas, it really doesn't matter too much, considering that this is, unfortunately, the last game of the series. There's always a heavy debate over what's better, Jedi Outcast or Jedi Academy. And this was something that I was actually really interested in going back through these games to find out. As a kid, I enjoyed both the games greatly, but I always preferred Outcast by a mile. Now that I'm an adult, I have to say my opinion still stands. Don't get me wrong, there are so many great things about this game and I highly recommend everyone go and try it out. But unfortunately, the story and level design just really doesn't compare to Outcast in my mind. However, given how little time Raven had to make this game, they made some insane improvements to the combat. And the story still serves pretty well to get you from point A to point B. Also, a few of these levels did have some impressive features that makes playing through the game totally worth it. But I am curious, of the entire Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series, what has been your all-time favorite? Are you like most people who prefer Academy, or do you prefer Outcast like me? Or maybe you're really old school about it and maybe you love Dark Forces too. Whatever it might be, please leave in the comments below so we can all see which game truly reigns supreme. So there we have it, the end of the Dark Forces / Jedi Knight series. Or is it? You see, for the most part, the fans have been very reluctant on letting this series die, and for good reason, obviously. But because of this, a lot of the fans have gone through and made all sorts of mods for the games, helping extend their lives all the way up till even now. Now, obviously I can't go through and play through every single mod they have out there, however, there's 2 mods that are still very prominent even today, and because of that, I wanted to make sure I touched on them just a little bit at the very least. So, starting us off here is the absolutely amazing Movie Duels mod.
Hello there.
Okay, to all the people who commented saying that I needed to try the Movie Duels 2 mod for Jedi Academy, all I can say is this. Thank you so much. This has been some of the most just sheer unadulterated fun I've had with a game in a long while. I was really just kind of walking into this mod thinking, oh yeah, a couple fun fights with Darth Vader and a couple quick battles with some other characters should be good for a few hours of fun. But dude, I have already sunk so many hours into this and I don't even want to stop yet. I had to actually force myself to take a break just to work on this video in the first place. I mean, this mod is just so much fun. Or maybe I shouldn't even call it a mod, because this is just straight up its own game at this point. Now, for those of you who don't know, back when Disney shut down LucasArts and cut multiple future Star Wars games, someone at Raven, the creators of Jedi Outcast and Academy, accidentally leaked the source code to their games, making it so modders have had the ability to create and do some insane things in order to both keep the Jedi Knight series multiplayer alive, as well as create all new experiences for others to enjoy. Of these new experiences, 2 mods keep coming up in the comments of my Jedi Academy retrospective video I did, with movie Duels being one of them. The concept of this mod seemed simple to me at first, but I figured I'm at least obligated to try it, especially considering I just did a 2-hour-long video on Jedi Academy, and I was absolutely shocked to see what greeted me. I mean, this is a AAA quality intro screen right here, going through all the movies, well, at least the ones that matter. However, despite it only showing the original saga on the opening screen, this game really does not play any favorites here and has content from both Legends and Disney in it. Now, there is a lot of content here, so to try and not be completely overwhelmed, we'll go ahead and start with what I think everyone is actually here for, and that is its mission mode. Okay, first off, awesome UI here, showing off almost all the eras of Star Wars with the appropriate John Williams tracks just blaring in the background. That I of course can't easily show you in this video due to copyright reasons. On a quick note, this mod does allow you to select different tracks anytime while playing, and they have a massive selection here, from some of the games like Knights of the Old Republic and Republic Commando, to the movies and shows, just an excellent selection to set the mood for any cinematic moment. Back to the missions mode, most of the best moments are already here, like Duel of the Fates, Anakin vs. Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan vs. Vader, Vader vs. Luke, etc. But they've also included some really interesting ones, like Maul vs. Obi-Wan from Rebels, as well as the training scene from the Obi-Wan show. Not every moment is currently in the game, however, this mod is still in active development despite it being for an over 20-year-old game, which really just goes to show how great of a game Academy is that people still want to create things in it even now. For the large amount of scenes they do have, they have gone all out, not just in recreating the arenas, but also even the cutscenes.
They shut down the main reactor. Will be destroyed for sure. This is madness.
They are still coming through. This is impossible!
Now, this alone would make the game worth playing through. Just fighting the duels we've watched 1,000 times over on the big screen is enough for me to say yes. But they didn't stop there. For each of these duels, there are light and dark side options for who to play as, and for many of these missions, they have actually created their own alternative endings if you play as the dark side. Some of them just really gruesome. I mean, finding out about these endings made me want to go back and play through almost all of them to see which ones changed. Now, of all the ones I played, one of my favorites had to be the Vader vs. Obi-Wan fight from Episode 4. If you play as Obi-Wan, you will fight Vader, and after the cutscene of Vader killing you, you play as Luke, needing to blast the door shut before running aboard the Falcon. Now already, this is a lot of fun. However, if you play as Vader, you'll be given the option after fighting Obi-Wan to either cut him down, or to refuse to follow the dark side and turn off your lightsaber, getting you this unique cutscene.
No.
You must do what you feel is right, of course.
Move along.
You have forgotten your place, Lord Vader. You have betrayed me.
destroyed.
Not only does it give you a new cutscene, but even a new fight against the Emperor himself, where after fighting him, he crushes Vader before just electrocuting him to death. It's crazy.
You will die.
You had such promise. You could have been my successor, my equal. But now...
Surprisingly, the missions don't just end with the duels themselves, and even moments in the movies not shown have their own levels that are very well designed. I mean, cutting your way through the Jedi Temple is great, and I got to admit, it is strangely fun force-choking Jedi as your 501st troopers just gun them down in the air. Many of these levels have their own unique cutscenes and gimmicks to face, while at the same time expanding on a lot of the existing scenes. Like, did you ever wonder what happened after this scene in the movie?
Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Well, now you can find out firsthand. To be honest, many of these levels might be even more fun to play through at times just because of all the interesting things they have actually added to it. But what if you think that marching down the Tantive 4 as Vader seems too played out? Well, thanks to the character select screen, you can change into whatever character you like. Turn yourself into a stormtrooper and act out the dream of leading a squad through an enemy ship slaughtering rebels. Or just get weird with it and have Admiral Akbar help save Han from Jabba's palace. Or how about create an alternate timeline where the one and only Coleman Trebor survives Jango Fett and joins the rebellion to eventually fight Vader in the second Death Star? I mean, with this mod, the possibilities are just near endless. Not only can you spawn in and turn into whatever character you like, but they just have so many options from all the movies, many of the games, some of the books. I mean, just look at all this stuff. It's nuts. They even have different skins, so you can be Obi-Wan from the original 2003 Clone Wars show, or even any iteration of Kyle Katarn. Again, this is just filled with such stupid fun. I mean, it's so enjoyable doing stuff like turning passive and just spawning in a bunch of younglings to fight Anakin on Mustafar. Now, you might have noticed by this point that the gameplay seems somewhat different than Outcast or Academy, and you would be correct. Though you can set the game to the combat system of Academy if you like, the new system created here, though strange at first, offers something really unique. You still have many of the same moves with how you swing your saber, however it's slightly slower to accommodate the new blocking mechanic. Blocking is now done somewhat manually, with you holding a button to activate it. It will block most attacks like this naturally, but you can stun and occasionally disarm your opponents by moving the saber in the direction of the strike. It might seem kind of strange, but once you get used to it, it becomes a lot of fun, making the fights way more thoughtful and engaging. Sometimes reminding me of the more methodical fights of the original trilogy, while still allowing some pizzazz at moments like the prequels had. This also applies to blocking blaster fire. You will naturally block some fire without manually activating it, however it massively drains your force to do so, causing you to lose your saber and to get easily gunned down. Which happened to me quite a lot before I realized how the system actually worked. While holding down the block button, however, you can bounce the blaster shots back at your opponents quite well, and with the damage increase blasters seem to have been given here, it's pretty effective. They have also included new lightsaber stances that go more with each character. The default stance is available to everyone, but certain characters will have light and heavy stances like in Academy, but they've also added other stances to resemble the different lightsaber forms there are in lore. Most of the movement is still pretty much Academy's outside of a couple small changes like sprint, but again, if all these changes are not something you care for, you can always just play through it all with Academy's combat system instead, and it would still be a blast to play.
I'm going to put you two in separate courses. When you're ready, Jaden, go through that door. Rosh, follow me.
Now, something I didn't expect going into this is that you are actually able to replay through all of Outcast and Academy's campaigns with all the updated features here. Heck, you can turn yourself into a clone trooper and run through the levels blasting away, or fly around as Boba Fett, burning Reborn alive with his flamethrower. Not to mention, the new combat system applies to the campaigns as well, making replaying them feel that much better. But it's not just the gameplay that's been affected by this mod. Even the menus between missions have changed, with you now sitting in your starfighter selecting each new mission. And the weapon select screen has also been updated, with many more weapons from all the eras being added to it for you to choose from. And again, all the options from the main missions mode apply here too. So if you like the crew from Rogue One to join you on a mission, or have Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon watching your back, you can spawn them in any mission you like. Now, even though you can only play through Outcast and Academy's campaigns, they do have a separate mode that has some of the biggest duels from the other games as well. Currently it has Dark Forces 2, and even some of the duels from the Force Unleashed games, which was really surprising to see. On top of all this, there are even a few custom fights made in the extra sections of the mod, like Luke vs Darth Maul for example. They even have a whole special challenge mode you can play that has all sorts of different gimmicks in it too. I think my favorite of these extra modes was probably the arena, where you fight random enemies each set until eventually fighting a boss. Something about the randomized nature of it all is just so much fun, and I spent way too much time here. In the comments of my Jedi Academy retrospective, I saw someone say, "Movie Duels is a mod made by the fans for the fans." And I 100% see why they said that. The freedom this mod allows you is just something that you don't see anymore. Most creators now want you to just experience the game their way, but here they just give you a bunch of fun content and then give you the tools to enjoy it however you like. The reality is that modern game companies could really learn a thing or two from mods like this. So yeah, the Movie Duels mod is an amazing mod. However, I do want to mention, throughout the video I was calling it the Movie Duels 2 mod. That's apparently the old name for it. Now it's just called the Movie Duels mod, so look that up if you're trying to go and download it, which you definitely should be. But again, it's a great mod that really helps scratch that single player itch if you want to play more of either Outcast or Academy's overall campaign, or just mess around with this mission mode. It's just a lot of fun. However, this next mod will do a great job at scratching the multiplayer side of things. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at the iconic Movie Battles 2 mod for Jedi Academy. Oh my god, it's an Ewok versus Palpatine.
Help me.
Run, little dude, run. Oh no. Oh my god, he actually killed him. Oh man, I love this game. Now, I don't normally do videos on multiplayer games. I think the last one I did was a couple years ago for Unreal Championship of all things, but given how I did a 2-hour-long retrospective on Jedi Academy, I couldn't move on until I at least did a video on what is one of the greatest multiplayer mods for any game out there, the Movie Battles 2 mod. Now, as you might expect with this mod being for Jedi Academy, it has been around for a long time. However, despite its original version being released over 20 years ago, it still has a pretty active player base and still receives many updates, keeping everything running very smoothly. I'm not saying there was a ton of servers most nights I played, but every time I wanted to play, there was always people online to play with, which again is crazy for an over 20-year-old mod. Now, just for a heads up, I have only been playing this mod on and off for a couple months now, so if I say anything that's a little off, please feel free to correct me in the comments below. I won't be offended. But I will say this, fortunately, even as a new player to this 20-year-old mod, everything is decently straightforward, and the community has been fairly friendly and helpful as well. Plus, it helps that everything is just open to you right from the start. You see, while other games out there are nickel and diming people for basic features that we had decades ago, Movie Battles lays it all out on the table for you. You want to play as the Dark Lord Malak? Hey, go ahead and have fun, you Sith Lord, you.
This is but a taste of the dark side.
Just got done playing Republic Commando? Well, get in there and take down some droids already.
You'll beat these clankers, metal monsters.
Just feel like messing around as R2? Well, have fun aggravating everyone by flying around so no one can hit you. Pretty much every character you can think of is here, from ones that make sense like Stormtroopers and Jedi to fun ones like an axe-wielding Jabba the Hutt or a battle droid with C-3PO's head attached.
Die, Jedi gods! What did I say?
What is pretty crazy here is that somehow, despite this being a round-based elimination type game, every class and character is somehow both overpowered in some ways, yet balanced out due to the overpowered nature of just everyone else. A clone trooper can totally take down a Sith if he isn't careful, and that same clone trooper can easily be killed by Salacious Crumb if he lets him get too close. Don't get me wrong, a good Jedi can turn the tide of a whole game from what I've seen, but every class at least has some weakness that can be exploited by smart players. And you know what? Let's go ahead and take a moment to look at the classes because the way they're implemented is just awesome. So the mod has a few game modes, but its main mode is open. This mode is an elimination round based mode where you have attackers trying to accomplish different objectives or just take out the entire enemy team. These objectives could be breaking into the throne room on Naboo or saving Frozen and Carbonite Han from being escorted into the Slave One. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. We can't say Slave One anymore. It's just Boba Fett Starfighter now. Disney. Either way, the different levels have different objectives for each team to either attack or defend, but what makes these games so much fun is more of how all the different classes play and interact with others. You see, each side has a set of classes that all have their own abilities with a wide assortment of character models to choose from. You're also given a set amount of points to choose your weapons and abilities for each class as well, so if you want that sweet rocket launcher for your ARC Trooper, you will need to subtract some points from other weapons or armor abilities to get it. Now, the balancing here works in a pretty unique way. For example, a Jedi/Sith might be more powerful in many ways with lightsaber and force powers, but you only have one life per round, and if you don't play intelligently, you can quickly be gunned down. While the far weaker soldier class can have up to 3 lives, giving them multiple chances to land a lucky blaster shot, or to even sacrifice themselves to distract the Jedi so another teammate can move in for the kill. So while Force users might have to play somewhat more cautiously at times, soldiers can just run right forward, secure in the knowledge that they have more lives to use. What's actually kind of cool here is that while a couple classes like Soldier and Jedi have their own equivalent for each side, the other classes are pretty much faction specific and play wildly different from one another. For starters, the light side gets unique classes like Clone Troopers that have 2 lives and are pretty much a stronger soldier with more health and better weapons, and the class I probably have enjoyed playing the most due to their simplicity. You also have the ARC Troopers that only have 1 life, but better weapons and have combat skills like dexterity, which prevents them from being knocked down by any force powers or explosives, which is very helpful. Next is the hero units, like Leia and Porkins here, for example. They can use snipers, healing abilities, as well as much more. They make for a pretty good long-range unit, and due to all the character skins you can choose from, they can be a fun class just to mess around with.
I'm right with you, Red 3.
Last but not least for the light side unique classes, we have the Wookiees, which have very high health and powerful melee damage that can just shred through the enemy at times. And believe me, it is terrifying seeing a Wookiee charging at you in this game. They are just monsters in close range combat. Now on the other side of things, the dark side gets a few special classes as well, starting off here with the Bounty Hunters, which are similar to the Heroes class in that they get some precision weapons too, but also have access to things like the Poison Dart and Disruptor Rifle. Plus, they have an HK-47 model, so how can you not love them?
What is it you wish, that one?
The dark side also gets the Mandalorian class, that allows for jetpacks and even rockets and flamethrowers. They really seem to be a good anti-Jedi class in my experience so far, and are also great for setting up ambushes. You also can't forget the Droideka class, which is pretty hard to use effectively and one I rarely see people playing as. However, when I have seen people playing as them, they are pretty destructive with their shields and powerful blasters. They seem to do a really good job at blocking off hallways and just locking people down. One that really surprised me here was the Super Battle Droids. They kinda took the Republic Commando idea and made them into a totally separate unit from the base battle droids, and instead made them this large and tanky class with high amounts of firepower. Interestingly, instead of having just basic ammo and simple armor, they have a battery that helps their armor provide extra defense and powers their blasters. So being in combat too much will really start draining that battery pretty quickly. However, you can go into a low power mode to help recharge your battery, however then you'll no longer be able to fire your blaster while doing so. Just a really cool idea for a class. Now, as I already mentioned, the soldier class has basic weapons and health, but makes up for it with 3 lives, plus has a ton of character skins to mess around with. However, each side also has a commander class that has more powerful weapons, unique grenades, and the ability to allow soldiers to spawn on them. I will also add that the fire grenades they carry are pretty great at just locking down an area as well. That leaves us with the iconic Jedi and Sith. To be honest, this is the class I am least familiar with because boy do I suck as them. In my defense, people have been playing this game for decades longer than me, but fortunately there are some great YouTubers like Scalius here who have created full videos breaking down how to use the new lightsaber combat system. So thank you Scalius, or I would have no way of knowing what the hell I was doing here. Now I'll try to keep this short because his video goes into great detail, and if you want to play this game you should definitely go and check it out. The system here is still loosely connected to Academy's system, but they have made quite a few changes here. For one, now you have blocking points, where every time you block a strike, you actually lose points unless you get a perfect block by manually looking towards the strike when it happens. Because of this blocking system, the strikes are also a little slower and more telegraphed, and because of that, it makes it so the duels that you see going on sometimes between 2 people who really know what they're doing go on for quite a while and can be pretty intense. Now, when Jedi are against other classes instead of dueling other Force users, similar rules still apply, where deflecting blaster shots will actually drain their Force powers, which will then open them up to damage. Obviously, getting behind them will still really ruin their day, and explosives are never a bad idea against them as well. The real pain here is their Force powers. In the open mode, they'll mostly just use Force push or pull, knocking over most classes pretty easily and pushing back grenades. However, the other classes can prevent being pushed down by walking instead of running to negate it. And once they use a Force power, they're actually completely open to blaster fire, unable to deflect it anymore. So if you can trick them into kinda trying to knock you down, you can hopefully land some clean shots on them and take them out. Now, again, I'm still pretty new to this game, so please correct me in the comment section if I got any of that wrong. To be honest, I've probably spent more time so far playing as a sexy Leia with a sniper than I did dueling as a Jedi or Sith, so some of my knowledge might be a little off when involving them, just for a heads up. Even though I do wish I was better at the lightsaber combat, thanks to all the other classes, there are still so many ways to play that if you aren't very good at one, you can always try a few others to figure out what you like. And if you would like even more options, then the Legends game mode has you covered on that as well. Legends is still the same kind of elimination-based mode as Open, except here all the characters have unique loadouts and abilities that match who they are. If you play as Canderous Ordo, you get his repeater, his swords, his health recharge, all like he had in Knights of the Old Republic. This is also where you can play as more fun characters like T3M4, or Salacious Crumb, or my personal favorite here, the Ewoks with their bows and spears. For those who don't know, one of my relatives was actually an Ewok in episode 6, so I always gotta show them some love. To be honest, I probably like this mode even more than the open mode just because of the variety of weapons and abilities on display. It can be a little less balanced at times, but that really doesn't matter when it's just this much fun. The last game mode here is the one that I am probably least qualified to speak on. Mostly because this is where Jedi and Sith who actually know what they are doing go, and that is the duel mode. I will say, everyone I encountered while playing was very helpful and friendly, and if I had more time to sit down and really get into it, I probably would become a lot better. But I can easily see why people love this mode so much. I mean, every night I logged on, there was always servers open to join in the duel mode, which makes sense. This combat system is absolutely fantastic for those who choose to learn it. And for multiplayer, it is by far the best dueling system I have ever seen in a Star Wars game. So I'll be honest, I have no idea how it took me this long to find out about this mod. And I'm kind of disappointed that I missed out on the days when this mod was really at its peak. But fortunately, despite it being an over 20-year-old mod, it still has been able to retain a more consistent player base than some $40 million AAA games out there.
Come on, let's go!
Sorry, that was kind of a cheap shot. But in all seriousness, the team behind this mod have created something extremely fun and unique, and I will definitely be coming back to this long before I go and play any of the modern Battlefront games, because this is really a player-first experience, and like some of the other mods out there, it is a mod that's made by the fans, for the fans, and I just cannot help but love it. So there we have it, what I think is a pretty complete collection of everything Dark Forces / Jedi Knight related. And I gotta be honest, I am a little disappointed that this will probably be my last video on this just fantastic game series. But at the same time, I'm also pretty excited to finally move on and play some different games as well. I mean, right now I'm actually working on a Republic Commando video, so still in the Star Wars universe for now, but I might take a short break from Star Wars games before returning to try my hand at the most intimidating of all the Star Wars projects I have lined up for myself, and oh boy, I cannot wait for that, though that is still probably going to be a long way out. Either way, I really hope you've enjoyed this series even half as much as I've enjoyed making it. I really do feel like I've learned so much about making YouTube videos through this game series, and it's made it so I really just cannot wait to get started on making even more videos in the future. So if you want to stay up to date on all that, of course make sure you subscribe to the channel so you can get all the notifications. As well, if you haven't already, leave a comment below letting me know how you would rank all the games. I mean, I'll go and tell you right now, for me, number 1 has to be Jedi Outcast, easy. The story is still just so much fun to go through. And even if the combat is more basic than Academy's, the level design is so well done, it's just so much fun to play through. Just an amazing game with so many great and iconic moments. And it just makes up for everything else by such a wide margin. Number 2, I gotta give the Jedi Academy. I mean, I don't know how many hours I have sunk into this game since I was a kid, but damn it is still just so much fun to play. Lots of diverse locations, and even if the story is pretty lacking compared to all the other games, the gameplay is just peak Jedi combat. Now if Academy has a number 2 spot, of course number 3 has to go to Dark Forces 2. I mean, to be honest, if you told me this was your favorite, I wouldn't argue with you at all. I mean, the story is great, and I'm an absolute sucker for some live action cutscenes. Not only that, but if you played this game back when it came out, many of its levels and features will have just blown your socks off, just so ahead of its time in so many ways. Truly an all-time great Star Wars game. I feel bad for putting it down here because it was a ton of fun, but number 4 is going to Dark Forces 1. I mean, you gotta respect your elders, and though this game is almost as old as me, over these years it's probably held up better than me. Everything about it is still just a lot of fun, and I really do love the pixel art of this time. It just does so many things that were really advanced for 1995 as well, and the fact it has a pretty good story to go along with it. I mean, this sort of stuff really wasn't seen that much around this time period. And even if you're not playing the remastered version of the game, the original version still looks and feels great. I mean, again, just so much fun. I don't know how I missed out on this when I was a kid. And that leaves us with Mysteries of the Sith for number 5. And even though it's last place, it's kind of like saying you're only the 5th richest man around. It's still really good and worth playing through. It's a great example of just how far you could push that Sith game engine, and also really shows just how much love for the universe that the people developing these games had back then. And you know what? We don't get enough Mara Jade games out there, so thank God we at least have this one. But hey, that's just my list, so let me know yours down in the comments below. Now, if you're interested in more content from the channel, you can always, of course, check out whatever YouTube is recommending over here to my left, as well as whatever YouTube's recommending over here to my right. Again, really, thank you so much for watching this. I mean, this is a long video, so really, if you got to the end, thank you so much for watching this, and I really do hope to see you again real soon. Peace.